After his death, Ji-hoon unexpectedly reincarnated as a police officer. Carrying the memories of his past life, he does not just solve cases with guns and badges, but also uses money and intelligence to punish the evil hidden in society. He must fight to protect justice for the world. From small cases to grand schemes, Ji-hoon gradually uncovers the face of the underworld, rewriting his own destiny. What awaits him? Let us continue with today's story from Life Manhwa. The story begins with breaking news on the screen. The suspect in the murder of national actress Haesoo has been arrested. Reporters immediately swarm him, their shouts hitting him like a hammer. Say something, are you even human, you bastard? Get out of the way, damn it. Min-soo retreats into the shadows, his eyes panicked. I did not kill her. He suddenly stops, looking bewildered as if his soul has been drained. The crowd becomes chaotic, a pungent smell filling the air, making stomachs churn. Min-soo's eyes become filled with despair. I thought my life could not get any worse than this. His vision gradually blurs, his mind empty. What did I do wrong? Min-soo stands frozen, feeling lost. This is too much. News reports and newspaper headlines explode like bombs. Shocking news, national actress Haesoo murder case. His name is plastered on the front page. Pizza deliveryman Bae Min-soo, prime suspect in Haesoo murder case. Min-soo's eyes gradually become desperate, his expression helpless. All the evidence points to me. Suddenly, he takes a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Min-soo faces the inmates across from him. Didn't kill her. A skeptical voice slowly replies, Hey, why so gloomy when you are about to get out?
Basidaim, uns aies o complex emotions.
Dalgan chimes in sarcastically. How can he be happy? He is about to be released after 20 years in prison. Sang-byum quickly exclaims, still, he gets to go outside. Hearing this, 2111 raises an eyebrow. That is right, at least it is not a life sentence. Min-soo abruptly puts down his spoon. His back exudes a heavy, ominous warning. Stop talking nonsense, eat your food. Min-soo's mind becomes clouded, his vision blurring. I have not had an appetite these past few days. It is not because I got a reduced sentence. He remains consumed by his obsession. It is because my sentence is over. Min-soo slowly looks up and laments. I always dreamed that the real killer would be caught and I would be exonerated. He seems to have lost his soul, but in reality, I am just a criminal who has paid for his crime. Suddenly, a girl lying in a pool of blood appears in his vision. Min-soo shudders, his face horrified. What is this? He suddenly stops, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Min-soo coldly stares at the handcuffs on his wrists. Even if I get out of this hell. At this moment, the sunset casts a melancholic orange glow. It won't mean anything anymore. A stack of documents appears on the table, important records, all the articles and information about the case that I have collected over the past 20 years. He calmly flips through the pages. If the real killer is not caught by the time I get out, I will find him myself. The pages are filled with meticulous markings, evidence of tireless study. Min-soo becomes more composed than ever. Thanks to this, even though I am in here, I know everything that is happening outside.
Hey, Min-soo.
He raises an eyebrow, hesitatingly speaking, Hey kid. The other inmate's eyes gleam with curiosity. What do you plan to do when you get out? Any plans? Min-soo's expression becomes heavy, his voice deep and steady. Plans? I do. He seems to return to his childhood, what I have always wanted to do. Mom, Dad. Fragments of memories flow slowly like a film. As an orphan, what I have always dreamed of. A comforting figure gently strokes Min-soo's head. His eyes waver, speechless. The image of Min-soo wearing a police uniform becomes clear. It is to become a police officer. Then he falls into despair as he looks at reality, but Min-soo feels his soul drained. As a criminal, that is completely impossible. A dream will always just be a dream. Behind him, another inmate smiles mockingly, his voice sarcastic. Well, Mr. Min-soo, all that studying is useless anyway. You can't do anything without money. He frowns, his voice heavy. It is always about money. Everyone's face suddenly turns pale, their spines chilling. 2111 hesitates to advise when he sees Min-soo's whole body burning with intensity. Hey, how about you open a gym? Yeah, your physique is the only thing you are better at than others here. Outside the cell, an officer's stern voice booms. 2110, what is going on? The inmate is startled and exclaims, oh my god. Min-soo pauses, looking confused. What is it? The officer brings a letter closer. Well, this It is for you. His eyes immediately widen in confusion, slowly repeating, for me. The officer speaks indifferently, his face expressionless. Just take it. I am just delivering it. Min-soo is suspicious as he takes the letter. I do not have any family or friends. And I am getting a letter with money inside. Everyone eagerly urges him, looking impatient, open it and see. Do you have a girlfriend? Why did not you tell me? I have never seen you get a letter in 20 years. No, it is all letters cursing you from Jesus fans. He immediately cuts them off, his eyes ominous, quiet. Min-soo is stunned, his whole body unable to relax. He stares in disbelief at the handwriting. I have a lead on the Jesus case. I will be waiting for you in front of the gate on the day you are released. What the hell is this? Min-soo's mood sinks to the depths, he mutters. The Jesus case, who would send a letter like this? Ho-won strokes his chin, his tone hesitant, maybe. This person knows the real killer. Everyone excitedly shouts, that is right, now that you mention it, that is the only possibility. See, I told you so, your life will definitely have a happy ending. A neatly packed suitcase sits quietly in a corner. He clutches the letter tightly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Min-soo falls into thought, lamenting, the few days waiting for this mysterious person are longer than the 20 years I spent in prison. Scene change. The weather was beautiful that day. D-Day. A stern voice orders, please change your clothes and come out. He calmly replies, thank you. Min-soo is still in a daze, his eyes filled with suspicion. His fingers clench the letter tightly. Min-soo's eyes hold complexity, wondering, the mysterious letter. Who is it really? Maybe this time I will find a clue about the real killer. An urging voice immediately rings out, are you done changing? Let us check the information again. He replies, flustered, yes, wait a moment. Min-soo decisively picks up his bag and walks away. Inmate number 2110, right, yes, that is right. Confirm your name and date of birth. The door closes with sincere words of gratitude. You have worked hard, Bae Min-soo. He stands in the night with a lonely back. Today, he is officially released. Min-soo raises an eyebrow slightly, sighing softly. He waves goodbye, his eyes sincere. Don't let me see you again. He remains composed, his voice firm, same here. Across the street, a figure waves enthusiastically, over here. Min-soo observes with a questioning gaze, the letter sender, it is too dark, I can't see clearly. He stands frozen in place with a doubtful expression, is that tofu? Then, after a moment, Min-soo slowly starts to walk. A blinding light suddenly shines directly at him, careful what? A car heads straight for Min-soo at a terrifying speed. Immediately, newspapers stained red are scattered everywhere. Then the heavy bag hits the ground with a thud. Min-soo falls onto the road, his body covered in blood. Amidst the panicked cries, a murderous gaze appears. Ambulance, call an ambulance, are you okay? He suddenly stops, his eyes wide with horror, it is him. He calmly pulls his hat down to obscure his vision, the bastard who framed me and finally killed me. Min-soo falls into silence, rage surging, damn it, I was finally getting close to the truth. His tired eyes close, his vision fading. His body seems to fall into a bottomless pit, am I going to die? Min-soo is struggling in a vast ocean, no, I can't die like this. His face changes, filled with utter rage, even if I die, I have to find him. In the night, desperate cries ring out, hang in there, go Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon slowly opens his eyes, but his vision is still blurry, doctor, call a doctor, don't faint, hang in there you. You are awake. He wearily sits up, rubbing his temples, master, my head hurts too much. Shut up please, he is conscious. Patient go Ji-hoon, you are awake, do you remember falling into the water? Ji-hoon pauses, his tone heavy, why do you keep calling me go Ji-hoon, I am Bae Min-soo. He pauses, a complex emotion in his eyes, huh? Ji-hoon stares blankly at his reflection in the mirror. What the hell is this? Who is that? Desperate voices continue to ring, master, you are awake, don't faint, hang in there doctor, call a doctor, why do you keep calling me go Ji-hoon, go Ji-hoon? Ji-hoon is still in shock, speechless, huh? He pauses, lamenting, they say you get lucky at the end of your life, I must have won the lottery. Ji-hoon's face turns pale, his gaze skeptical, no I mean go Ji-hoon. Yes, that is exactly it. He resolutely stands up, looking helpless, even if the method is unbelievable, it is ridiculous. Ji-hoon looks at himself in the mirror, admiringly exclaiming, It is strange, the more I look the more handsome I become. Flawless. His eyes hold a complex emotion, speaking of Go Ji-hoon. A glamorous image flashes by, the youngest son of the Go Kwang group. Ji-hoon's face turns cold, his eyes ominous, the bastard child of the old man and a dead, unknown actress. He calmly puts everything together. I heard that he suffered from severe depression after his mother was stabbed to death, so he moved back to the main house. And was later found drowned in the pool. Ji-hoon suddenly turns, his tone calm. Doctor, how old am I now? The doctor slowly replies, it is 20XX now, so you are 26 years old. Fragments of memories slowly piece themselves together. So, I have gone back 19 years. His eyes hold complex emotions. 1 year after I went to prison. The doctor hesitates to ask, do you remember your father's name? Ji-hoon calmly replies, Go Dae-man, the one who turned Go Kwang into the leading corporation in Korea. Kim walks forward and hugs Ji-hoon tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Master, what about me? Do you remember who I am? Tears stream down his face. Master, how would I know who you are? The doctor smiles reassuringly, looking helpless. Hang in there. At this moment, a stern voice booms from outside. The chairman is here. He stands calmly, his face filled with a complex emotion. The first time I have met him in person. Dae-man appears with a cold expression, authoritatively ordering, Go Dae-man, Go Kwang's father, everyone out. His eyes hold a murderous intent, his tone stern. Chief Kim, you two get out. Kim immediately bows respectfully, yes, Mr. Chairman. Ji-hoon mutters, the captain steering Go Kwang, what a great burden. He pauses, looking pensive, but I am also someone who has experienced 20 years of life storms. Dae-man furiously throws a punch straight at Ji-hoon. He angrily questions, his tone harsh, you useless thing, what, you want to end it all with this? Huh, damn it, why suddenly attack someone? He curses inwardly, his whole body filled with murderous intent. Is he crazy? Dae-man's back becomes cold, each word of questioning hissing out, when you locked yourself in your room and refused to come out, I always believed that you did it for a reason. But I did not expect you to choose death to escape. His eyes widen in frustration, resolutely declaring, I respect your decision. From now on, I will consider you dead. Ji-hoon pauses, his mind blank. I have been reincarnated into a wealthy family, so why am I getting involved in such bad luck? Wait, I do not need to worry too much, do I? Maybe this is. Immediately, he faces the dissatisfied gaze with sincerity, an opportunity. I am sorry for troubling you, Dad, but I still want to live, because I have a new goal. Dae-man's face holds complex emotions. He hisses, a goal, don't dream anymore. Just go into the company and work under your brothers. This is the last chance I am giving you. The corners of Ji-hoon's mouth slowly curl up in satisfaction. I am sorry, but I am not Go Ji-hoon, so I have no interest in the company. He pauses, looking bewildered, the only thing Bae Min-soo wants. He resolutely speaks, his eyes filled with courage. Is to become a police officer, to catch that guy, the one who pushed me to the end in my previous life. The thought is like a truth etched into his heart, and to achieve the justice that has collapsed in my heart. Scene change, a respectful voice rings out, Chairman, where are we going now? Dae-man calmly adjusts his glasses, looking composed, back to the company. Suddenly, a series of laughter rings out. His eyes turn to the boy excitedly jumping up and down, so happy, it is really fun, right? Of course, Dad is the best.
Dae-man suddenly speaks softly, hey.
The driver replies in a calm tone, yes, Mr. Chairman. His face holds complex emotions. Have you ever seen Ji-hoon smile? His voice is hesitant. I do not think so. Ji-hoon's innocent smile flashes through his memory. Then it transitions to a scene filled with obsession. Dae-man sighs, looking tired. When was the last time I saw Ji-hoon smile? He stands up straight, confidently declaring, I will show you how I become a police officer. His eyes hold worry, Mr. Chairman, are you okay? He speaks heavily, his eyes ominous. I am really not sure anymore. My son, who has just come back to life, says he wants to be a police officer. Tell Kim why he chose such a difficult path when he could easily join the company. Dae-man resolutely declares, his voice firm, absolutely do not help Ji-hoon. His eyes hold a complex emotion. Is it recklessness or ability? I will have to watch and see. Night falls, the building still lit. Kim's eyes hold hesitation, his tone hesitant. Yes, I am Chief Kim, Master. Do you really not remember me? He sighs, looking helpless. I guess not. It is strange that you are suddenly speaking so politely. Ji-hoon scratches his head awkwardly. I am really, really sorry. Kim speaks gratefully. My mother used to work as a maid at the main house, and I grew up with the master. My family was very poor back then, but thankfully the chairman helped us. He pauses, his face filled with complex emotions. Director Go Dae-man seems a bit hard to get along with, but he also has a warm side. He slowly introduces himself, looking calm. I currently work in the secretary department of Go Kwang, in charge of all the master's affairs, from security driving, schedule management to other living matters. Ji-hoon raises an eyebrow, his voice steady. So if I need anything I can just tell you, right? Kim's eyes flicker with confusion. That is right, but it is a bit difficult at the moment. He immediately stops as if struck by lightning. The chairman has confiscated your card. Damn it, what does he want from me? Chief Kim, lend me your phone. A phone. The master does not have a phone. Then let me borrow your phone. Breaking news appears on the front page. The Haesu murder case. The killer of Haesu is deliverman Park Han-dong. Park Han-dong. Ji-hoon feels his life force draining. Dark memories flooding back. Damn it, as I expected. Just as I got a new life. His mind goes blank. It also means that someone has lost their life. Ji-hoon pauses, troubled. While the real killer is still on the loose, I have to catch him quickly. Seeing this, Kim speaks worriedly. Master, are you okay? No, I am fine. Next news. The screen is still showing news. According to the investigation, the sexual assault cases that occurred in Gunsan were all committed by the same perpetrator. He stops, bewildered. We will follow the detailed information from the press conference of the Gunsan police chief. He approaches with unease, his tone hesitant. Master, are you sure you are okay? You must still be affected after the accident. Kim's eyes become confused, speechless. He hesitates and calls softly, Master. Ji-hoon smiles madly. That is it. The editor is still reading the news. We look forward to the cooperation from the public. The police are doing their best to apprehend the perpetrator. Every piece of information, no matter how small, is very valuable. He suspiciously stares at the suspect's information. I remember now. This case caused a stir for a while. Information about the suspect, 1.70 m to 1.80 m tall, around 35 years old, double eyelids. If I can catch him, what could be clearer? Ji-hoon sighs in frustration, lamenting, there have been 29 victims, and the police have only just confirmed that it is the same perpetrator. It will be a long time before they catch him. Kim also adds, that is right, how can you find them with so little information? He suspiciously asks, Chief Kim, yes, did I used to exercise? He awkwardly confirms, you never exercised. Ji-hoon pauses, looking satisfied, at least I am still healthy, and my muscles are not too bad. Kim's eyes widen in panic. Master, is something wrong with you? He calmly orders, his face complex, Chief Kim, go home and check how much cash is left. Ji-hoon resolutely declares, I think I have to catch that guy. His face becomes uneasy. What, catch him how? He rubs his chin thoughtfully, muttering, the Gunsen pervert. And about that bastard. Ji-hoon smiles smugly, looking deranged. I know everything about him. Warm, yellowish street lights illuminate the road. Ji-hoon slowly gets out of the car. Master, you have arrived. He observes the scene before him and mutters, that is right. Dong-sudong is about to be redeveloped, right? Kim remains calm. Is that so? Sang-sudong next door was already very successful. Many things have changed in the neighborhood where I lived before I went to prison, in just 1 year. His eyes hold suspicion. Anyway, Master, as soon as you got out of the hospital, did you have anything to do in Dong-sudong? Ji-hoon raises an eyebrow, calmly replying. I have someone to find. Kim speaks steadily. What is the personal information of the person you are looking for? He strolls leisurely, looking indifferent. You do not need to worry about that. I will go take a look around and come back. He immediately urges, flustered, what? The master has not been awake for long. I am here beside him. Ji-hoon raises an eyebrow, sarcastically. Chief Kim, that is too much protection. There is really nothing wrong. Wait for me. Behind him, Kim is still hurrying to speak. Master, you have to answer the phone. He walks steadily. Phone, thank you. Newspaper pages appear frequently. Dong-sudong. Sooner or later there will be an unresolved case here, one of the cases not known to the world. Ji-hoon remembers the image of the suspect, muttering, why do I know about a case that even the police do not know about? His eyes are filled with complex emotions. Balbari. Ji-hoon darkly listens to Balbari continuing, because you told me directly. He is slightly proud, faintly feeling the smooth talker, Thanks to the boasting to the level of exploitation, everything seems to be solved easily. Ji-hoon suddenly stops, his eyes bewildered. He stood blankly in front of the shop. This is the pizza shop I worked at before I was arrested. Ji-hoon calmly enters before the enthusiastic invitation, welcome. He glanced over indifferently. What do you want to eat? He then muttered, chatting, it is the director I know. Ji-hoon suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes thoughtful. Director, do you know the deliverman Bae Min-soo? He then stopped. Who are you? Although I guessed it, but surely he does not know. He smiled gently, his voice bold. Yes, I heard he was driving a motorbike here. At this time, he walked into the store. I am back, he then muttered, Bae Min-soo. His eyes held a look of confusion. What did you say? My house only has one driver in the house. That one is here. Hey, why are you so late? He smiled. I am sorry. He continued to blame, with a dissatisfied tone. Because of you, he did not order it. I never had any orders. But anyway, I am not happy with the kid just riding a motorbike. Ji-hoon then said meaningfully, do you know about the murder of Hae-soo? He enthusiastically talked about what he heard. No one in Dong-sudong does not know. I heard the perpetrator was a deliverman at a Chinese restaurant. That place is gone. Because it is a business in the neighborhood, so anyway. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Park Han-dong, all situations are the same, but he is a deliverman at a Chinese restaurant. He turned to blame him, looking helpless. Hey, you also do not think about anything else and do a good job with the order. Do not act unreasonably like that kid from a Chinese restaurant. He enthusiastically continued, his eyes wide with confusion. I heard that the Chinese at the Chinese restaurant also grew up with brothers and sisters without parents. The kid does not know how grateful he is. The director trusts and gives the orphan a job. Ji-hoon's eyes immediately darkened, suppressing the dissatisfaction. The goddammit, that bastard. I thought that the whole life was tied up in an unfair way. He scratched his head shyly, awkwardly answering, thank you. He immediately placed his hand on his shoulder, his eyes meaningful. The director here does not pay on time, right? He then stopped. What? Ji-hoon calmly said, he told you to pay for the motorcycle repairs. Right behind him, the director panicked. What? Hello, what are you talking about? He generously pulled out a wad of cash. Even if it is not here, there are many places to work. Quit and find another job. He suspiciously accepted it, his face pale. Well, thank you. Ji-hoon paused, remembering, I used to talk about this with my family, on a sleepless night in prison. The smile of expectation in his memory flashed by. Will the good fortune that fits once in a lifetime come to us? Ji-hoon's mouth secretly smirked, telling himself, even if it is just once is fine. Hopefully, there will be a moment that changes my life. He stood blankly, his eyes sparkling with emotion. If you drink and eat pizza, you must buy it. He decisively bowed respectfully. Really, thank you. He casually waved his hand. Don't go hungry. Ji-hoon softly lamented, looking admiringly. Wow, I already gave that much money away, but the wallet is still full, as expected of Go Kwang's son, a real tycoon. He suddenly stopped when he heard a desperate cry, help me. Ji-hoon looked suspiciously into the dark night, screaming, could it be? His face became serious. It is finally starting. Wait a little longer and my throat is going to fall off. Balbari. Ji-hoon calmly analyzed the method of the crime. The kid is preparing shoes, hats, masks and gloves. He is someone that is always being thorough. His footsteps were becoming more urgent, pressing. His eyes were sharp, his expression resolute. The kid is really greedy after creating 30 victims from this case, and he got caught, but this time it will be a little difficult, kid. Ji-hoon stopped at a suspicious-looking package, cosmetics, window open a half, express delivery of weight loss medicine, only one person in the house on the card bill. His face was complicated, clearly around this area. Suddenly, Ji-hoon noticed the symbol drawn on the wall, found it, this kid's mark. He decisively kicked the door open. Two pairs of eyes immediately met. Ji-hoon stood frozen in place, his face complex. Balbari lunged to attack with a knife, but he quickly dodged. Ji-hoon's eyes were filled with horror. This crazy bastard. He quickly retreated backwards, using a knife unexpectedly, not sober enough. Ji-hoon calmly controlled the situation. Although it is slower than the previous body, the feeling is still there. The corner of his mouth smiled, his tone mocking. You're slower than I thought, Balbari. I am coming in. His eyes darkened, his expression crazed. You dog. Ji-hoon calmly faced the sharp knife. Not bad. He quickly grabbed Balbari, his hand clenched tightly. Ji-hoon summoned his strength and wrestled him to the ground. His eyes quickly observed. This guy is controlled the victim. Hey, are you okay? Ji-hoon turned his eyes to the nearby room, muttering, I can hear sounds from inside. His eyes were serious, his voice lowering to reassure. Come out, I said it clearly. Hey, are you okay? I will call the police. What is the address here? A trembling hand immediately tightened to stop Ji-hoon. Don't, he then replied haltingly. Okay. Esebom gritted her teeth. Her voice choked up. Police, do not call them. Ji-hoon paused. Why? She is telling me not to call the police, right? She hurriedly explained. Really, there is really nothing, so please do not report this. His face flickered uneasily. Even so, I still have to report it. The door was quickly closed. Seung tremblingly stood up, her face pale. It is all over. I will lock the door now, so do not worry. He coldly turned and left, his expression resolute. Even though this happened, she is still hesitant to report it. Is there a reason? That is right. Protect yourself well. Even so, I will report this to the police, even if I do not know why. Hearing this, her face was complex. If you do not report, there may be other victims like her. Esebom stubbornly begged, her voice choked up. Sorry, please forgive any shortcomings, but please do not report to the police. Really, thank you for understanding me. Ji-hoon sighed, his back heavily turned away. She lowered her voice, slowly speaking. If that is the case, then say you witnessed a suspicious person. Thank you for helping. He raised his eyebrow, his expression indifferent. Then I will go first. I will take this guy to the police station, huh? Ji-hoon's eyes suddenly stopped in shock. Hey. The door was flung open in front of him. Balbari, where did this kid go? He helplessly supported his forehead, looking disappointed. Damn it, the target was right in front of me. Ji-hoon's footsteps approached the box cutter. Is this Balbari's murder weapon? At this moment, Kim was calmly watching the phone. The puff adder is the snake that kills the most people in Africa. If bitten only once, there will be excessive sensitive bleeding. He hurriedly ran and shouted, Chief Kim, please come to the Swan police station immediately. He then jumped, trembling. Oh my god, it startled me so much. Why is the master's face injured? Ji-hoon then said in a deep voice, his eyes resolute. The details will be explained later, so for now let us go quickly. Opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. He raised the murder weapon and laughed smugly. I have to seize that opportunity. Balbari was surrounded by reporters. The sex predator in Swan, you had a whole month, a long period without any criminal activity. Have you changed? The corner of his mouth lifted, his expression provocative. A period without activity. Balbari laughed wildly, his murderous intent exploding. That is just because it is not interesting. His name was posted at the top of the newspapers. The most terrible serial rapist that shook the entire nation. The news, the Swan sex predator. The total number of victims has reached 30 people. In the car, Ji-hoon raised his eyebrow, gritting his teeth with frustration. Look at how he is bragging this time. It won't be so easy for you, you damned sex predator. A moment later, the car stopped by the road, the place where I started my unfair prison days 20 years ago. Kim immediately announced, we are here, young master. He calmly faced the police station. Chief Kim, you should stay out here, even though time has passed. This place is still so cold. At the Violent Crimes Unit 2, shouting was heard. Damn it. Kam Jang was dissatisfied with the computer screen, gritting his teeth. You said this was a video. A burst of anger erupted, his eyes filled with anger. Shouldn't it be clear enough to determine whether it is a person or not? I told them to change the CCTV footage, Inspector. Ji-hoon said in a deep voice. They told me to come to Violent Crimes Unit 2 to provide clues about the Swan sex predator. Is this the place? Kam Jang immediately turned around. Nodding, yes, you have come to the right place. Clues about the Swan sex predator. So what do you have? He decisively handed over the murder weapon. I saw a suspicious man near the Moror Pizza District at Dong-Sudong. He dropped a knife and quickly ran away, and he looked very suspicious. His eyes were searching, muttering, it is pretty rusty, huh? First, thank you for this clue. That is what a law-abiding citizen should do. Kam Jang's face became serious, his expression suspicious. From a law-abiding citizen, a civilian reporting a specific person just for carrying a knife. His eyes turned to Ji-hoon with a probing look. The Swan sex predator case definitely does not have much information. There is something suspicious about this person. Kam Jang decisively said, is it okay if I take your contact information? He kept his expression indifferent. Of course, suddenly a desperate cry was heard, Inspector Kong. We have big trouble. There is something strange about yesterday's jewelry store robbery. Ji-hoon suddenly stopped, his face complex. Kam Jang spoke sternly, what is all the noise about? His expression became tired. The case definitely just happened yesterday, but after tracing the perpetrator's DNA. That guy went to prison 1 year ago. He stood there calmly listening. A jewelry store. The perpetrator's DNA was imprisoned. This case is definitely. Investigation documents appeared one by one. That is right. I remember this case. I studied this case quite a while ago when I was in prison. Ji-hoon calmly said, his voice firm, could it be that they are identical twins? He continued to state his opinion, his expression resolute. If they are twins, if one of them went to prison first, and the other committed the crime outside, then would not they have an alibi? He hesitated. That makes sense, but identical twins are very rare, and the chance of both having criminal tendencies is also extremely low, Kam Jang said resolutely. It is too early to conclude. There is also that possibility. Sorry, are you serious? Ji-hoon decisively turned around and left. That is all that is needed. They will find a way to prove it. Behind him, he loudly assigned Junior, you go to the local stations and check immediately. Yes. His footsteps suddenly stopped, his tone meaningful, speaking of which. Ji-hoon looked around. Inspector, is Inspector Ong-gu here? Kam Jang then paused. Inspector Ong-gu. Hearing this, his eyes immediately became complex. He transferred to the drug investigation unit last year. Ji-hoon cursed softly, a burst of anger exploding. The bastard who framed me in Jesus' case. After handling a big case, he transferred to another unit not long after. Ong-gu smiled wildly for a moment. He paused, his eyes suspicious. No matter what I think, this is very strange. Maybe there is something I do not know. Suddenly, a hesitant voice rang out. Sorry. Min Jun bowed and panted, muttering, it is so good, you are still here. He said hastily, his eyes disbelieving, after checking the local offices, it is true, that guy really is a twin. Min Jun smiled sincerely, his eyes filled with admiration. Thank you, you contributed greatly to arresting the perpetrator. Ji-hoon's face had complex emotions. Looking at this young inspector makes me remember the dream I could not imagine. He quickly pulled out the card and gave it. Swan Police Station, Violent Crimes Unit 1, CO Min Jun. Call me if you need any help. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted. Ji-hoon calmly put out his cigarette. But I have the opportunity to change reality. I am fine. He casually left, his expression firm. I have my own way. Kam Jang then sighed, his eyes still in shock. That guy was completely right. His face had a suspicious look. I have a strange feeling that I will meet that guy quite often later. Night fell. Heavy footsteps slowly approached. Ho-won stood in front of the locker with a doubtful expression. He suddenly stopped, speechless. Ho-Yuen's eyes held complex emotions. A cashier's check, a check. He carefully examined it. There is no name on the letter. Ho-won raised his eyebrow, his expression firm. There is only one answer left, then, I won't do anything from now on. Heavy footsteps are approaching. As expected, you are very smart.
Ji-hoon slightly smirked, casually approaching. Hello, Oun.
He stood frozen in place, his face pale. Scene change, at a nearby cafe. Ho-Yuen's eyes held suspicion, his tone hesitant. So, how do you know my name and address? He raised his eyebrow, his eyes meaningful. What is wrong? I do not know either. You won't believe me if I tell you, he then retorted. If you do not tell me, I won't work. Ji-hoon helplessly sighed. This kid, anyway, you said you would not do anything. He carefully observed, pausing, Ho-won, codenamed Architect. He is a genius hacker. For someone who specializes in looking for people's information, he is probably worried about his information being leaked. Ji-hoon decisively said, his expression indifferent, your name on the name tag is Kim Ho-won. Ho-won resolutely pushed the check back. Thank you for the tea, goodbye, cashier's check. Even as he left, he was still calmly enjoying his tea. You are doing this for your mother, right? Ho-Yuen's eyes became panicked. Who are you? Ji-hoon paused, muttering, of course I know, I was in prison with you for years. Memories like faint puzzle pieces appeared. Ho-won started earning money from middle school. His first case was hacking the phone of a cheating husband. His happy smile flashed by, and surprisingly, he gave 50,000 won to his mother. He wanted to be praised by his mother. Lashes of the whip fell cruelly, but in return, there was only reproach from her, saying that if a child earns money without working, there is no doubt that the money is illegal. The fire burned away the child's innocence. It was a wonderful thing from his mother, and on that day, Ho-won burned that pile of money as if to atone. The corner of Ji-hoon's mouth lifted slightly. Now then, has his genius instinct disappeared? He must be secretly planning the job again. Somehow, I know you pretty well. Ho-won angrily questioned, his expression suspicious. But why are you looking for me? If your skills are so good, you should solve your own problems. He then smiled shyly. I do not know how to use a computer. Ji-hoon's face had a complex expression. He turned, his tone indifferent. There is nothing difficult. I just want you to find someone for me. He resolutely refused. That is what you say, but that amount of money is too much for such an easy job. Ho-won suddenly stopped, his face bewildered. You can be proud of this case, sorry. Ji-hoon softly moved his lips, his eyes resolute, this time. His face was shocked for a moment, sweating profusely, it is to save other lives. Scene change, the lively and vibrant sounds of the city at night. The luxurious yacht slowly moved. Inside the cabin, guests were slowly raising their glasses. Thank you very much for being here tonight. Thanks to everyone, Gunbeak, and the Republic of South Korea can be prosperous as it is today. Seha stood on a high platform, declaring loudly, for our fatherland, the Republic of South Korea. Everyone raised their glasses, toasting. Among the crowd, Kim softly lamented, I never thought I would see the eldest young master participating in extracurricular activities. It is so touching. Ji-hoon raised his eyebrow. His face complex, it is not like I volunteered. An invitation was pushed over, you said you would not continue living like before, so from now on, you have to be self-reliant. Dayman said firmly, his tone stern, this is a meeting of the next generation of people who will lead the Republic of South Korea. Go there and show your face. He then sighed, he said that, so for the future I am here. Ji-hoon turned his eyes to the crowd with confusion, but it really seems like there are only young people here, he then explained. That is right. Today's party is the inauguration of Chairman Nam Seha, the heir to the Gunbeak Construction Company. Kim's eyes became uneasy, his tone hesitant. Before that, eldest young master, today the second young master is also here, so please be careful, he then paused, second young master. The two suddenly turned their eyes to where the deep rough voice came from. So if you lead the Go-kwang group, then you will be no different from the chairman, Min-guk. Min-guk laughed heartily, his voice firm, of course, I am sure my father will finally trust me more than my brother. Ji-hoon paused, thinking that bastard, Go-kwang group's second young master, Go Min-guk, he arrogantly raised his head, his eyes meaningful, you should all choose carefully. It is not yet known whose hands the real power will fall into. Beside him, she hesitated to advise, Brother Min-guk, you are speaking too loud, lower your voice a little. Min-guk decisively flicked his hand, his voice tart. I am CEO Go Min-guk of the Go-kwang group, what is wrong with you? Amidst the excitement, he darkly calculated, just by looking at him, everyone knows what kind of person he is, he only knows how to cause trouble, the host also seems to be troubled. Should I show my face? Ji-hoon decisively mocked, Big brother, come on, being a CEO and acting like this, are not you ashamed? His eyes then widened, gritting his teeth, what, who dares to say that? He approached, each word having the potential to be hurtful, you must set an example, it is such a pity for Go-kwang, and also, to be honest, you look so pathetic. Ji-hoon gritted his teeth, his tone provocative, following my brother's example, Daehan's example, so pathetic. Min-guk's face darkened, his expression deranged, you son of a bitch, me pathetic, what did I do wrong, how dare you? He decisively stood up, his fist ready to swing down, Go Jin-hun, you bastard, how dare you look down on me? She hurriedly advised, Brother Min-guk, calm down. Min-guk turned, cursing madly, why are you always stopping me? She decisively poured the drink directly on his head, I can't take it anymore, I am tired of your attitude. Then she quickly left, gritting her teeth, what a fucking prick. Ji-hoon hesitated to say, but, you said he has been bullying you since you were a kid, is not this refreshing? Kim turned, smiling excitedly, it is true that I feel great. His face held complex emotions, young master, wait for me. Kim awkwardly spoke, let me answer the phone first, he then calmly replied, go ahead. Ji-hoon's eyes flickered with doubt, thinking, why is he suddenly so flustered, does he secretly have a girlfriend or something? Scene change, Kim respectfully bowed, second young master, you said you had something to say, so I came here. Min-guk decisively threw the bottle at him. He helplessly stood amidst the chatter, second young master, this is bad, I knew it, the eldest young master is the heir to Go-kwang, right? Min-guk's eyes widened in frustration, his expression deranged, what the hell is going on, how did the situation get like this? Ji-hoon coldly left, his tone indifferent, okay, let us go, a hasty shout rang out, young master, are you okay? His face became distorted with anger, he hissed, go Ji-hoon. Outside the cabin, the space was silent. Kim spoke hastily, looking uneasy, eldest young master, why did you do that just now, what are you going to do now, what if the second young master retaliates? His eyes were thoughtful, that is right, having too many enemies is also very tiring, eldest young master, are you listening, if Go Min-guk decides to block my path? I won't be able to comfortably catch that pervert. Min-guk became uncontrollable, his expression deranged, Director Kim, you son of a bitch, did you tell Ji-hoon to mess with me? He paused, his tone hesitant, what do you mean, he smirked, playing dumb, huh? Then, Min-guk continued to attack Kim madly. He turned his sharp eyes over, his tone sarcastic. Director Kim, why do you have to make it so difficult? No matter how hard I try, I still can't figure it out. Min-guk clenched the bottle on his hand. He grabbed his hair and pulled him back. A kid who fell into the water and barely survived, is now participating in outside activities, and even publicly criticized me in front of everyone. What is the reason? Kim said resolutely, his expression hurried. You know this, second young master, you can't do this. Min-guk gritted his teeth. Of course, I know I should not do this. The sharp glass pointed straight at him. Be careful, Director Kim, it will hurt a lot. Suddenly, an arm decisively reached out to block it. What do you think you are doing? Se-ha angrily questioned, his face cold. I am very disappointed. Go Min-guk, I never thought you would be so lost. What, is not it Go Ji-hoon? He then smirked, his eyes cruel. Se-ha, you must be very surprised. You should not have heard such a horrifying thing. Min-guk decisively threw a punch. You bastard, you are my bodyguard. If you think I am crossing the line, then you should stop me. What are you doing? Then he turned around, his face distorted with madness. I apologize for ruining today's party. He shuddered for a moment, muttering, this person is too dangerous. His eyes are really crazy. Oh my god, you really are so amazing. Ji-hoon immediately appeared, his face cold. I do not know why, you keep acting rude in a place like this. A surprised cry exclaimed, Brother Ji-hoon. He slowly started cracking his knuckles. I have to teach you a lesson. Ji-hoon slightly shook his head, his tone firm. This won't do, let me teach you a lesson, big brother. Min-guk immediately changed his face, his eyes widened. You. He angrily threw a punch to attack. Go Ji-hoon, you son of a bitch. Across from him, he was still watching indifferently. Ji-hoon powerfully threw a slap that made Min-guk stagger back. What the? His face was horrified, unable to believe you. He calmly said, his tone stern, Go Min-guk, this is the last time, lower your eyes. Min-guk's face immediately turned pale, his spine chilled. What is this feeling of fear? I have never felt like this before. His eyes became panicked. I did not think he was the original Go Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon slowly approached, whispering a warning. That is right, good job. From now on, every time you see me, you have to keep that posture. He casually glanced over with complex emotions. Se-he at this moment was collapsing in pain. Nam Se-ha, he must have been seriously injured just now. I have to treat his wounds first. Min-guk's eyes suddenly changed. He ran forward madly, his expression angry. I am Go Min-guk, the heir of Go Kwang, you son of a bitch. Ji-hoon calmly turned around, as expected. He casually dodged, causing Min-guk to fall into the deep sea. Go wash your face with cold water to wake up. Ji-hoon raised an eyebrow, his expression icy. There were a lot of people watching, so he went easy on him. He screamed like a maniac, seething with murderous intent. Go Ji-hoon. Kim turned back, his voice hesitant. Well then, young master, let me take Nam Se-ha to the hospital first. It is an emergency. Can you get home on your own? He calmly said, I am fine. Don't worry about me. Just go quickly. He quickly left. I understand. See you later, sir. Ji-hoon sighed softly, feeling relieved. For now, things should be okay. On the boat, everyone started chattering. What happened? That Gagwang guy must have fallen into the water. But I heard Nam Se-ha was bleeding. He answered the phone casually. That should keep Go Min-guk quiet for a while. A phone call. Hello, I am listening. The voice on the other end spoke softly. Hello, is that Ji-hoon? This is Ho-an. Go ahead. He resolutely stated, his voice firm. I have found the information you wanted. Ji-hoon's eyes flickered, murderous intent flaring. Here it comes. The pervert. Ji-hoon answered the phone, and the voice on the other end quickly spoke. The person you asked me about, the sexual predator, I have found him. Hearing this, he was amazed. He found him with so little information. Ho-an was rapidly typing on the computer keyboard with one hand, while leisurely sipping a drink with the other. His name is Lee Young-tae, around 35 years old, and he works part-time at a factory. He is married and lives in Swan, has no children, and his wife has mild intellectual disabilities. He continued to speak in a calm voice even though Ji-hoon did not answer. I found a few women receiving disability benefits. I won't explain much because I have said too much for today. Hearing this, he did not criticize but secretly praised him. He is really smart. Investigating a wife is easier than investigating him. Ji-hoon started walking, finally speaking, well done. There must be a lot of people with the same name. Hoan on the other end did not hesitate to answer, "It is all because I am getting paid by you. It would be easier if you came and saw it directly." Hearing that, he hung up the phone. He knew all the important information, now he just had to wait for the time to act. Ji-hoon looked outside at the crowded people rushing around and muttered to himself, "All right, let us get ready." The all-rounder thief Ha-sung. He told me about some things to use to steal stuff. That morning, Ji-hoon wore casual clothes, held a picture in his hand, and muttered, he always said he could steal anything except a woman's heart. I thought he was a grumpy guy, but it seems not. He walked down the stairs step by step. Why is this place so hard to find? On the other side, the smart devices were all operating at full capacity. Yong-san was diligently soldering, humming a tune. Ji-hoon's image appeared on the TV screen. "Hello, are you there, old man?" He looked at the camera and introduced himself, "I am a friend of Ha-sung." On the other side, a voice replied, "What do I usually call him?" Ji-hoon immediately answered without thinking, "You call him a bum." Finally, he was able to enter his area. Ji-hoon's eyes flashed with amazement. "Damn it, Ha-sung told me about this place, but it is really overwhelming." Yongsan suddenly spoke, startling him a bit, "I have never seen him with a handsome guy like you." He bluntly pushed up his black glasses, his attitude a bit annoyed. "I guess you are not here for money. What do you want, Boss Ju aka, Old Man Yongsan?" Suddenly, the faces of the two men flashed in Ji-hoon's mind. He said the two were not related, but they looked too much alike. Yongsan started to get impatient with his stare. "What are you looking at? I am asking you, young man." At this moment, Ji-hoon snapped out of it. "That is right, I came here for a reason." He calmly opened his mouth. "The reason I came here is too obvious." Hearing this, he was even more puzzled. Ji-hoon, with a calm expression, spouted out dangerous requests. "I came to buy stuff from you. A micro-tracker, a listening device, and a 60,000-volt stun gun." Yongsan sat there with his arms crossed, a little annoyed at hearing those requests. "Are you crazy? Do you know how much that stuff costs? It is not cheap at all." Immediately, a thick stack of money appeared in front of him. His voice rang out calmly, 100,000. Ji-hoon smiled gently, the stack of money still in the same place. "Just say the word if you need more." Seeing this scene, he secretly assessed him, "Look at this guy." Turning around, Yongsan immediately took out a small, compact device with a glowing green. "Here you go." He looked at the stun gun in his hand and broke out in a sweat. "Crazy." His voice also rang out, "I have been shocked by that before." "Huh, what do you mean?" Ji-hoon picked up his bag, turned and walked away without looking back. "All right, I will be going now." He did not forget to say hello to Ha-sung for me. Yongsan looked at Ji-hoon's back and thought to himself, so, he is a friend of Ha-sung. He swiped on his phone. Personal information, the faces of each person appeared one by one. Let us see, Lee Young-tae, 35 years old, part-time factory worker. Lee Young-tae, 34 years old, part-time factory worker. Ji-hoon was sure that one of these was the sexual predator. He tried to remember the face of that despicable guy. I wish I could have seen his face back then. It was too dark, so I could not see clearly. He muttered softly, "M." Suddenly, Ji-hoon's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in surprise. His finger covered half of the person's face in the phone. Found him. Hoan sat in front of 3 computer screens, filled with dense lines of code. The phone rang, and he immediately answered it. "Hello." The other end excitedly said, "It is me, Ji-hoon. He is the last person on the list you sent me." Hoan asked in a calm tone, "Great, you found him. What are you going to do now?" Ji-hoon slowly replied, "I will explain." His slender finger reached out and pressed the doorbell. A questioning voice rang out from the speaker at the doorbell. "Who is it?" Ji-hoon, wearing a staff uniform and a beaming face, began to greet, "Hello, I am from the welfare center. I am here to give out fruit and provide free checkup services for the people we donate to." A woman opened the door, with a mole right under her mouth. "Fruit." He was about to say more here, when she snatched the basket of fruit from Ji-hoon. "Come in." As soon as his blue eyes entered the house, he observed everything around him. She walked away, without any guard up. "Is this all?" Ji-hoon behind her smiled smugly when he saw the shoes on the shelf. "Those shoes look familiar." She sat down in front of the TV, unconcerned. Just do what you want, I will watch TV. Seeing this scene, he secretly rejoiced. As expected, she is just eating fruit. There is no sign that she has intellectual disabilities. Ji-hoon lifted his uniform, took out the listening device, his face a little wicked. Now, let us begin. He installed the listening device in the room and came out with a bright face. She did not pay any attention. Madam, the house is so clean, I do not have to do much. Ji-hoon turned and walked away, his face full of anticipation. Everything's fine, goodbye madam. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he pressed his earpiece, muttering, I have installed it. Ji-hoon walked down the hallway, his hands in his pockets, in a leisurely pose. There is a signal. Now for the next step. He calculated in his head, everything depends entirely on me. He must have changed targets. Ji-hoon thought hard, sweating. The staff hat was taken off. Think, his criminal record. Memories of that night flashed through his head like lightning. Ji-hoon smirked, but the smile did not reach his eyes. That is right, it is him. A pot of delicious food, steaming hot, was placed on the table. Let us eat, an excited voice replied, my favorite. The person who spoke was Lee Young-tae, a part-time factory worker. It is so good, I love this dish. The other voice replied a little sadly, this is the least I can do for you. He took a few bites and stood up abruptly. The food is great, but I have to go now. The woman with a mole under her mouth was a little worried. So late, where are you going? Young-tae put on his coat, as if he really had something urgent. I have an emergency. Hearing this, she was upset. What is so troublesome? His hand reached out and took the shoes on the shelf. Young-tae bent down and tied his shoelaces, his voice both resigned and helpless. There is no other choice. I work for them. She could only stand there silently seeing him off. Be careful, it is dark. Behind that diligent worker disguise, Young-tae was a devil, his face devoid of humanity. Of course. Ho-an on this side heard his words loud and clear. It will take a while. He informed Ji-hoon, he is moving. He stood high up, observing with binoculars. I see him. He put down the binoculars. Now I have to go too. I trust your tracking. He is moving. In his heart, Ji-hoon secretly prayed, do your job. Young-tae looked at his hand, which was still bandaged, and trembled. Damn it, my hand still hurts because of that bastard. He remembered the scene of being beaten and broke out in a cold sweat. I have to take a month off because of him. Young-tae cursed angrily, damn it, son of a bitch. After venting his anger, he put on that lewd look and licked his lips. Whatever. Young-tae reached out and touched the mark he had left on the wall. He was so hungry that his mouth watered. I am going to let everything go. Young-tae's hand quickly grabbed a bra from the clothesline. As a habit, he brought the stolen item to his nose and sniffed, his eyes filled with intoxication. Inside the house, Young-tae's sniffing could be heard clearly, and someone washing dishes had to stop. The girl with long black hair pondered at the strange noises outside her house. Suddenly, the window of her house was thrown open, he skillfully climbed in. Seeing her, Young-tae rejoiced. Still not asleep, and she exclaimed in shock. Seeing his perverted face, she screamed loudly, who are you, help me. Young-tae was like he had been injected with stimulants. So cute. Do you want to play hide and seek? He pulled out a knife from somewhere, scaring her into falling to the floor. I have prepared everything for this moment. Don't make things complicated, okay, she stammered you. Suddenly, the door to the room next to Young-tae was slammed shut with great speed.
Sure.
Harry.
The wooden door slammed into his face, causing Young-tae to stumble back with such force that his nose bled. He covered his bleeding nose and shouted angrily, what the hell, you little bitch? Young-tae stood up and immediately threw the door open, gritting his teeth. I was going to take it easy, but it seems you do not want to, do you? Who are you? But she had disappeared, only empty space in front of him. He called out in that perverted voice again, where are you, hey? Young-tae stuck out his tongue, his eyes searched around and immediately caught sight of a tall figure standing next to him. Young-tae's face turned pale. Ji-hoon, with sharp eyes and an icy expression, observed him. Do you know how predictable you are? Ji-hoon rubbed his arm and looked at Young-tae lying on the floor. You are really predictable. Remember my face. He was extremely panicked, his face ashen. Who are you? Finally, Young Tae remembered the person who had injured him that day. It was him. He was shocked, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Ji-hoon. You. The girl with long black hair who had hidden in the closet also came out. Sexual assaulter. Young Tae could not understand, and was stunned. How did things turn out like this? He slowly stood up, tightening the knife in his hand. Why does this guy always find me? Young Tae threatened casually, taking small steps towards Ji-hoon. It does not matter. I just need to kill both of you. He replied casually, come on then. He was furious, quickly rushing forward in an out-of-control manner. Don't pretend to be cool with me. Let us see if you dare to talk like that when you have a hole in your body. A slash came out, and Ji-hoon quickly ducked to dodge it. Suddenly he spoke, surprising Young Tae a bit. The knife has not even been put away yet, and you do not hesitate to hurt others. Ji-hoon delivered 3 full punches straight into his stomach up to his face, causing Young Tae to lean back with the force. His strength was so great that the sound of Young Tae's bones cracking could be heard. With this thought, it is much better. Ji-hoon was about to give him another punch. Now it is just self-defense. Young Tae gritted his teeth, his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Another punch to his face caused Young Tae's face to turn to one side. This guy is not ordinary, he is a fighter. His entire body hit the wall, his body battered. I can't beat him. Suddenly, Young Tae looked to his side and saw a bag of powder that was still intact. He sat there, lying still, as if planning something. Ji-hoon was smug. What is wrong? Are you helpless now? Young Tae did not say anything, just laughed. He was a little annoyed. What the hell are you laughing at? Young Tae stuck out his tongue again and screamed, what the hell are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, come here and eat it. Hearing this, Ji-hoon just turned his head and scratched his head. He did not hesitate to step forward, even intending to kick him again. I have to give you a few more hits to be enough. Young Tae did not flinch, but instead grinned like he had won the lottery. He grabbed the bag of powder and started throwing it around, causing white powder to fly all over the room. Take this. Ji-hoon stood helplessly in the middle of the hazy white dust. Another petty trick. Suddenly, one side of him flashed, attracting Ji-hoon's attention. A sharp blade stabbed over, but luckily he dodged it. But Ji-hoon had to lose some blood because of his negligence. He waved his hand, brushing away the white dust. Over here. A slash on the thigh, and before Ji-hoon could react, another slash on his arm. Young Tae hid in the dust, sneering. Why are you punching the air like that? Ji-hoon tried to keep a cool head and started to get serious. Damn it, he has figured me out. Quickly think of a way to get out of this. Inside the locked room, a hurried voice rang out, turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Sweat dripped down onto the floor, creating popping sounds. Min-soo was exercising, and his fellow inmate was giving instructions, lift your leg high, or those guys will be in trouble. 20 years ago, Swan Prison, he was exercising with a feeling of unremitting anger. Bang Manguk, you son of a bitch. I have learned one thing from this place. A veteran prisoner punched a prisoner with orange hair in the stomach. Stand still, you guys are too free these days. His pupils contracted as he glanced to one side. He had noticed Min-soo, who was laughing and talking with other prisoners. Suddenly, he called the prisoner he had just punched. He revealed a sinister look, ordering, go to the warden and get me a drink, just say I need it. Hearing this, he trembled. Overwhelming power can crush the rulers. In the prison cell, cheers rang out again, turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Min-soo lay on the bed, motionless as if he was fast asleep. But as the shadow approached him, Min-soo's dark eyes immediately opened and looked at him. In the dark, he wrapped a sock around a can of Pepsi and swung it towards him. Ji-hoon, with eyes full of anger, punched Young Tae in the face, and blood gushed out like rain. He put on a triumphant and contemptuous look. You think I am easy to take down? I spent 20 years living in prison. Both of Young Tae's hands grabbed Ji-hoon's leg. Wait. He was as cowardly as a little puppy and started begging, spare me, please spare me. I will never do it again, I have a sick wife at home.
Ji-hoon grabbed Young Tae's collar.
That is right, you have a sick wife at home, I understand your situation. His face turned pale, as if there was no blood left when he heard his cold voice. But that is your problem. The stun gun finally appeared in Ji-hoon's hand. Say hello to Mr. Electric Shock. What about the victims who have suffered because of you? His eyes coldly watched the scene, his ears deafened by Young T's miserable cries. I am sorry, please, I will never do it again. He was shocked in his sensitive area with a stun gun, screaming miserably as if no one would save him. In that dark night, without a moon or a star, curses rang out from that house, damn it. 2 police officers were horrified at Young T's misery. He is a sexual offender, I think. So why does he look like this, that is? A man came up and asked the police officer who was on guard, what happened? He honestly replied, though a little hesitant, Detective, a citizen caught a sexual offender but... He trembled and reported, his genitals have been completely crushed. Cam Jang, from the Swan Police Station's Crime Prevention Unit 2, was startled when he heard this. What, so where is that citizen? He pointed to Ji-hoon. He is drinking hot chocolate over there. Seeing that figure, Cam Jang thought to himself, he looks familiar. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I am from the Swan Police Station. I was informed that you caught a violent offender. Suddenly, Cam Jang brought his face close to him, pointing his finger at Ji-hoon. You are. Kim sat on the chair, but his hands and feet were never still. What should I do? He rested his chin on his hand with a calm expression, but his heart was not calm at all. This is a problem, a big problem. Ji-hoon walked out of the police station, and Kim hurriedly shouted, What are you doing, young master, young master? He calmly greeted, Director Kim, you have arrived, and he was sweating profusely. Yes, we have to go back immediately, the boss is looking for you. Immediately, Ji-hoon thought of his stepmother. Did he hear about me, however? Looking at Min Guk's smug look, next to him was someone who glanced at him with uncomfortable eyes. Dayman's face was as if he had just eaten a fly. He growled, What the hell are you doing? Ji-hoon knew something was wrong when he saw this scene. The man saw Ji-hoon enter and said, What the hell are you doing? What is with this look? Suddenly, the man was startled, thinking something's wrong. The other man greeted, Long time no see, go Ji-hoon. Hearing the greeting, he was startled, thinking, Who is this? Dae-han, holding a cup of coffee, looked at him. He frowned and said, And what is with this disheveled look? Did you get into a fight on the street or something? Ji-hoon thought, the eldest son of the Gagwang group, Go Dae-han. He looked at Dae-han and nodded, thinking to himself, he often goes on business trips abroad, so it is hard to see him directly. Although those are words of concern, I still feel something steely in his voice. Ji-hoon pulled out a chair and greeted, Yes, hello. Dae-han replied, Sit down. He awkwardly thought, the reason the atmosphere here is tense is clear. It was unusually silent all around. Ji-hoon looked at the 2 awkward people in the room and thought, these 2 must have caused trouble for the entire police station. A man spoke, Explain yourself. Didn't you say you wanted to become a police officer? She turned her head in astonishment. Min Guk was also startled, his eyes surprised, thinking, a police officer. Chief Kim stood behind him, his face with a shocked expression, and could not help but wonder, what, a police officer, someone who does not even dare to leave the room wants to become what? The man put his chopsticks down on the table and said, I did not think your intention was to go around and cause trouble like this. Dae-man's face was extremely angry. He questioned Ji-hoon, Isn't everything at the police station enough? Now you want to make others helpless. When will you be satisfied? Or will you only be happy when your father dies of anger? Ji-hoon was a little annoyed and sighed inwardly, I knew it. He ignored the important things again. He answered, I think you are misunderstanding something. His eyes narrowed. Ji-hoon retorted, he is a sexual offender. My actions are justified because he is a sex criminal and more importantly, he threatened me with a knife. She frowned and looked at him, her voice full of questioning. You seem completely sure he is a criminal. How can you be so sure? You act like you know everything, you are very suspicious. She continued, and I also heard that you caused trouble at Nam Siha's inauguration ceremony at the Gunbeak construction site. Ji-hoon was surprised. What? Dae-man coughed a few times and asked him, I heard that too, why did you get into a fight on such an important day? Ji-hoon narrowed his eyes, thinking, he did it again. Ji-hoon looked at Min Guk trying to hold back his laughter. He thought, what an idiot, I am not even surprised. After thinking, he coughed a few times to attract attention. Ji-hoon stood up and began to speak, Thank you for worrying about me, but let me speak. He put his hand on the table, his eyes determined, promising them, I promise you, I won't let you get involved in the aftermath of this incident again. Then Ji-hoon deliberately said loudly, and the incident at Gunbeak was because I wanted to stop my brother from stabbing Director Kim and Nam Siha. As soon as Min Guk heard this, he slammed the table and angrily said, "Nonsense, when did I do that?" Ji-hoon took out his phone, confidently exposing him. "As a representative of Gagwang, you should not do such thoughtless things in public. Don't you believe me? Then try calling the Gunbeak construction director and see." Min Guk gritted his teeth, looking at Ji-hoon's provocative eyes, and cursed angrily in his heart. "Go Ji-hoon, I thought he was a crazy bastard, but he really is a venomous snake." Ji-hoon looked at his phone and thought to himself, "By the way, it is time for him to call me." Day-man asked the man standing next to him, "What is with that commotion?" he said. "Reporters are waiting for you outside." Day-man lifted the curtain and wondered, how many people are enough for this commotion in a few days? Looking down, there was a crowd of reporters like ants and camera flashes blinking continuously. Day-man exclaimed in surprise, What the hell is going on?" A call from the police chief came to the phone. He answered the phone and greeted, "Long time no see, Chief of Police." The police chief on the other end happily replied, "Oh my Director Go, it has been a long time, how have you been?" Moon Gap continued, "I am calling because I heard." He smiled lightly and continued, "Your son caught a sexual offender." Dayman frowned and suddenly thought, so he really did. He looked at Chief Kim, who was excitedly shaking Ji-hoon, and said, "Young master, why do you want to become a police officer?" Dayman wondered in his head, "Caught that notorious criminal." Moon Gap smiled lightly and added, "That is why I have a proposal for your son. Everything will be more interesting when your son becomes a police officer after catching that criminal, right?" Dayman thought, "I think he wants to recruit Ji-hoon and have him join the police force to end this slow case neatly." The police chief frowned slightly when he heard Dayman's reply. "The proposal is too sudden, let me think about it and reply to you later." After hanging up the phone, his face was a little troubled. He thought to himself, "Ji-hoon, you are really starting to change." Outside, the sky was dawning. The driver in the car reported, "Chairman, we will be there in 10 minutes." Ji-hoon and Dayman were sitting in the back, and he replied, "Okay." He turned to Ji-hoon and said, "Ji-hoon, I am sure you know what the situation is like at the company." He replied, "I heard everything is fine." "That is right, our sales are skyrocketing after signing an exclusive contract with Amazon." Dayman continued, "I am thinking, you donated the crime-fighting reward money under the name of Gagwang, right? Why are you standing in the name of Gagwang?" He was surprised when he heard Ji-hoon's reply, "Because I want to promote Gagwang's image as a socially responsible, exemplary, and environmentally friendly organization." He looked at his father and explained, "Once it is established, it is very difficult to change the company's image." He smiled and thought, "I understand, that sounds good." Then he said, "I was the first person at Gagwang to believe that the standard 25-inch TVs for American households should also be sold in Korea. Everyone was skeptical and said that our company would not meet the expectations of traditional Korean households." Dayman told him, "Anyway, my opinion is still the same. There is no progress without failure. When your grandfather was chairman, he told me." He smiled and recounted, "Just do it, my job is to create opportunities for you. That day was the day your grandfather was the coolest in my eyes." Dayman looked at him and softly called, "Ji-hoon." His eyes affectionately looked at Ji-hoon and encouraged him, "I will give you a chance, so if you have a dream, make it a reality." The car stopped and the driver's voice rang out, "We have arrived." As soon as the two got out of the car, the reporters surrounded them and asked questions. "Here it is, this way look, Go Ji-hoon is walking next to him. How do you feel about your third son wanting to become a police officer, Mr. Go Ji-hoon, tell us about that day." Ji-hoon thought to himself, "It seems like my post-traumatic stress disorder is coming again." The enormous curiosity of these reporters, "I really have become the son of a large corporation." The manager said loudly, "Please clear the way for us." The figure of a woman ran past, along with a shout from behind, "Stop, please wait a moment." Ji-hoon looked at the woman standing in front of him in surprise. He asked curiously, "Who are you?" The woman said, "I am the mother of a victim of sexual assault." The pitiful woman cried and recounted the pain of her child. "My child has locked herself in her room. She does not eat or sleep as if she is waiting for the Grim Reaper to take her away." Ji-hoon was surprised when he heard the woman continue. However, she found a signal to live. After hearing the news, she cried very loudly. The woman cried and thanked him. "Thank you for helping my child." Ji-hoon was stunned when he heard her excitedly say, "Came back to life." He looked at the crying woman in front of him and thought to himself, that was the first time. He smiled in his heart, feeling happy, the first time I have received something after getting out of prison. Ji-hoon stood up straight, looking at the woman with a happy expression. He thought, and I finally achieved my dream. Dayman looked at him with pride. The command rang out, attention. The sound of greetings rang out in unison. He stood straight and raised his hand to greet, feeling happy in his heart. I have become a police officer. On the stairs, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Ji-hoon coughed a few times, wearing his police uniform. Someone came in and greeted, "You are here." Young-woo looked at him and asked, "Why are not you coming in? Did you commit a crime?" He is Hwang Young-woo, the leader of the Violent Crimes Unit 2. He stepped forward and grabbed the doorknob, saying, "I will go in first if you do not come in." Ji-hoon's eyes lit up when he saw the scene behind the door. In the office, the lively voices of people talking rang out. "Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Who do we have here? A rookie, you guys, do not gather around." Ji-hoon thought as he walked in, this is where everything begins. Around him, people were talking about him. He is so handsome. Why did he come here with that face? But I think I have met him a few times. That sexual assault case, right? The third son of Gogwang, right? Ji-hoon stood up straight in a serious voice. "Hello, seniors." He thought, and also the place where I start working. Swan Police Station. A curious police officer asked. A rookie, Mongdu, from the police academy, replied, "The rookie you were talking about." Mongdu stood up with a smile and greeted, "Nice to meet you, Hubinim. I am Sungjun." Kamjang turned to look and asked, "Who is that?" Seeing Ji-hoon, he pointed at him and exclaimed, "The sexual assault case, long time no see." He also smiled and replied, "Thank you for telling the captain about me." Mongdu turned to his captain, Young-woo, curiously and asked, "Captain, what does he mean?" He looked and explained, "Mongdu, do not you know Go Ji-hoon? He is the one who caught the sexual offender." A voice exclaimed, "Cool." Hearing the captain speak, Mongdu put his arm around Ji-hoon's shoulder and excitedly said, "So you are the apostle of justice, the one who caught the sexual offender." Young-woo's voice rang out, "That is right, some of you here probably already know. He is Go Ji-hoon, who has been assigned to our team, as introduced." Suddenly, the phone rang abruptly, interrupting his words. Ji-hoon heard everyone answering the phone and panicking. "Yes, Swan Police Station listening." "What, a gang fight? The location is?" "Yes, in Guman." Young-woo said loudly, "Everyone, we will have to welcome the rookie later." Ji-hoon whispered, "Today will be a long day." Kamjang put on his jacket generously and said, "Get ready to go, we will give him a warm welcome today." Mongdu also added, "Welcoming party, let us go." The leading entertainment center in the Republic of Korea. Located right next to Swan, Guman is controlled by two large organizations, Bangmundang and Guan. This incident was caused by a clash between the Fork Gang of Bangmundang and the Gyumab Gang of Guan. Inside the police transport vehicle, the people inside were talking excitedly, "We will be there soon. Has everyone put on their protective gear? Finally, we can stretch our muscles after a long time." In the back of the car, Mongdu turned to Ji-hoon and asked, "So, is our Magne really the young master of Gogwang? I heard his father provided protective gear for us." He awkwardly replied, "Yes, that is right." The voice of the police officer rang out in the air, "We are here, everyone gather around. We are severely understaffed, so we will join forces with Unit 1, which arrived earlier." A person from the group of police officers who had just arrived said, "Everyone has worked hard, we are the Violent Crimes Unit 2. He turned his head, his face full of sweat, and replied, "You guys have arrived, all personnel are present." Kamjang looked around and asked, "It seems like we are still understaffed, are we the only ones here?" The person opposite reported, "Other teams arrived earlier and are waiting at the back door." Inside the walkie-talkie, a voice rang out, "The parking lot lockdown is complete. Okay, the back door team is entering." Kamjang's voice rang out along with the voice of the walkie-talkie. "Very good, let us go together. Team 1, Team 2, start entering through the front door." Ji-hoon suddenly heard a scream, and he wondered in surprise, this is. Inside, a group of people, each holding sticks, rushed in and started fighting. Looking at the crazy faces inside, not afraid of death, she wondered, a brawl, right? A police officer squeezed his gun and shouted, "Everyone, hands up, we are the police." Captain Young-woo frowned and said, "These fools are not paying attention to us, but it is really strange." Mongdu reminded, "Be careful, it seems like the Guma team is on drugs." Suddenly, from behind Captain Young, a shout rang out. Someone shouted, "Captain, watch out." A strong punch at the person rushing over. Kam Jang looked at him with disdain. Then he snapped at Captain Young-woo. Hey, damn it, you are losing focus because it has been too long since you have done this. Can you pay attention please? Young-woo stuttered. Damn it, I just lost my guard. Kam Jang ordered, Mongdu and Magne, do not fight with those guys on drugs. Take down their heads first. Kam Jang rushed into the crowd, instructing, I will take care of these little guys, so just go in first. The other two also replied, yes, let us go. Looking at Mongdu struggling with the thugs, Ji-hoon exclaimed, the way he swings the baton is really brutal, is that why he is called Mongdu? Behind Kam Jang, a thug wanted to attack him sneakily. He held a stick and shouted, you bastard. The iron stick in his hand swung powerfully down at Kam Jang's head. Die. The thug laughed madly and muttered to himself, you scruffy bastard, that is why you should not. Suddenly, a call stopped him. Hey. The iron shelf was crushed by him, his face fierce as he growled, which side are you on, Bangmunding or Guan? The man had just uttered a few words when he was punched by him until blood spurted out, Bangmundo. Kam Jang gritted his teeth and swore, then why is a sober person like you going around and smashing people's heads? Ji-hoon looked at the two of them and was filled with emotion. These two, both have extraordinary strength. The announcement rang out, Violent Team No. 2, Song-deek is trying to escape from the VIP lounge behind the stage. All three of them had the same thought, Song-deek, the leader of the Bangmunding gang. The police officers with them urged each other, hey, block him, do not let him in Hyungnim, you have to run. Dae AK shouted with an angry expression, that bastard Ma-eun-tae, how dare you set up Song-deek like this? That is Song-deek, the leader of the Fork gang. The police voice rang out behind him, hey, Song-deek, stop you bastard. The police chased after him, shouting, freeze right there, Song-deek. He looked behind him and swore, damn it, hey what are you doing, block him. Blocked by Dae AK's men, the police officers urged each other, Song-deek hey stand aside you bastard, block him to the end. Do not let him escape, we need support. We have to get past here at all costs. Kam Jang swore, what a pain. He continued, if you get hurt because you do not move, I won't be responsible. Captain Young-woo exclaimed curiously, huh. Suddenly, he yelled, huh. Seeing Kam Jang's angry face and the dark aura surrounding him, the worried police officer said, Kam Jang, that bull, has appeared again, everyone get out of the way. The Huang bull, has appeared again, everyone get out of the way. Seeing everyone running away in a mess, the captain wondered, what the hell, what is wrong with these guys? A subordinate saw this and was also curious, Before he could do anything, he was knocked down by a punch from Kam Jang. Then he went back and forth, shouting to everyone, do it. Squeezed in the crowd, he shouted and urged, get over here quickly. Captain Young-woo sighed, that idiot. Mongdu was filled with emotion, still great as always. The captain said, so now we will go help. A fast figure quickly passed him. Young-woo exclaimed in surprise, Magne, where are you going? He stepped on the shoulders of the people around him. Ji-hoon was rushing down from above at great speed. The men in suits looked up with bewildered expressions, he is flying. One person exclaimed in panic, he is flying. Ji-hoon in the position of landing on the ground after jumping from above. Ji-hoon immediately rushed forward at a fast speed. This time I won't let you escape Song-deek. A white streak came out from his mouth. Ji-hoon made a jump with terrifying speed, shouting loudly, stop right there, Song-deek. His eyes at this time looked pensive, thinking about something. A voice rang out, boss, will you keep your word? A man spoke, I will keep my word, so block those guys. Dalgan's face was serious and somewhat worried. Sweat rolled down Ji-hoon's face, revealing a tense expression. I did not think I would meet a prison friend here. I knew that Dalgan used to be a member of some gang, but who would have known that it would be the Fork gang? Dalgan's face was full of scars and anxious eyes. I trust you, please be safe, boss. But Ji-hoon still kept his goal in mind. I can't let Song-deek escape. Ji-hoon shouted, catching Song-deek must be the top priority. Song-deek, stop. Dalgan threw a very strong punch at Ji-hoon. Dalgan's punch was so strong that Ji-hoon was blown back. He exclaimed, Dalgan. Two men turned their backs and one leaned on his hand and said, damn it, my back, it hurts so much. Min-soo showed a worried and confused expression. He softly called out the name, Dalgan. Dalgan replied with a grimacing face, of course it hurts, I am too old to do this. Dalgan explained further, but when I was young, I was very strong. Min-soo's eyes were distant, with a hint of nostalgia. Dalgan gave Min Su a can of soda. I got this from the guards, take it. Min Su's hand trembled and replied politely, Hyungnim, I can't accept it. Dalgan's eyes were forgiving, smiling kindly. I know you like bread more than meat, take it. Min Su replied respectfully, thank you Hyungnim. Ji-hoon smiled smugly, this is not easy, you are too young Dalgan. Dalgan stood with his back turned, his eyes bewildered, small spots of blood splattered on the wall, you must be very strong too. Ji-hoon provoked him, you should take better care of yourself. Dalgan's face froze and he exclaimed, what? Dalgan showed extreme horror, his eyes wide open, his face distorted. Ji-hoon's eyes were sharp as he threw a very strong punch straight into his face. Dalgan's hand came up to defend Ji-hoon said, I am sorry, but I have not been lazy at all. Ji-hoon closed in and threw continuous punches at Dalgan, explaining, over the years, I have trained this useless body to the limit in order to become a police officer. Ji-hoon unleashed his power towards Dalgan. Ji-hoon threw a side kick, his face still cold and focused. Large pieces of debris flew everywhere. Sleep for a bit, I will take care of Song-deek first. A door was wide open in front. Ji-hoon immediately pulled out his gun and aimed straight ahead, shouting loudly, Song-deek freeze. A wide, airy space with a blue-painted concrete floor. Ji-hoon was angry, damn it, he has escaped. Dalgan appeared from behind and said bitterly, hey you bastard, you are running away from the fight. Dalgan, his eyes rolled back, blood all over his face, revealed a ferocious and crazy look, don't block our boss's way, let us start round 2. Ji-hoon was still the one who understood Dalgan's nature best. Just like in prison, he just fights without caring about his body, that poor bastard. Ji-hoon made an unexpected proposal, Dalgan, how about this? Dalgan showed a clear look of surprise, what, how do you know my name? He asked a question that froze Dalgan, Song-deek promised to pay for your mother's medical expenses, right? He only had time to exclaim, how do you? Listen. Ji-hoon continued, that bastard will never keep his word. From the stairway where Dalgan was standing, another group of men was rushing in, over here, there is another guy on the roof. Dalgan lay flat on the ground, his face showing pain. A voice rang out, we have another suspect. 3 strangers rushed onto the rooftop. One was still holding Dalgan down on the floor, asking, where's Song-deek, where is he? Another muttered cautiously, why is he so big? Ji-hoon suddenly smiled awkwardly, pretending to be innocent and confused, when I got here, he had already run away. The police officer who grabbed his head only had time to exclaim no. At their feet, cigarette butts were scattered on the ground. Ji-hoon stood in the back with a dignified manner, his hands on his hips, calling out the name Dalgan. Ji-hoon made a promise full of weight, don't worry, I will take responsibility for your life, see you later. Dalgan turned away and waved him off, get lost, do not act like you know me. As Ji-hoon prepared to leave, a voice rang out with this title Magne. Young-woo put his hand on his shoulder and asked carefully, why do you look so down, are you disappointed that we let the big fish get away? A large tanned hand pressed hard on Ji-hoon's back. Kam Jang smiled brightly, trying to ease Ji-hoon's disappointment with words, don't worry too much, there will be many more opportunities. He would not be a tough criminal if he was caught the first time right. Ji-hoon smiled lightly contemplating, this may be the second life, but to become the youngest when I have lived for more than 40 years. Kam Jang lay back, took a notebook to cover his eyes to rest and said, I guess it is not too bad I am going to die, I am going to die. Kam Jang continued, I feel like I am about to die. Another police officer replied, hey, do you think you are the only one suffering? We are also suffering from your stinky feet. A larger case with 150 suspects and criminals, coffee, anyone. Because of that case, it appeared on the daily radio news, so it put everyone in a living hell. Kam Jang sat up, still holding the notebook, his face serious and asked, hey Magne, have you taken the suspect's statement yet? He replied clearly, of course. I have also collected and sorted out statements from other teams. Kam Jang smiled excitedly, really. Kam Jang was now yelling angrily, they do not just sit there quietly and tell me why they are fighting, why they are turning my life into hell, those bastards. If it is about the honor of some gang, then they are dead. Seeing his rage, Ji-hoon thought, his eyes look scary, it seems that Go-Go Club is run by the Fork Gang and the Guma Gang. Guma will take care of the drugs and alcohol, while the Fork will take care of the business. Ji-hoon revealed an important detail in the investigation. Even so, they began to suspect that the other side had 2 ledgers. 2 ledgers. An investigator was scratching his head because of the trouble of the case, So you are saying that one side deceived the other, or that both sides had two ledgers? The colleague asked the key question, so which is the real ledger? Ji-hoon began to explain, that is related to the Drug Prevention Unit. A blue sign hung high with the words, Drug Investigation Unit. He smiled in a friendly manner, actively introducing himself. Hello, I am from the Violent Crimes Unit, here to get the ledger of this case. A staff member exclaimed with interest. You are the rumored rookie, you are as handsome as they say. Staff at the Narcotics Unit agreed to hand over the documents to Ji-hoon. I left it on the table over there, take it. He replied politely, yes, thank you. His eyes suddenly revealed extreme bewilderment and suspicion. Ji-hoon's face was now covered with cold sweat as he trembled and said, that person is. Ji-hoon's eyes were panicked. A powerful voice. Who are you? Ong-gu approached Ji-hoon, staring with a murderous gaze. I am asking you, who are you? A branch lying bare in a pool of bright red blood evoked. 21 years ago, I still can't forget that day. A large sinewy hand slammed down on the table. You want me to believe that? A voice rang out. We have all the evidence. Why do you keep denying it? Min-soo's tear-streaked face revealed shock and helplessness. I really did not. He threatened with sarcasm. You're still insisting on explaining to the end. Baek Min-soo, do you really know your current situation? Min-soo appeared with a dazed expression, with that sly smile. That bastard told me that. He started with a suggestive sentence. You know what? Ong-gu appeared with a smug smile. If you confess now, your sentence will be reduced a bit. In contrast to the smug smile in the past, Ong-gu was now showing anxiety. I am asking you who you are. Ji-hoon replied calmly. Wang Ong-gu, we finally meet again. Ji-hoon with sharp eyes, containing a deep hatred. Just because of this bastard, I had to live in that hell for 20 years. I could tear him to pieces right now, but I need to calm down. Ji-hoon stood in front of him and introduced himself. I am Go Ji-hoon from Violent Crimes Unit No. 2. I am here to get the ledger for the case. I look forward to your guidance. Ong-gu repeated ledger. Even though his heart was churning, he reminded himself. I must completely suppress my emotions. I can't ruin a rare opportunity like this. He said with smugness. So you are a new junior. Ji-hoon's face still had a handsome look, calmly replied, yes, I heard that you directed the Hae-soo case, Inspector Ong-gu, I am a fan of Hae-soo. He casually recalled how he handled it. That case, the culprit kept refusing until the end, but I solved the case neatly. Ong-gu smiled with satisfaction, his eyes revealing the cunning look of the past. He casually recounted the evidence. Of course, even if he tried to resist, the evidence was undeniable. Ji-hoon's hand was clenched into a fist, trembling as he said, this son of a bitch, Baek Min-soo, restrain yourself. By the way, is someone really looking into that case? Is that true? He said to himself, the more I hear about this, the harder it is for me to stay calm. I should leave here now. Ji-hoon had a faint smile on his lips. I understand. Thank you for the evidence. Enjoy your lunch. Ong-gu suddenly stopped. No, wait. Ong-gu put a hand on Ji-hoon's shoulder. Has your team made any progress in the investigation? Ji-hoon's face showed seriousness, immediately replied, what do you mean? Ong-gu downplayed the importance and replied, it is nothing. I am just curious if the Guma gang has any cases related to drugs. Any more? He smiled calculatingly and explained, I am just saying, just a colleague's concern. Lunch is almost over. Inspector Sun, where did that bastard suddenly disappear to? Ji-hoon stood up straight, holding a black book, took the initiative to suggest, if the others are about to come back, then I will wait here, you go to lunch. All right. Ong-gu waved goodbye as he walked away. You are quite smart, praising from a rookie. He still maintained a fake courtesy. Yes, enjoy your meal. As soon as Ong-gu left, the social smile on Ji-hoon's face immediately disappeared. Ji-hoon's eyes showed a coldness and absolute focus. Ji-hoon thought to himself, great, all the members of the unit have gone to lunch. This is a good opportunity to investigate Ong-gu. The workspace appeared with rows of computer desks, piles of documents, and bulletin boards. Ji-hoon knelt next to the filing cabinet drawers, a good opportunity to grasp his weaknesses. Ji-hoon's eyes immediately sharpened. Squinting vigilantly, he softly exclaimed, Ji-hoon found a document and exclaimed in surprise, bank statement. He withdraws money very often, but it is really strange. He put his hand on his chin and began to make a hypothesis. The amount and frequency of withdrawals are too frequent. His gesture when asking me that random question is also very suspicious. Ji-hoon said to himself with satisfaction. He used his smartphone to take a picture of the copy of the statement. Don't tell me he is taking bribes. Never mind. I have grasped important information. Gossip about the meal. The meal was delicious. The spicy beef soup was great. A voice requested, Mongdu, can you bring me that file? Ji-hoon raised the ledger and announced, I got the ledger. A team member reminded, hey, you should eat lunch. Ji-hoon explained the reason. I was there waiting until the entire drug prevention unit left for lunch. Kam Jang gritted his teeth and shouted, what, I mean, do not those guys have any manners? Another colleague appeared with a bright smile and carrying bread and drinks. I knew this would happen, so I bought some bread so my cute junior would not be hungry. Many kinds of bread and bottled drinks were placed on the table with inquiries. I do not know what you like, so I randomly picked a few things. Is it to your taste? Ji-hoon responded with a bewildered expression, his mouth watering. Thank you, another colleague reminded. You must be very hungry, right? Luckily I bought them. Magne, upload the evidence while you eat. Ji-hoon began to eat the bread, and while eating he thought to himself, those bastards, they are causing quite a bit of damage, huh? The document titled Ledger listed a list of abbreviations, and he exclaimed in his thoughts with surprise, this name, he is in there again. While checking the list in the ledger with Kam Jang, Ji-hoon stopped at the name. Huh, do you know this DK? Kam Jang sat with his arms crossed and replied, I know, he used to be a child actor. His expression changed from focusing on studying the ledger to being shocked. It is unbelievable, I thought he did not know anything about this field. It seems like his movie last year was not very successful. The movie Hey Soo was the female lead. Ji-hoon immediately stood up from his desk and said to Kam decisively, I need to investigate a bit. Kam Jang asked with curiosity, where are you going? With a meaningful smile, Ji-hoon replied, going to meet DK. Outside it was quite bright with blue skies and trees on the building with a large sign with a golden star symbol. Man-guk showed obvious anxiety, raised his hand to rub his head and sweat profusely. Go-go night, of course I know, I remember vaguely, is that the club in Anson? Joe Man-guk, chairman of Star Entertainment. Ji-hoon immediately refuted the misinformation. No, it is in Guman. DK was in a state of confusion, sweat running down his face as he exclaimed, hey, you are canceling your schedule again. DK, former child actor. In the meeting at the chairman's office, Man-guk slammed the table and shouted, didn't I tell you what would happen if you were caught again, after DUI and assault? You secretly cancelled your schedule again. Where do you think you can work if you get into trouble again? Facing the risk of his career disappearing, DK clasped his hands and begged Ji-hoon, please help me this time, I will do anything. Ji-hoon still stood still, only raising his hand to cover his mouth. Only to see him turn his head to look at him and smile. Chairman Man-guk stood silently with a bewildered expression. Star Entertainment, I am on official duty. Soon after, a can of soda appeared, rolling on the table after being spilled. DK sat hunched on a park bench expressing gratitude to Ji-hoon. Thank you for earlier, I was not caught for canceling the schedule thanks to you. Ji-hoon kept a cold distance and replied. I am only here for work. Ji-hoon pulled out a recording device and informed DK, well then, as promised, I gave notice that I would record. This will be used for the investigation and will not be considered evidence. DK still could not hide his worry when he heard about being recorded. I was overthinking when I heard about being recorded, huh? He directly asked the question, how were you recruited into Go-Go Night? DK put his hand on his chin and revealed, a senior I knew and I used to be classmates. He manages the business, so thanks to me, they said they would give me 4 bargains in exchange for cash, so I had no reason to refuse. Ji-hoon immediately turned to investigate the personal relationship. I understand, but, are you close to Hey Soo? He seemed a little surprised and asked back to confirm. Excuse me, that actress, Hey Soo, right? He took a sip of water and gave a more accurate way of calling it. I can't say that we are close, knowing each other would be more reasonable. DK, holding the can of water, admitted that, we used to film a few shows together, and movies too. It failed, but I know her, but I can't be close to her. Ji-hoon curiously asked, what happened? DK revealed that Hey Soo had a very difficult temper. It is quite difficult to mention someone who has died like that, but her temper was quite difficult, so she changed stylists once a month. The flashback showed an image of Hey Soo with a flustered face. DK confirmed that, her image is not like that at all. Ji-hoon was surprised by the information about Hey Soo. It is hard to believe. Does that mean she has many enemies? DK further revealed, that is right, her sponsor is incredible. There are rumors that it is the chairman or politician from some corporation. I also heard that she does drugs too. Ji-hoon pondered, I understand, this is more complicated than I thought. In Ji-hoon's train of thought, an image of Hey Soo appeared in a blood-soaked white dress. There is a big vortex around Hey Soo. I have to collect every piece of information. Ji-hoon with a serious face made a request. Is there a way that you can find out about the whereabouts of Hey Soo's sponsor? If it is too difficult, you can refuse. He put the can down hard on the table and responded, of course not, I am not that useless. Instead of being scared, DK looked very enthusiastic. I will try my best to get the information, in return, so the chairman can't know about what happened today. You know what to do, right? Ji-hoon no longer kept a cold expression and smiled faintly. Please do not get caught again. After the secret meeting under the cherry blossoms. Ji-hoon stopped under the cherry blossoms, pondering, spring has come, I wonder if my prison friends are doing well. He stood frozen, thinking, I miss everyone, it is quite difficult now, but if fate allows us. The image of a pair of feet walking. Ji-hoon was standing on the street. A group of strangers in black suits suddenly approached him and said, sorry for approaching you so suddenly, you are Inspector Ji-hoon, right? Ji-hoon did not flinch, he looked straight at them and asked, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? A sarcastic tone, my fault. He smiled with murderous intent and introduced himself, I am Ma Eun-tae from Guman, do you have time to talk a bit? A close-up of the head of a large black snake, giving a feeling of cunning. Eun-tae was putting a hand on Ji-hoon's chest, thinking, so the Guma gang has come to meet me directly. Ji-hoon, with sharp eyes, looked deeply with a look of vigilance. He approached me first while the whereabouts of Song-deek are unknown. What exactly is he trying to do? Eun-tae opened with a social sentence. The weather is so nice, why do not we talk a bit? Ji-hoon stood in front of the group and answered frankly, just say what you want. We are very busy with your family. Eun-tae smiled crookedly. I understand you are not patient. Eun-tae made a new suggestion. Well then, how about this? Ji-hoon's eyes showed suspicion and curiosity. Eun-tae leaned close and made a statement. Let me make you an offer you can't refuse. Ji-hoon repeated those words in his thoughts with a tense expression. Can't refuse. He quickly responded with a proposal. All right, then you buy the drinks. The man laughed and commented, very funny, then we will talk. Eun-tae said, this way, come this way. Ji-hoon hid the recorder inside the flap of his jacket. Great, I can't miss this opportunity. The image of a can of soda being opened. Eun-tae and Ji-hoon sat next to each other, each holding a can of soda. Ji-hoon said, so what is the offer that I can't refuse? Eun-tae immediately replied, you are too impatient, detective, stop. Eun-tae, with eyes full of sophistication, I brought some things there, some things needed for drinking. Ji-hoon still kept a cold and sober face and asked back, and? He continued to present, but due to the sudden incident, I did not receive any payment before the items disappeared. Dalgan is the one who kept them. Ji-hoon looked thoughtful, thinking, a puppet boss, that is why Deke tried to push everything to Dalgan. Eun-tae continued to explain, unfortunately, he is locked up. I have no way to contact him. At that time I found out that you knew Dalgan, and that is why I came to see you today. Of course, I am not making a proposal for nothing. He put his hand towards his subordinates and ordered, bring the items that have been prepared to the detective. Eun-tae carried a bag. I do not know if you will like it. He exclaimed in shock, this is the image of a blood-stained hammer, he exclaimed, a hammer covered in blood. Ji-hoon then asked, what are you doing? The man put his hand over his mouth, smiled smugly, it is time to ask. His face at this time was extremely horrified. The man pressed, who do you think? The man's face suddenly distorted, sticking out his tongue and saying sarcastically, is the owner of this hammer. Ji-hoon sweated profusely, thinking, could it be Song-deek? The man smiled crookedly and replied, no one other than Song-deek. The corpse on the Wanak River will be discovered soon. Ji-hoon repeated the question, announcing a crime in advance, you bastard, are you trying to fabricate evidence? The man scratched his head and revealed more. Let you know that I am not fabricating evidence. I have had people follow Song-deek. This hammer is real evidence. Eun-tae suddenly smiled faintly and said, I think I should do this to show my sincerity. Do you like it? He presented further. Of course this is not everything that I have. We have prepared a big reward with dedication. Ji-hoon stood stunned by that surprise. In his mind he thought, this guy is crazy. How much is this? The image of a stack of dollar bills. It is not difficult. Just verify the location of the items with Dalgan. Just that. Eun-tae pressed. What do you mean? I do not know if you like this offer that can't be refused. He pondered thoughtfully. Finally he figured it out. I understand in Onggu's bank account statement, he did it this way, right? I think this is too much. The man's eyes were bewildered. Calmly replied, of course not. For those who work for the government, this is just like an ant. The Coca-Cola can poured water out in front of him. He could only exclaim no. Soda was spilling all over the money. He declared that, I had too many expectations for you. Ji-hoon put his hands on his butt and said, I followed and did not know what you were going to say, but I probably just wasted my time. You probably treat the police as a joke, right? The man's face was disappointed. His two hands were putting something away. This is still not enough. Compared to the meager salary of the police, this pile is like a treasure. You will regret it. He calmly replied, regret, not a chance. Ji-hoon carried his bag, turned and walked away, adding, Violent Crimes Unit no. To go Ji-hoon, is it because you are a gangster that you seem to be doing a lot of nonsense when checking my background? He smiled and raised his hand to say goodbye. I have a mountain of money, so you can use it to buy but wipe. Next time you put a price on the police with money again, I will send you to heaven. The man's subordinate angrily exclaimed, That is a bastard. We have been very patient. The man's hand was raised to reply stop. The subordinate's face was bewildered as he called the name boss. Eun-tae slammed his hand hard on the chair, his face angry, declaring, Go Ji-hoon, you will regret it soon. His face was calm, pondering. The phone rang, a line of text appeared, Detective Kam Jang. He thought to himself, could it be? He raised the phone to answer, Yes, this is me. The other end replied, Magne, how was the interview? He continued to present, Yes, I just finished and I am heading back. The other end announced, Then do not come to the agency, go to the Wanak River. Ji-hoon stood in front of a river, that was the Wanak River, so he was telling the truth. He stood with a group of people and said, Sorry, police area. Ji-hoon waved to Kam Jang, I am sorry for being late. He immediately replied, Magne, it is okay, what is the point of coming early? A voice rang out, We found a shoe. Kam Jang immediately ordered, Magne, let us go. The image of a pair of feet and a pair of shoes detached under the river. He was beaten badly, judging by the condition, it seems like he fell into the river about 1 to 2 days ago. A man was lying face down under the river, his hands handcuffed behind his back, bloody, too brutal. This man was groaning while he was still alive. The bigger problem is the dent in the puddle here. An investigator raised his hand to his chin and considered, We will have to do an autopsy to find out, but it is highly likely that he was killed, Kam Jang ordered. Mungdu, show me a copy of the most recent missing person report. The image of a man lying face down under the river, the investigator explained. Still the same, the wound behind the neck looks familiar, the murder weapon is similar. Something heavy and with a narrower cross-section than a knife, for example. Mungdu declared that it was a hammer. Kam Jang's face was bewildered. That is right, Magne, how do you know? He raised his hand to present the evidence and confirmed, This is that hammer, the air was used to kill him. Kam Jang's face and the investigator's face panicked, Ji-hoon's face was also stunned when his name was called, Magne. He replied, Yes. The image of leaves under the setting sun, a voice confirmed, Could it be, you are the culprit, what? Kam Jang's face was angry as he shouted, That bastard, how dare he negotiate with the police, what a bastard, when I catch him I will give him a beating. Should I give up the investigation or not? The crowd stood outside and talked, It must be the gangsters, the world is really scary. Kam Jang and Ji-hoon sweating profusely. Kam Jang asked, By the way, Eun-tae, this is the first time I have heard that name, they are all dead. A hand holding a notebook writing, So to sort everything out, Eun-tae approached the Guma gang, where some of the drugs sold at Go-Go Night destroyed. He stood with his arms crossed and judged, I am not sure if that is part of the whole thing, but judging by the transaction costs, it is quite heavy, and should we tell the drug team? Kam Jang agreed and replied, I think we will have to do that because this is an urgent case. Ji-hoon's sharp eyes recalled Eun-gu's sarcastic laugh. It is that drug team again. I still do not understand Eun-gu, and we certainly can't tell someone who is involved in corruption. He asked Kam Jang, Captain, can you assign this case to me? His face panicked, His face was cold as he replied, I know a little about Dalgan. A large wooden door, that was the Swan Detention Center. It has been a long time since I have been here. The guard spoke, because this is a special case. The visiting time will be 1 hour. Do not cause a disturbance. Dalgan replied, I know, how long are you going to say that? He sat in front of the bars and said, Damn it, I was curious to know who was coming to visit. Turns out it is you. His face was dark and sad, saying, I do not like you, so say it quickly. Ji-hoon's face also seriously replied, Nice to see you again, Gon. A bloody punch rushed forward. His face was angry, grinding his teeth as he said, Hey, why do you have to pretend to be friendly with me? Do you want to die?
Ji-hoon smiled faintly.
He put his hand in front of him and pressed, All right, then I will get straight to the point. Where did you put the remaining drugs? Dalgan stood in the police station, separated from Ji-hoon by a glass panel, and said, You bastard, are you telling me to dig my own grave? Ji-hoon replied quietly. I do not want to cause a misunderstanding, I am here to help you. First, stop the hustle and bustle and look down at your feet. Hearing this, Dalgan showed suspicion and unknowingly did not speak. And then he looked down at the black bag at his feet and exclaimed in surprise. This is, Ji-hoon continued, your favorite bread. It has been a long time since you have eaten it, so eat a lot. Sitting there, Ji-hoon gave a condition. Dalgan, listen, Song-deek probably promised to pay for your mother's medical expenses, on the condition that you are responsible for all issues related to the operation of the Go-Go nightclub. At this time, Dalgan was devouring the bread. Ji-hoon continued, just be honest, do you really think Song-deek will take care of other people's families while you are in prison? In this moment, Ji-hoon spoke sincerely, Gone, trust me this time, I will take care of your mother's medical expenses. In Dalgan's heart was struggling, what, I really do not know anything about this person, I do not know, but in his head at this moment, a person appeared, that was Min-soo. He was also very confused at this time, why do I feel like I am meeting family? Then Dalgan continued, damn it, with someone earning such meager wages, do you know how much the medical expenses and medicine costs are? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-hoon pulled out a piece of paper from his wallet and said, don't worry about that. It turned out that he pulled out a business card, I have a lot of money. Dalgan looked at that business card and was startled, Gagwang Group. Gone, even though Ji-hoon called, Dalgan still could not believe it, his eyes clearly showing confusion. But Ji-hoon still tried his best to persuade him, opportunities to change your life are not many, you still have to open a dream garage after you get out of prison and take care of your mother. Now Dalgan babbled out a few words, who are you, who exactly are you, but Ji-hoon could only answer, who do you think I am just an ordinary person with a stable salary. In Dalgan's head, Ji-hoon's words were still ringing, perhaps he was gradually being subdued, who do you think I am just an ordinary person with a stable salary. That is right, maybe he is. Then he said again, you have to be sure to keep your promise, my mother's medical expenses. Ji-hoon replied, don't worry. Now Dalgan was convinced, he said, okay then. His eyes at this time became doubtful, what do you want to know, officer? Sitting there with his hand on his chin, Ji-hoon asked, Song-deek's whereabouts and the location of the hidden drugs, can you tell me these two things? Dalgan replied, you are asking difficult questions, unfortunately, I do not know where the boss is, but the boss has a lover. Ji-hoon was still listening, so he did not say anything. Then he asked again, not a wife, Dalgan replied, that is meaningless because they are about to divorce, among the lovers, there is only one that the boss often meets recently. He began to recount what had happened, Ms. Shim, the woman who manages the Exodus nightclub in Gangnam. Exodus, according to rumors, it seems like she is being controlled by the boss's fake money. And the drugs are in the warehouse of a transportation company, I registered under my mother's name, that is all I know. Hearing this, Ji-hoon replied, I see. At this moment, two police officers helped Dalgan stand up and said, visiting time is over. And then, those two police officers led Dalgan into the prison cell. While walking, unexpectedly, Dalgan turned around madly and shouted, sorry, officer. Standing behind the glass, Dalgan kept banging on it and said with regret, I have been deceived like a fool all my life. Will you really take care of and look after my mother's medical expenses? His eyes at this time were extremely worried. Please, I beg you. Hearing this, Ji-hoon stood up and left. He walked while reassuring, I told you not to worry, no matter what happens, your mother will still be treated, and I will take responsibility for your life. When the door closed, Ji-hoon walked and made a phone call, Captain Kim, I want to ask you for a favor. Please investigate an empty VIP room at Gagwang Seoul Hospital. At the Swan Police Station. In the meeting, Dayman spoke, now then. The meeting will begin. On the projector, he analyzed, the victim, Yu Chongdong, 49 years old, from Swanggu Wanakdong. The cause of death is believed to be beaten with a hammer and tortured underwater. Sitting on the other side, a person also gave his argument, it is very difficult to kill someone while running, so perhaps torturing underwater is more reasonable. Dayman replied, that is right, Magne, then what about the man named Galdon? Ji-hoon stood next to him and said, I have found the location of the hidden drugs, and a woman named Shim. Dayman asked, Ms. Shim, the owner of a bar. He smiled slightly, she manages Exodus in Gangnam. Currently sitting in a car that is traveling at a very fast speed. Having arrived, the car stopped, someone's foot stepped down, with shiny shoes and black trousers with white stripes, looking very polite. Currently at Exodus, outside the door there are two tall security guards standing guard. Seeing the polite young man walk in, welcome. Oh Myung said, park the car. Han Dong continued, Now the partygoers are entering. Looking at the phone, Dayman spoke, "A week ago, look at the price list of alcohol here." The person next to him also replied, "Great, so we will be operating secretly at the nightclub." Nightclub detectives. Dayman at this time put on his glasses and said awkwardly, "Do I look okay? Will I be allowed in with these glasses?" The young man next to him replied, "I do not think so." On the other side, Jung-woo, at this time also frowned and said while Ji-hoon only remained silent, "This guy, how should I tell the investigation support team so that we can get help? Is it that we have to go to a nightclub, so what we are going to investigate, why can't we?" Sitting opposite, Ji-hoon only said, "Then can we proceed immediately without support?" He replied, Hey, how can we go to a nightclub in Gangnam without operating costs, Magne?" Then he thought to himself, "That is right, I forgot that Magne this guy." The two people next to him at this time only looked with very surprised eyes. Ji-hoon at this time seemed very calm again, his eyes confidently thought, is the youngest son of the Gagwang Group. At Gagwang Group at this time, a luxury sports car for the upper class, expensive drinks. Ji-hoon dressed elegantly, thought to himself, he can pour money into anything. Suddenly someone was running over. A waiter came out and bowed, "Welcome VVIP guests, we will serve you as best as possible." In the bar, a voice rang out along with the loud music, "The brothers have arrived, let us enjoy tonight." In the back, a woman who worked there started talking, "I am happy because you guys come here often these days." The waiter was still politely inviting VIP guests, "Let me take you to your seat." Ji-hoon at this time also smiled very brightly. Looking at the women who were dancing, and the people below were enjoying, he thought, by the way. Looking at the table with a polite plate of fruit there, this is a great place. Looking around, Ji-hoon thought, like an entertainment valley, where money and satisfaction always go hand in hand however. With glasses with a hidden camera, he analyzed in his head, it is not what it seems, the important thing here is. Someone nearby slammed the table angrily and said, "It is annoying to look at, I should have been the one to go, not everyone can do this." Jung-woo next to him said, "You are disguised so fake that you can't get in there." When Ji-hoon was looking around, he suddenly heard someone cursing over there, "Damn it, you are so useless, how dare someone like you come here." A thug at this time was grabbing the head of a serving girl there. He continued to curse that girl, "Do you know how much money I have poured into here? Call the manager right away, call the manager here." Two other people nearby saw this and also discussed. "Who is that? He is a VIP customer who comes here often." Hearing the report, "He spends a lot of money here, but his personality is very rude," Shim coldly replied, "I see." Then she ruled that, "Then you can kick him out of here." Mun Young angrily raised his hand then pushed her hard to the ground. Then he shouted loudly, "Hey manager, are you watching? Come here quickly, are you going to treat VIP customers like this?" While arguing and yelling, "Call the manager here quickly," people far away saw this and discussed, "It has been a long time since I have met someone like him." Whispers to stop him began to rise. "Mun Young, if you cause more trouble, your father will." Hearing this name, Ji-hoon thought to himself, "Mun Young, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. The argument still has not ended, you bastard." Only to see his face full of contempt, "Hey you idiot, do not block my way, for those who are existing thanks to my father's kindness. If you bother me once more, I won't let your father off." The server behind him advised, "Sir, I apologize but please do not bother the other guests." Mun Young cursed softly, "Damn it." Then he turned around and hit the person opposite, "How dare you, talk to a VIP like that? Mong do great, with violence like this, ms. Shim will have no choice but to step." While exclaiming, he did not see the person opposite, where did he go? Suddenly a voice rang out, "Hey will you stop right now?" Mun Young gritted his teeth and glanced behind. "I told you not to block my way, who are you?" He was shot at by him with a money gun, panicked and shouted, What are you doing, you bastard?" Ji-hoon's face indifferently replied, "I do not care how I feel, but it seems like you are causing trouble because you are out of money to play, can I support you a few bucks?" Mong-do saw the situation before his eyes. Shim in the distance also noticed the incident. A call came in yelling, "Hey Magne, are you drunk? What the hell are you doing?" Ji-hoon answered the phone and sighed lightly, "Oh my, it is too noisy." Then he replied softly, "How you use money is more important than how much money you have." Mun Young gritted his teeth and cursed, "This bastard, what are you mumbling about now? Do you know who I am?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, you are the young master of the outlet store that used to do well but then went bankrupt, right?" Then Ji-hoon looked at him, "Now it is your turn." He looked down from above and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Mun Young did not care and raised his fist, "This crazy bastard, how dare you be arrogant with me?" Immediately he was grabbed, sir. Chong grabbed him and replied, I apologize, but you have to stop. Then he bowed his head and apologized. We apologize for this trouble. We regret that we could not provide service worthy of the amount you spent. Shim from afar saw this and came over. Please use our service, VVIP customer. Hearing this, he panicked and thought, what VVIP? She politely said, and I am very happy to invite you out of here. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, what you? The red-haired man also panicked and advised, Mun Yung, let us go home, if you keep causing trouble like this then. Mun Yung was silent for a moment. Finally he turned around and cursed, you are an idiot, what are you doing, let us go. Cam Jang watched TV and exclaimed, great, did Magne know in advance that this would happen? He instructed, as expected, Ji-hoon is the ace, you know, I believe in him. Suddenly Shim invited, if you are free, can you come up to the second floor and have a drink with me? The view on the second floor is better, and of course we will invite you as an apology. Ji-hoon replied, I like free alcohol. Then he thought to himself, there is no reason to refuse this opportunity. After everyone sat down together, she thanked, thank you for helping my staff, let me introduce myself again, I am Shim. By the way, this is the first time meeting you, but I have heard your reputation from the staff a long time ago, you have really helped increase our revenue, oh. By the way, can I have your business card? Hearing this, Ji-hoon smiled and replied, who brings a business card to drink alcohol, you are right. Shim asked curiously, then, are you doing business? He gently introduced, we produce and distribute a few things, mainly electronics, I come from a wealthy family. Cam Jang was yelling in the distance, Mongdu's father works in the city hall. She laughed, oh my, the more I hear the more curious I am about you, let us meet often from now on. Shim glanced charmingly, I will treat you well. He spoke, not sure, according to customer reviews, really, even the performers seem to have to change every week. Then he whispered, hey Ji-hoon, why are you saying that, we have to befriend MS. Shim, Cam Jang agreed he is right, did you just reject a meal offered to your mouth? She smiled and said, it seems like changing the stage is very difficult, we change it once every 2 months. Ji-hoon smiled along, then I will come once every 2 months, this is the only nightclub here, right? Magne, Mongdu cursed softly, is he crazy? Shim extended an invitation and asked, well, perhaps you want to change to a different form of entertainment. Cam Jang, hearing this, thought to himself, a different form of entertainment. He looked at her worriedly, are you talking about entertainment? I have tried almost everything. Shim's face was full of terrifying charm as she looked towards him, oh my, then do you like candy? In Ji-hoon's head was thinking candy MDMA, slang referring to ecstasy in tablet form. Shim asked curiously, you are too young, so you do not know those things. He turned his head to look at her and replied, of course I know, but I prefer cocaine to candy. She opened her mouth and laughed loudly. Then exclaimed, you are really interesting, I want to invite you to the party we hold every month, but with young people like you, there will be 6 big shots. Hearing this, Cam Jang, as if hurt his self-esteem, shouted loudly, these scammers. Ji-hoon panicked and thought, Mom, 600 million won, Shim explained, of course it will be a bit expensive, but you do not have to worry about security, we are experts in this. The quality promises to be top-notch. He looked at her and pondered, did she misunderstand after seeing our reaction? Anyway, it is not bad, along with that, Ji-hoon replied, anyway, it is a bit difficult to pay now. So I will leave the car here as a replacement. She paid attention and asked, what do you mean? Only to see him confidently holding the keys with a promise. The luxurious sports car worth 200 million won. I will pay cash on the day of the party. What do you think, is not that enough? Immediately she held Ji-hoon's hand tightly and replied, enough, then we will inform you of the time of the party a few days in advance. He also replied, I will wait for a quality party. Shim smiled and introduced, I will give you a business card, this is Chong, the secretary who takes care of things for me. Chong seriously handed the paper towards them. We will serve you wholeheartedly. Seeing the thing in his hand, he thought, this business card. At the same time Shim raised her hand to wave goodbye, well, see you next time. Mongdu excitedly said, I am even more worried because of Magne, he replied, I apologize. He smiled gently and recounted, I was very worried because you suddenly did that, luckily everything went smoothly, I have contacted you, they will be here soon. Ji-hoon spoke before that, we have hit the jackpot, look at this. Hearing that, he looked at him in confusion, only to see him confidently hand 2 tickets to Mongdu to see, what do you think this is? At the police station, Mongdu, after looking at the several business cards on Ji-hoon's hand, then was startled in horror, what is this? At the same time, the police patrol car returned to the headquarters. Then he shouted with an incredulous look, "What the hell?" Mong-du hesitantly asked him once more, "So this is something that can help us get promoted?" Before the other person could respond, Cam Jang interrupted, "It seems like that is the case." He looked at the few business cards above again and said, "Isn't that Ma-un-tae and Shim Madam's business cards? As soon as I received this, I knew it." In Mong-du's head, those two people suddenly came to mind and felt that everything could not be such a coincidence. The designed business cards of Shim Madam with Ma-un-tae. And the club with the drug party. Is it really a coincidence? Coming here, Ji-hoon spoke to explain while both of them were showing extreme tension. Sim Madam and Song-dae AK are in love, and also manage the books of the Fork Gang. A second later, he suddenly stood up and raised his voice with a determined look. "Isn't it too obvious? Shim Madam and Ma-un-tae have betrayed Song-dae AK because they are having an affair with each other. Will Song-dae AK sit still in that drug party?" Hearing this, Mong-du, whose face was showing a hesitant look, replied, "Mogne, could it be you?" Then Ji-hoon suddenly smiled with a sense of foreboding. Immediately after, he just pointed at the business card and seriously replied, "Arrest the whole gang in one go. Also there are a lot of celebrities participating, so we have to pay more attention." While Young-woo could only sigh after hearing the conversation between them, Cam Jang joyfully shouted, "Promotion, promotion." Moreover, in his heart he was thinking, Ji-hoon has worked hard. Change scene at Swanga detention camp. At this time, Dalgan looked unhappy when he saw a guest who had just arrived showing an even more arrogant attitude and deliberately provoking him. Then he was forced to exchange with the other side and said, "Long time no see, mister." "Kill sick," he politely replied. Dalgan, is it comfortable in there?" He looked confused, evidenced by Dalgan, who was weaving his hands together, and said, "Except for the slightly cold floor, everything is okay." Kill sick replied calmly, "Is that so, okay?" After the warm-up, he also talked about the main thing. "Let us talk about the main thing. Why was Mr. De Agbetrayet?" And then Kill Sick's subsequent words made Dalgan fall into thought. "I heard that he denied his guilt in the trial not long ago. He did not know his punishment would be heavier, so that is why. Were not you promised? Why did you suddenly change?" When he had thought carefully, he loudly admitted his mistake. "I apologize to you, ignoring the issue of medical expenses, but when I think of my mother having to be alone, I just can't." Hearing this, he scolded the other person, You bastard. Do you think I will sit still and endure this? Do you think that your mother?" Just hearing this, Dalgan also understood the other person's intention, so he angrily slammed the table with a force. Without a moment's hesitation, he loudly threatened Kill Sick, "If you dare touch my mother then." Just like that, with a face full of resentment, Dalgan gritted his teeth and said, "You Song-dae AK, you Kill Sick, whoever it is, I will kill all of you." Because the other person was suffering the punishment of the law, so he was not afraid of these threats. That is right, according to the words of this imprisoned kid then. On the other hand, Kill Sick also showed kindness when promising, "This guy, do you know what I am here for? Of course it is to save you." Dalgan thought the other person was sincere. So he loudly called, "Bro." He hoped that he could get out, so he lowered his anger and said, "Is it true that the Guma gang has taken over both the Go-Go nightclub and the Black Fund of the boss? The criminal police said that the boss is out of money, so he can't escape anymore." Kill Sick was unhappy and immediately corrected the other person, "You, what the hell are you talking about? Is it because you are worried that you won't receive medical expenses, so that is why?" Before he could finish, Dalgan interrupted again, "Mr. Kill Sick." Seeing the other person stand up and bow to him, he felt confused. In addition, he also said some sincere words, "Over the time, I thank you a lot. Thanks to that I do not have to starve and I have lived. Very well, I will give you the last gift." Promising a promise has to be kept, so Dalgan provided information to Kill Sick. "I heard from the criminal police in charge. It seems like the police side will be acting soon." Hearing this, he replied with a worried tone, "The police side, if so then?" Not stopping there, Dalgan was determined to confirm. "It seems like they intend to eliminate the Guma gang, because the things I hid have been discovered, after the Guma gang is finished. Then it is our turn next, so you also be careful." Even though he did not quite believe what the other person had just provided, Kill Sick still replied, "This guy, I have understood you." The time for visiting was up. He hurriedly left with a promise, "I will tell the boss again, you also think again, live well." Finally Dalgan happily replied, "I thank you, Mr. Kill Sick." He came out of the prison and immediately stepped into the car that was waiting. After getting into the car, Kill Sick could not help but worry and thought to himself, "I did not expect him to be so decisive, those damn police. Where did those nonsense rumors come from in the end? The Guma gang, the Black Fund." Thinking that, he ordered his driver, "Don't go to the Wanakdong office anymore, go to the boss right away. he did not dare to disobey and replied, "Yes, sir." Change scene at the police station. After eavesdropping on the conversation between Dalgan and Kil-sik, Kam Jang sarcastically said, "Tears, tears, the friendship of men." He turned to ask his colleague, "Are you filming a comedy?" Ji-hoon was also present here and had also heard the conversation between them, so at this time he began to think, it is proceeding smoothly as planned. It is good to have Dalgan disclose false information. That the Guma gang swallowed up the money of the Fork gang and is being arrested by the police. Ji-hoon also thought of a way to justify his actions when bowing his head and saying to himself, "No matter what, pretending that I did not care when I heard it was. Look, he is in prison, I have treated him so well," yet he ran off and tattled. A few minutes later, Kam Jang seriously discussed the case with Ji-hoon. Thinking back, I just saw that he was the magne. No, Kil-sik is not Songdae a case right hand. Is he? He confirmed, yes, he is probably the only one who knows Songdae a case whereabouts, sir. In addition, Ji-hoon also provided more information. This kid was originally gentle. I predicted that a big shot would come. At this moment, his phone rang again. A few seconds later, everyone felt both unbelievable and surprised when the person on the other end of the line reported the situation. No, Kil-sik stopped the car. Emperor Motel, going in that direction. Ji-hoon quickly jumped up and thought, finally moving. Moreover, he also instructed the other person, "Please keep an eye out for me. Shim madam will never know until we tell her about the Black Fund." The person on the other end of the line then complained, knowing he is over there but still not being able to catch him, "It is too itchy." Ji-hoon laughed loudly and advised the other person, "Endure a little longer." He also conveniently held the picture of the two people and said, "Pulling the bait too early will not catch the fish." In order not to be followed, Kil-sil disguised himself to enter the Emperor Motel. Next, he gently knocked on the door of a room. On the inside, someone quickly spoke, "Who, what rascal is it?" Through the glass, Dae-ak saw Kil-sik on the outside, while the other person quickly replied, "Mr. Dae-ak, it is me, Kil-sik, is it urgent?" Hearing this, the man loudly scolded him. But then Dae-ak also opened the door and asked, "What is the matter?" At the same time, the girl who was with him also panicked and shouted, "What is it?" Kil-sik took off his hat and replied, "There was a letter from Guldon just now. I think you have to see it directly, sir." He then handed the letter to the other party, which made Dae-ak a little confused. After reading the letter, he got angry, threw his ashtray, and cursed, which scared the girl immensely. Moreover, Dae-ak kept calling out a name, "Sim-myung, Sim-myung." Unable to contain his anger, he yelled again, "That bitch." Because there were listening devices, Ji-hoon heard their entire conversation. Then he heard Kil-sik's voice, "Brother, calm down. We knew this was coming, so now we just need to take action." However, he shouted back, "Calm down, how can I calm down? How the hell are we going to do this?" Not only Ji-hoon, but Mong-do and Kam Jang were also eavesdropping. They heard Dae-ak's next words clearly. According to Dalgan, there is a VIP party the day after tomorrow. Gather all the members and grab them all at once. Dae-ak ordered Kil-sik, "Gather all the members and grab them all at once." Hearing that, Kam Jang excitedly said, "Yes." Furthermore, they were on the upper floor eavesdropping on their conversation. He said gleefully, "Those bastards have no idea we are listening in from upstairs." Afraid of being discovered, Ji-hoon reminded Kam Jang, "Sure, we will be found out." But then, his words made Ji-hoon worried. If we ruin that VIP party, their business will be affected quite a bit. In addition, Kil-sik specifically reminded him, "Make sure what we do will hinder those bastards." However, Dae-ak set a condition, "But will Ma-eun-tae be at the party? If only a bunch of small fry are coming, I am not doing it." This idea of his perfectly coincided with Ji-hoon's thoughts. "Of course, I won't do it either." He immediately reassured the other party, which surprised him a little, "Don't worry, we have someone planted among the VIP guests." Kil-sik promised confidently, "I will get that person to lure Ma-eun-tae no matter what." Dae-ak agreed with him, "Okay, I got it. Gather everyone." Mong-do was surprised after hearing these words. Wow, is not Songdae-ak the leader? It is no Kil-sik, and Ji-hoon felt the same way, that is what I am saying. On the other hand, he was thinking, well, the battle has begun. According to the plan, they rented another car to disguise themselves. Ji-hoon loudly made a proposal, "Let us start the operation." A moment later, he changed into a luxurious suit and stepped out of the white Audi he had just rented. Right now, Ji-hoon looked no different from a successful gentleman. Kim, acting as his driver, intentionally said in front of everyone there, "The young master is here." Immediately afterward, Kim quietly instructed Ji-hoon, don't get hurt, and come back safe. He did not answer but signaled with his eyes. A few seconds later, Ji-hoon smiled and replied, don't worry, I am working. And then Kim replied with a worried voice, you're definitely going to get hurt. In addition, he watched his back and grumbled to himself, seriously, is he really the young master I used to know? At this point, he could still hear Ji-hoon laughing and talking, I will be careful, see you later. Even though he was constantly reassured by him, Kim was still worried. I hope nothing serious happens. After walking for a while, he heard Young-woo teasing him, which made him uncomfortable. Our Magne is not someone to underestimate. And his voice was coming from the building opposite. Ji-hoon cheerfully replied, I have not even seen anything yet. Young-woo, who was there as a sniper, replied, no, I can see everything with just the aura coming from our Magne. Hearing that, Ji-hoon hesitated and replied, well then. Because there were strangers, he stopped talking. Instead, Mong-do loudly announced, contestant entering. Just like that, 2 male servants bowed and greeted him, welcome. After taking a few steps, Ji-hoon turned around and subtly signaled to Kam Jang, who was dressed as a waiter, because he did not greet him. He got nervous and sweated profusely, awkwardly saying we welcome. Taking advantage of the fact that he was smiling teasingly at Kam Jang, it suits you so well. Seeing that, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth in protest, so noisy. But then Kam Jang was forced to play the role of a waiter when he led Ji-hoon toward the elevator and said, this way please. In the elevator, he quickly adjusted his tie. Before the elevator doors closed, a masked male servant suddenly appeared with another mask in his hand. He offered it to Ji-hoon, from here on out, it is a private area, so please wear a mask. He looked at it, unable to hide his surprise, so careful. While Ji-hoon was putting on the mask, Kam Jang also reminded him, I and the others are supporting you from the first floor lobby, so do not get stabbed. A special forces team is ambushing the hotel, across the street. Hey, you better do well. As soon as they entered the hall, both Ji-hoon and Mong-do felt amazed and bewildered by the luxury of the place, as well as the exclamations of others. In addition, they heard the waiter's greeting, have a pleasant time. A few minutes later he said to him, it is going to be very interesting. Mong-do immediately agreed, that is right, let us have fun. Then they suddenly received a new instruction from Young-woo. From now on, Mong-do goes with me, and Magne and Kam Jang stay connected. Before leaving, he did not forget to encourage Ji-hoon, well, let us try our best. And he quickly said goodbye to the other party, see you later. A moment later, Ji-hoon pointed to the camera in front of his chest and asked Kam Jang, can you see clearly? He immediately confirmed, okay, the camera is fine, but there is too much smoke. Kam Jang relied on the phone in his hand to observe the situation and control Ji-hoon, Magne, take a look at the table. He immediately did as he was told and replied, yep. Currently, there was a syringe and some white powder on the table. After seeing it, Ji-hoon whispered to Kam Jang, if you do not look carefully, you can't find it. It looks like granulated sugar. He began to make his judgment, Exodus brand, I heard it is high-end sugar, but it is a homemade brand. Hearing these words, he revealed a look of disbelief on his face. Those bastards not only distribute but also manufacture it. A second later, Kam Jang ordered Ji-hoon, first, just walk around and gather evidence. He did as the other party said and thought to himself, anyway. Ji-hoon went to the pool and accidentally saw a couple constantly coughing. So he cursed them, there is no one as crazy as these bastards. A minute later, he heard a scream and immediately told Ji-hoon, what is that sound, Magne? Turn around and see. He approached the source of the sound and was shocked beyond belief when he saw many people excitedly waiting for a man up high to sprinkle white powder on them. When he looked closely, he realized that the person sprinkling the white powder was the person he was looking for and thought to himself, found him, Un-tae. Madam. After seeing them, Kam Jang excitedly said, great, we caught a big fish. A second later, he suddenly noticed Ji-hoon and made a humph sound. Meanwhile, he also accidentally caught this look from the other party and looked worried. Afraid that Ji-hoon was in danger, he quickly advised him, and the other party also did the same, Magne, Un-tae is looking. Hide in the smoke before you are discovered. Even though Ji-hoon had left, his eyes were still following him. Seeing that, Madam teased Un-tae, you do not look very happy, what is wrong? And then he decided to hide this when he replied no it is nothing. On the other hand, Un-tae thought Ji-hoon was a good prey and regretted it a little, muttering to himself, a junkie selling quality goods, should I just let him go? He found a safe place and dared to turn his head back and said, I do not know if he recognized me or not. The more he did that, the more worried Kam Jang became for the other party and said, Magne, calm down and leave there. Just as Ji Hoon was about to leave, he found that the other party was actively coming to find him, so he said to him, Tae is chasing me. Kam Jang was so worried that he lost his temper and cursed. Damn, he is almost there. In addition, he was thinking no one to rely on, is there no other way? Before getting close to Ji Hoon, Tae had to put on a confused look. Because suddenly a girl rushed over and hugged him, which made the person himself feel confused. Ji Hoon's confusion did not stop there when the girl named Ji Yong suddenly regarded him as her boyfriend. Honey, do you remember me, that time, Exodus, you sold me drugs? She firmly asserted, at that time, thank you so much, I wanted to get to know you more. At this time, Ji Hoon really did not know how to handle it, and Kam Jang also realized that. Magne, listen to me, this damn it, is an old trick. At the same time, Tae was still staring at him without saying a word. A second later, Ji Hoon felt confused when he actively left and thought to himself, he is leaving. Ji Yong refused to leave and turned to scold Ji Hoon, hey, when people are talking to you, you should listen. I said my name is Ji Yong. He observed her attitude for a while and secretly concluded, well, she must be high. Then Ji Yong actively made a proposal, let us have a drink, there is an empty room over there. Seeing her sweating and her face flushed, Ji Hoon muttered to himself, this situation does not seem right. And when Ji Yong kissed his chest, Ji Hoon was so scared that he gritted his teeth and told himself, I got rid of Tae, but this is a bit difficult. Before her matter was resolved, he heard Mongdu shouting, oh damn it, fork those fork bastards. So Ji Hoon tensely replied, what is going on? While he was taking Ji Yong into an empty room, he kept reporting the situation in detail. Both the regular elevator and the special elevator are used for the fork gang. Those crazy bastards. Bring the bus to the lobby and enter through the back door. A special forces team waiting for orders is also preparing to set off. Hearing that, Ji Hoon could only exclaim, oh my god. In an instant, he also had a countermeasure, then I will block Tae and Madam's retreat. Keep me informed of the situation. Suddenly Mong-du replied with an urgent voice, that, it is going to be difficult. Ji Hoon was anxious and asked again, yes, what is going on? Mong-du saw him leading his men into the elevator and immediately informed him, some people have gone up. Hurried footsteps resounded. The bald young man with a bloody face spoke up, kids, today we are going to catch all the Guma gang. Ji Hoon looked at the group of people and thought, these crazy people must be here for a full-scale war DKM. Chang's body trembled as he shouted, fork the fork gang is coming. Ji Hoon silently watched the chaos. The group of people shouted loudly, catch that bastard. Ji Hoon stood thinking, if I hastily run away from this drug den now, I will become a target immediately. Suddenly Chong was pushed to the ground and cried for help, someone please save me. The leader raised his stick high, I have got you, this cunning fox is just like those Guma bastards. Ji Hoon appeared in time to stop the attack. Chong cautiously opened his eyes, Ji Hoon's mind tensed up, even so. He twisted his wrists and looked at the opponent, if you are here to work, you have to do it properly. Chong knelt down and grabbed the opponent's hand tightly. Thank you for saving me, Madam sent you right, I need a bodyguard right now. Suddenly a thick heel headed towards Chang's face. Ji Hoon stood with his hands on his hips and spoke up, do not get me wrong, the Guma gang is also a target to be arrested. The leader's subordinates saw this and spoke up, what is it, this bastard does not look like those Guma people at all. The leader replied, like those junkies. Then he shouted loudly, get out of here, you drug addict dog. The man with a long scar on his face held a knife angrily, DKM, it is useless for you Guma bastards to resist. One person loudly said, everyone's here mister. De-ak. He shouted loudly, Tae, Sim Myong you dogs. The shout was so loud that both Shim and Tae noticed, you dare to betray me. Suddenly Ji Hoon's eyes went down, oh. A man holding a weapon shouted, have you seen enough, where are you looking? He stomped his foot on the ground, these bastards. Ji Hoon gave him a punch, why use a knife like that? Subordinates standing behind raised their sticks, what the hell's going on DKM, are you an accomplice of the Guma gang? He turned around. He kicked the opponent straight in the face, someone is gathering gangsters. Suddenly Ji Hoon noticed someone's voice behind him, you dog what are you doing? Kill Sik appeared with a cigarette in his mouth, he does not look much like the Guma people, so what is standing between controlling us? Ji-hoon looked at the group of people and thought, crazy, how many people are there anyway? On this side, Kill 6 spoke up, there are always guys who interfere when we are busy like this. It seems like he wants to play the hero game, but how can we let him off? He ordered, deal with him quickly. Ji-hoon looked around, there is no way out, let us clear it all out at once. A second later, a person immediately fell down. Sim covered her mouth in fear. Kill 6 voice rang out, what is wrong? How does it feel to be pushed to the limit just because that useless discard card? On this side, the man with a long scar spoke up, Sim Myong, you damn woman. He clenched his fists, Maun-tae, do you like to sponge off her that much? Why are you treating me like this? Have I left you lacking anything? He gritted his teeth, Maun-tae, where did that bastard go? Un-tae appeared with a knife in his hand, there he is, that bastard. He laughed loudly, so you are planning to die and came here yourself, you fork pigs. The man with a long scar stood out to block him. Un-tae sneered at the opponent, are you stupid or arrogant, still solving things in the same idiotic way as before? Suddenly a fist attacked his face directly. The strong man punched him away, I have never liked your crap anyway, you bastard. He turned around and asked Sim, how are you feeling? How does it feel to see your cheating man get beaten up? Sim covered her mouth in fear, you are crazy. He took a piece of cloth and dabbed it on the wound and spoke up, speak comfortably, I will definitely make him behave. Sim replied with worried eyes, let us see if you can be sure of that with your words. The other person took a breath, such cute bragging. Un-tae appeared, I do not know if it is bragging or not, you will know if you experience it directly. The man was frightened, DKM, you drug addict dog. Just as Un-tae was about to attack him, a bullet shot from somewhere hit Un-tae and he fell down. Ji-hoon spoke up, you bastards, you look pretty happy without me here. His eyes were full of confidence, police here, everyone stand still, go eat in jail. Someone's thoughts rang out, why is this cop here? The man with a long scar shouted, you dog, what the hell are you doing here, you cop? Ji-hoon replied, it is useless. He spoke up, causing everyone to be afraid, you will receive enough. Ji-hoon's voice rang out, this is a plan we carefully calculated from the beginning, everything has been arranged below, let us go now. Suddenly he stopped. Un-tae got up and stuck the drug into his shoulder, who gave you permission, who are you to decide? Someone's voice rang in his ear, Magne, are you okay? Ji-hoon's eyes were dazed, damn it, this is the drug they are using. On this side, Un-tae shouted, you are just like us now, DKM, you cops are all the same. Someone's voice through the walkie-talkie, damn it, the plan was attacked by the special forces team began firing, the sniper above replied confirmed. The bullet casing fell out, eyes slowly closed. Someone's voice rang out, Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon slowly opened his eyes, go Ji-hun. Young-woo was delighted, oh Magne, you are awake. Ji-hoon replied, team leader. He asked the opponent, the work, has it been completed successfully? Young-woo quickly reported the news, do not worry Ji-hun, thanks to you the work was completed smoothly so do not overdo it. Leave the rest to us. Ji-hoon breathed a sigh of relief, that is really good news, even if it was not like that, my eyes would not. Suddenly he seemed to remember something. He looked at the shadow in the hallway, Young-woo quickly asked, Magne, what is wrong? Ji-hoon noticed the opponent's tattoo, damn it, that is a tiger tattoo. The case had been resolved, a cold hand lay on the ground. Un-tae lay in a pool of blood, celebrities in the political world who attended the party and both the Guma gang and the Fork gang were arrested. Sim was taken away in an unstable mental state, Ma-un-tae of the Guma gang had died. Next was the man with a long scar on his face, Sim Madam, who participated in crimes such as assault, drugs and prostitution, calmly accepted being arrested. Song-dae AK was dealt with after resisting the Fork gang. Ji-hoon sat on the bed thinking, so who is that guy with the tiger tattoo, could that be the one who tried to kill me? He kept thinking, damn it, if I had not collapsed at that time, I could have caught him. His thoughts still rang out even so, I also discovered one thing, that guy is lurking around me. Suddenly someone's voice interrupted, you do not look too good. Ji-hoon's colleague spoke up, Magne, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Look at this hospital, the view is really beautiful. Ji-hoon spoke up, getting discharged will be promoted, I will definitely change everything with my own hands. Inside the police station someone's voice rang out, police station, how long has it been since you changed your socks? A police officer frowned, I did not feel it just now, but looking at your new socks makes me feel new. The man put his foot out and replied, my wife said I finally got to be the chief of police and Yesterday she even made me side dishes with meat. Ji-hoon glanced at the opponent. Captain, I do not know if you have checked what I asked you to check. Young-woo replied, that. Then he spoke up, the security company at the crime scene are all temporary contracts, so it looks like it will take some time to identify that character, not the gangsters. Among those arrested, there is no one with a tiger tattoo on the back of their hand. Ji-hoon glanced elsewhere. So that is it, I predicted it, but it is really a pity, he is more careful than I thought. Young-woo silently looked at the opponent, then spoke up, why so tense, relax your body. He smiled lightly, this case was cracked by you, thank you for working hard. The two people in front spoke up, come on, let us get promoted, let us go Magne. Ji-hoon was silent for a long time. He stepped onto the stage a little nervously, why are there so many people? Suddenly a voice rang out causing him to pay attention. He looked towards Moongap, director of the Seoul Regional Police Agency. Gong Moongap, I wondered why there were so many people, looking at the expression alone, you can tell. He immediately assessed the opponent. The chosen one who is the decoy is protecting the police's face. It must be because he is too excited so he used his strength. Anyway, he is also an easy-going gentleman. He thought to himself, even so, it is not too bad. Then Moongap's voice rang out, we will have a ceremony for the appointment letter, appointing Sergeant Go Ji-hun. Of the Violent Crimes Unit 2 of the Swan Police Station, April 22nd of 2000 XX, Director of the Seoul Regional Police Agency, Gong Moongap. In the journey to pursue my dream, this is the first time I have appeared as a police officer. Someone's voice rang out, attention, behind turn salute, I received many congratulations from many people. Ji-hoon was a little happy in his heart, being appointed as a non-commissioned officer. The sky began to turn golden. Someone's voice pulled him back, congratulations, your name is Go Ji-hun, Magne of the Violent Crimes Unit 2. Ong-gu appeared and spoke up, but are not we family, Wong Ong-gu, Ji-hoon thought, this name, what trick is he using this time? He brushed past and replied, thank you, excuse me, I am going to take care of some business. Feeling embarrassed, Ong-ga grabbed Ji-hoon's shoulder, wait, stop this ungrateful bastard. He spoke up, senior is talking, are you crazy, you are wearing the sergeant badge so you want to do whatever you want, huh? He continued to speak up, of course there are things between family members, if you receive information about drugs should not you share it with me, is it too much? Your captain has no ability at all, but he is as ambitious as a pig, do not be like this anymore as family, or you will get diarrhea later you. Suddenly Ji-hoon's face darkened, Detective Wong Ong-gu, if you are so dissatisfied then do not talk behind my back and come talk directly family huh? Gong-go angrily grabbed the opponent's collar, but you, I have told you so many times but you are still disrespectful, DKM, what are you talking about daring to say there is a big company behind you? Ji-hoon loudly warned the opponent, you know very well that I have a backing behind me, yet you still want to cling to me and continue to make trouble here. Gong-ga hesitated, this. He immediately let go. Then he left in annoyance, behave yourself. With that attitude, you will fall hard one day. Ji-hoon thought to himself, seriously, I do not know if he is a thug or a cop. He watched the other person's back, Wong Ong-gu, a person with a lot to learn about. Since I have been exposed, I will start investigating gradually. Suddenly, a voice came from the other end of the line, oh Hyung, it has been almost a year huh? Ho-won spoke up on the other end, as expected, you are asking for a favor again. I am in the middle of midterms, so it might take some time. Is that okay? Ji-hoon cut to the chase, double the fee from last time. Can you do it right away? Ho-yun's eyes lit up, if that is the case, then it is a different story. Just transfer the money to the account you always use. Ji-hoon coldly replied, okay, I am counting on you. Ho-won looked at his phone, good, then right now. His voice rang out, only one person left. Scene changes to visiting room no. 1. A person in the room kept biting his nails. Someone called out loudly, Park Hondong SSI. The man was startled, who is it? I heard only my sister would come. Ji-hoon appeared and introduced himself, hello, I am Go Ji-hun from the Violent Crimes Unit 2 of Swan Police Station. I want to ask you about the Hae-soo murder case. Suddenly he fell silent, followed by the other person's curse, DKM, you son of a bitch, what do you want from me anyway? Hondong angrily slammed his forehead against the glass, isn't it enough yet, do I have to die for you to be satisfied? Someone pressed hard on the other person's head, can't you just be a little obedient? Hondong was dissatisfied, I will kill you. He spoke up, let go. The police officer replied, an inmate jumped up and was suppressed. Ji-hoon's voice was serious. Didn't you hear what I said? Park Han-dong SSI, let go. The police officer replied, I understand. He began to ask the other person, Park Han-dong SSI, you are very wronged, right? I understand that feeling. He spoke up, I am here to help Park Han-dong SSI. Those words moved Han-dong. What is that? Ji-hoon spoke up to clear his name. Park Han-dong SSI is not the real culprit. He held out his hand. Try to trust me. I will catch the one who killed Hae Soo-cho. Ji-hoon went to the prison to meet Han-dong. After listening to his story, he was so emotional that he stood up awkwardly and asked, then, do you know the real culprit? He honestly replied, I am sorry, I have not found the real culprit yet, which made Han-dong's face sad and forced a reply, ah. Ji-hoon quickly spoke up to reassure the other party, don't worry, this is also why I came here. I have a lot of questions. The motive for the murder and the evidence do not match strangely. He directly went straight to the point. I want to hear directly from Park Han-dong what happened that day. He intentionally wanted to hide the truth when he replied, that has all been recorded. But Ji-hoon spoke up to object, I do not believe it, because I think you are not the culprit. Hearing that, Han-dong replied casually, even if it is just words, thank you. And then he decided to confide in him, I used to be a delivery worker at a Chinese restaurant. I was free that day, so when I received the order, I went right away. The order that day was 2 large portions of sea cucumber soup and seasoned chicken. Hearing that, Ji-hoon could not hide his surprise and shouted, huh. Then Han-dong continued to narrate what happened that day. I remember it was an expensive dish. As you police officer know, this is Dong-su-dong. People in Sang-su-dong can eat such expensive dishes. Because they live in hotel offices, I thought that. The more he listened, the more confused he became. Wait, as far as I know, Hae Soo lives alone, so does the killer of Hae Soo have an accomplice? With a lot of questions, Ji-hoon continued to listen to Han-dong. After that, because we directly received the delivery money, the door was opened and I went in. As soon as I went in, he had to scream. Han-dong was like that because he saw blood. At that time, he was extremely frightened, squatting on the floor, screaming non-stop. At this point, Han-dong also admitted to being wrongly convicted. In front of Ji-hoon then, as you police officer know, I was wrongly convicted. At this time, he clasped his hands together, crying and begging him, please help me, police officer, please clear my name. Seeing the other party crying, Ji-hoon was completely silent. Immediately afterward, he also promised Han-dong, don't worry too much, the truth will be revealed, I will bail you out soon. Because the visiting hours were over, the warden there raised his voice to remind him. Before leaving, Ji-hoon gave his business card to Han-dong, which made him extremely confused. This, Swan Police Station, Violent Crimes Unit 2, go Ji-hoon. Seeing that, he smiled and said, if you need help, call this number. Finally, Han-dong took it and replied, thank you, I will do everything I can. And then Ji-hoon was completely surprised after he made a suggestion immediately afterward. Then, can you help me change prison cells? I do not get along well with the people in that cell. In an instant, he understood Han-dong's intention and looked at the warden who had just spoken. Ji-hoon looked at the wounds left on his body and thought, traces of gang beating, if it is at this time, then it is clear. Looking at those traces, he immediately associated them with the tentacles of an octopus. Without hesitation, Ji-hoon directly asked the other party, which completely shocked Han-dong, is it because of the octopus? He did not hide it from the other party and replied with a hesitant voice, how did you know? He did not answer but only muttered to himself, as expected, it is that guy. Scene change, Han-dong suddenly remembered what happened before in prison, when Min-soo was being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Next, another person stepped forward, laughed, and said, ha, I have not even started yet, and you are pretending like this, it is making it difficult for me. That person was none other than Octopus. Just like that, he beckoned and said, Bae Min-soo, attention, back to your position. He looked at Octopus angrily, gritting his teeth and muttering, the common name is Octopus. Ironically, 20 years in prison has helped me become stronger and no longer afraid like before. He did not care about Min-soo's feelings and just put his dirty hand towards the other party. Scene change, back to the present, he still clearly remembered Octopus's scolding, DKM, you son of a bitch. And Han-dong was so scared that he sweated and said, I know it well, police officer. Immediately afterward, Ji-hoon stood up and replied, he is the one who owes me. A second later, he calmly walked away with a promise, you won't have to worry about Octopus anymore. Ji-hoon stood and replied with confidence, he is the one who owes me. And then he left with a confirmation, you won't have to worry about octopus anymore. Scene change. Keeping his promise, Ji-hoon quickly found someone to solve Han Dong's problem. After reaching an agreement with his colleague, he stood up and said, I will handle that part well for you. At that moment, Ji-hoon looked at Sung, the girl sitting next to him, and felt a little familiar. Coincidentally, Saebom was also looking at him. After all, Ji-hoon took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. You are the victim in the spaniel dog case, right? He was so gallant that he went to buy water for Saebom to drink. Ji-hoon held the can of water in his hand and offered it towards her. Here, drink this. Are you Park Han-dong's sister? At this point, Saeum looked at Ji-hoon with a hostile eye and said, so you are a police officer. What did you talk about with my brother? However, he also understood why the other party was like that and thought, so that is it. In Ji-hoon's head, he suddenly remembered Han Dong's face full of wounds, along with her angry eyes, and whispered to himself, now these two hate the police. In addition, he also remembered the tears Saeum cried for her brother and felt sympathetic, telling himself, I completely understand, she must be very painful. Ji-hoon actively approached her with a thought, I can only comfort her. So he spoke up and asked Saeum, are you here to visit your brother? You do not have to worry about Han Dong. Ji-hoon put the can of water on the chair and honestly said, Han Dong was framed, I will definitely solve this case. Seeing that she was starting to relax, he hesitated then but suddenly Saeum became vigilant and told herself, what, he saved me last time, and this time he is clearing my brother's name. At the moment she felt embarrassed, Saeum heard the announcement, family of Han Dong, please enter the visiting room. She immediately replied, yes. Scene change. As soon as he arrived at the warehouse, Octopus loudly cursed, ah, what the hell is this? Why did you call me to the warehouse? This son of a bitch Han Dong wants to be beaten. He revealed an angry look on his face and shouted, you still have not realized it, try going to hell today. When he could not see anyone here, Octopus was stunned and said, what is it? And when he heard someone speak behind him, he felt both confused and surprised, there is no one here. The other party saw Octopus and loudly said, yeah, you are Octopus. Being called by his real name made him angrily shout, you damn it, you want to die. The other party did not bother to answer, casually closed the door. This attitude made Octopus even more uncomfortable. Who are you to dare to mess with me? The person who came was Dalgan, and he confidently replied, who else could it be? Scene change. Now it was sunset. At this moment a bird flew by, accidentally dropping a few feathers from its wings into the air. On the way back, Ji-hoon smoked and muttered to himself, death god here. He was placing his trust in him, Han Dong will handle it well. Next, when he received Mong-du's call, Ji-hoon could not help but wonder, clearly he said he was going to meet his girlfriend today, why did he suddenly call? I have a bad feeling whenever this happens. Helpless, he had to answer the phone, yes, I am listening. And he said, Magne, what do? We can't drink beer today. As soon as he heard this, Ji-hoon suddenly had an idea. If he calls on a day like today, it means it is a serious event. A few minutes later, he loudly asked Mong-du, when are we finally going to get a break? He smiled bitterly and replied, Magne, I understand your feelings, first come back to the station as soon as possible. At this time, Mong-du quickly reported the situation at the police station. Some crazy guy walked in. Hearing that, he immediately promised, I am coming back now. In just a moment, Ji-hoon appeared at the police station, so he happily said, oh, Magne's back. Seeing that there were not many people inside, Ji-hoon quickly asked Kam Jang, where did the other teams go? He honestly replied, they went to rummage through the trash. After a while, Kam Jang gritted his teeth and lamented, why are there so many criminals in Korea anyway? Ji-hoon did not understand the situation here, so he asked. But what is going on? Everyone's gone without anyone staying to guard the office. With a tense face, Mong-du quickly explained the current situation. It seems like a hidden criminal. Yesterday a man surrendered himself for murder, only a confession, no dead body or weapon. On the other hand, when he heard his next words, Ji-hoon frowned worriedly. Yesterday, only Team 1 went out, and then strange people came from time to time. But that guy said he absolutely could not go and took out a pair of women's flats from his bag. Ji-hoon then made his deduction. Could it be Hyung? What is that kid's name? While he was focusing on listening, Mong-du hesitated and replied, clearly. Finally, he decided to tell Ji-hoon everything. Oh, Myung, sounds like intelligence. The name is also unique, damn it. As soon as he heard the name, Kam Jang cursed again, oh Myung, that bastard. Ji-hoon suddenly remembered the daily article with the title Arrest of Rare Serial Killer. He had read about personality disorder, personality disorder is classified into characteristics such as antisocial behavior, lack of empathy and guilt, impulsive personality and self-centeredness. So he associated it with him and thought, among them, Oh Myung. In Ji-hoon's memory, Oh Myung took the initiative to come to the police station, so he whispered to himself before he surrendered himself, but at that time he was only fined because of lack of evidence. He could only be arrested next year. He also remembered the case that year and thought, that was after there were 20 more victims. Returning to the present, he wanted to meet him again, so he asked Mong-do, Oh Myung, where is he now? He frankly replied, that guy, the police are interrogating him. They said they will bring in a psychologist. Ji-hoon did not quite believe in psychologists, so he muttered to himself, psychological analyst, ordinary people can't do that. A Japanese psychologist was so interested in him that he immigrated. To study him, relying entirely on data information also has some limitations. After having this thought, Ji-hoon had his own decision in his heart. Even so, there is only one way. So he said to them, I will go out for a while and come back. Ji-hoon went out while firmly saying, I have to meet him directly. However, Mong-do stopped the opponent. Wait, Magne, let us go together. So not only he but also Kam Jang went along, but then it was Young-woo's turn to stop them. Hey kids, wait, stop. They did not listen to the opponent but only replied, Team leader, good luck. Young-woo angrily shouted, these kids, if you all leave, who is going to watch The Office, hey? Just like that, Ji-hoon actively opened the interrogation room door and politely said, excuse me. The person in charge here looked at them and was stunned and asked, is not at the Criminal Investigation Department. I heard there is an appointment ceremony today. You have arrived already. He then greeted him, is your interrogation going well? As for Irasa, after just finishing the interview, she was so frustrated that she loudly cursed, DKM, why are there such bastards in the world? Seeing that, Ji-hoon showed his discomfort and thought, that person. Even the colleague in the interrogation room empathized with her and said, completely speechless. Then Irasa sighed and grumbled, what did that bastard say? Did you collect anything? At this point, Ji-hoon suddenly remembered who the opponent was and secretly said, psychologist Isara. A few minutes later she reported to him, nothing, no matter how I look at it, it still feels very strange, it is hard to dig deeper. So he said uncomfortably, so there is nothing, do not waste your energy, call the kids who went out back. At this moment, Ji-hoon's proposal made him feel surprised. Wait, can I go in there? He hesitated a little, that place. A second later, he began to persuade the opponent, anyway, he is about to be released, I will still interrogate him before that. He looked at Ji-hoon and thought, will a rookie interrogate that crazy guy? Currently he was struggling with his own psychology, anyway, he is about to be released again so there probably won't be any problems. When he had thought it through, he also accepted Ji-hoon's proposal, oh well, just do not cause trouble. Hearing that, he politely replied, yes thank you. Moreover, Ji-hoon had a different thought, others can't see through that guy but. Immediately, he walked towards Oh Myung while secretly thinking, I must be different, I know all his criminal behavior clearly. Before Ji-hoon actually interviewed the opponent, someone suddenly put their hand on his shoulder, which made him feel confused. The person who put their hand on Ji-hoon's shoulder was Kam Jang. He was worried about the opponent, so he instructed Magne, do not be too nervous, if anything happens. I will support you right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled and replied to Kam Jang as a promise. Although he turned around and walked away, Ji-hoon's mouth was still reassuring him, I will ask him a few things and come back. In addition, he suddenly checked the map on his phone. And when he was sure of something, Ji-hoon also turned off his phone. Oh Myung saw him and revealed a surprised look, oh my. He rested his chin on his hand and calmly said, not the person from before, hello. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon looked at the opponent and secretly compared, I only saw you on TV before, but now I get to see you in person, it is really amazing. A few minutes later, he introduced himself to Oh Myung, I am Sergeant Go Ji-hoon of the Violent Crimes Unit. He was friendly when he replied, nice to meet you, Sergeant Go Ji-hoon. In addition, Oh Myung praised his appearance, but compared to the police, you are really handsome. Ji-hoon did not pay attention to this and went straight to the point. You confessed to killing people, he thought he was innocent, so he replied indifferently, how many girls have I killed? He knew the opponent was sick, so he treated him a little more tolerantly than others when he whispered, just one or a series, which one is it? Oh Myung did not answer Ji-hoon's question but only paid attention to his appearance. With an appearance like Sergeant, the little kids will hug each other tightly. At this point, he looked into the opponent's eyes and secretly reasoned, Look, he refuses to confess anything. Moreover, Ji-hoon remembered Irace's flustered face just now and told himself, I know why Isara is speechless. This bastard enjoys controlling the situation according to his will. He did not give up when he said, then confess from the first murder. A few seconds later, Oh Mi-young had to bring out someone to take his place and specifically named someone, Soo-jin. Ji-hoon felt unbelievable at this answer, but then he confirmed again, that is Soo-jin. Oh Mi-young deliberately pointed his finger towards him and compared, Soo-jin, likes the style like you, Sergeant here. Seeing him deliberately talking in circles, Ji-hoon quickly thought of a way to deal with it. He seems to be fascinated by arrogance when mixing information like that. Should I try to provoke him a little and see? He decided to spin the pen to distract his attention and replied, is that so, but when talking about the past, did your tastes change, or is it because of the breakup? Ji-hoon saw that the opponent was listening more and also looked worried, so he cleverly said, you have broken up and still remember that person's name, admirable, I give up after counting to 4. He casually made a bold proposal, then why not introduce Soo-jin to me? Ji-hoon showed him his confidence and firmly spoke up, I think I can take care of her better than Oh Mi-young. He looked at him and smiled faintly and retorted, very confident, but looking again, I do not think you are Soo-jin's style, I am wrong. Ji-hoon continued to spin the pen and intentionally led the opponent in a big circle. It was not easy for me to meet Oh Mi-young here. What is wrong? You still have not forgotten, you still remember. Being hit in the sore spot, Oh Mi-young became flustered. No, not that anyway, we can't meet anymore. Ji-hoon skillfully recognized this change in him and whispered to himself, okay, this guy's mood has changed, let us try to provoke him a little more. Thinking that, he pretended to ask, oh why can't we meet anymore, so Oh Mi-young sighed again. Finally, he was willing to cooperate with Ji-hoon. You told me to talk about the first one I killed, so I am talking now. Hearing these words, he was satisfied and thought, that is right, this guy is following my story. Ji-hoon continued to play the role of someone who did not know anything when he said, ah, so Soo-jin is dead, then the body, where did you hide it? Oh Mi-young suddenly changed his excited mood and replied, hey Sergeant, very excited, those things the police have to find themselves. Right. These words made Ji-hoon not know how to reply, and he arrogantly rambled on, anyway, these days the police are very lazy, you only think about sitting still and receiving it. Right, up to this point, he had almost caught up with Oh Mi-young's emotions, so he suddenly thought, just agree a little and I can get evidence. If so. Ji-hoon suddenly pressed the button on the table and actively stopped, which made Oh Mi-young feel disappointed. Okay, that is enough for now. That button was a recording button, so after turning off the recording button, Ji-hoon whispered, Oh Mi-young, now it is just the two of us, so let us talk comfortably. But from just now until now, you have only been talking about unimportant things. He still stubbornly refused to confess honestly when he replied, what are you talking about all of a sudden? What did I miss, however, before Oh Mi-young finished speaking? Ji-hoon interrupted, Young Soo-jin, 25 years old, lives in Seoul. In front of him, he calmly provided information about the victim, 162 cm tall, shoulder-length hair, a student with poor eyesight, often has to wear glasses. Polite and reputable with those around her. Oh Mi-young, even though he knew that the opponent had grasped his weakness, still pretended not to know. What are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? Are you talking about your tastes? Those kinds of kids are very common. Ji-hoon ignored these words and continued his story, a burn scar on the left shoulder since childhood. He uttered these words with a very relaxed mood, last July, suddenly disappeared. The more Oh Mi-young listened, the more agitated he became, so he covered his ears with one hand and slammed the table with the other, complaining, I am so tired. I have nothing more to say, so do not write novels anymore. The more he was like that, the more Ji-hoon launched his attack. Aren't you curious where Soo-jin disappeared to? Currently, a look of fatigue was appearing on his face, but he was pushing the opponent into a dead end. I know where Soo-jin disappeared to. Oh Mi-young's face changed after hearing that, but his mouth was not honest. That is nonsense, I do not know anything. Then he seriously said, Kongwon-do. But he still intentionally did not admit it. What are you talking nonsense all of a sudden? Are you talking about your tastes? Those kinds of kids are very common. Ji-hoon did not care about these words and continued his story, a burn scar on the left shoulder since childhood, last July, suddenly disappeared. He appeared very natural when he repeated it once more, last July, suddenly disappeared. Oh Mi-young was afraid that others would know his secret, so he quickly tried to divert attention. So he kept slapping the table with one hand, covered his ears with the other, and always brushed off the subject. I am so tired, I have nothing more to say, so do not write novels anymore. Ji-hoon knew that the opponent had taken the bait, so he quickly added a sentence. Aren't you curious where Soo-jin disappeared to? At this point, Oh Mi-young was so tense that his face changed, and he continued to deliver a blow. I know where Soo-jin disappeared to. He maintained his previous attitude and refused to cooperate. That is nonsense. I do not know anything. And then Ji-hoon's subsequent words made Oh Mi-young freeze. Kongwon-do. Next, he quickly stepped in front of him and frowned, shouting, the place you buried Soo-jin, right? Ji-hoon slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on Oh Mi-young. As far as I know, in criminal psychology, there is a high probability that the first murder will often bury the body in a place familiar to him. After saying that, he paused slightly, secretly confirming, this is everything I know. In that moment, Ji-hoon kept telling himself, now I have to make him react. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. So what, do I have to search the whole place? As soon as he saw Oh Mi-young's reaction, Ji-hoon could not hide his joy. Okay, he asked. He smirked while denying, of course not, we do not have much time, why would we use such a stupid method? As soon as the words were spoken, his expression immediately changed, his face wrinkled with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Ji-hoon was even more excited in his heart. He has fallen into the trap I set, to the point of reacting to even the smallest provocations. Now is the time to use my wits. Then suddenly Ji-hoon's face darkened. He sternly questioned, the place you used to live is Makrang-ri, Cheongjeonggun, Ganghwa Island. Not stopping there, Ji-hoon seriously listed each location. There are 5 adjacent areas nearby, Haesuri, Chokyeongri, Hyang-mokri, Tamdongri, Doamri. Here, Haesuri and Chokyeongri are mainly fields. So destroying the body is not suitable. Ji-hoon tapped his fingertips lightly on the table. His tone was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Then it is the mountain is the best, in Kongwon-do. The mountain is the best choice. Immediately afterward, Ji-hoon concluded, then there are 2 left, Hyang-mokri and Tamdongri have high mountains. Hearing this, Oh Mi-young's body flinched slightly. As soon as he saw the expression on his face, he switched to a provocative tone, what very surprised, from now on, you have to control your emotions well. Ji-hoon's eyes almost devoured Oh Mi-young. He emphasized each word with a stern voice, Hyang-mokri. Speaking to this point, Ji-hoon changed the subject again, or. At this moment, he almost could not take his eyes off his every movement. Seeing this, Ji-hoon smirked. He suddenly spoke up, so it is Hyang-mokri. Ji-hoon had approached Oh Mi-young at some point. He said in an almost whispering voice, the mountain behind Hyang-mokri. As expected, he immediately responded, what exactly you? He bluntly ignored him. Okay, that is enough, no need to say any more. Ji-hoon turned to leave. He coldly said, I do not need you anymore now. Only the door slowly opened, followed by a creaking sound. Seeing Ji-hoon stepping outside, Kam Jang immediately pounced. What did you collect? The expression of that bastard is very interesting. Min Jun hurriedly chimed in and asked, Magne, what is it? What is the expression of that bastard Chuo Mi-young like? Before the two could react, he casually said, Hyang-mokri, Cheongjeonggun, Kongwon-do, that is the place where the body is buried. Immediately afterward, Ji-hoon hurriedly checked the time. How much time is left for Chuo Mi-young's detention? Someone quickly replied, about 10 hours more. Hearing this, he secretly thought, I have to find the body before 6 a.m. Ji-hoon frowned slightly, his heart began to surge. Damn it, it is dark so it is very difficult to search. Someone's voice chimed in and asked, so, are you sure? He shifted his attention to the man opposite him. What are you saying? He then warned. Isn't that bastard lying? There is no news from the police who are looking for evidence. Hearing this, Ji-hoon was silent and did not respond. He pondered, if you do not know anything, you can think like that. Well then, I know the answer so I am sure but. At this moment, Irasa suddenly took a step forward. She loudly almost shouted, I do not think that is the case. Irasa said with a stern voice, the body parts near the face can be adjusted to react intentionally because of the focus on it. She did not forget to remind, however, the parts far away, especially the toes and the movement of the hands, are very difficult to lie about. When talking to the police chief, the frequency of movement of his lower body increased. Irasa's eyelashes trembled slightly, her voice became slower and slower, but that bastard did not move at all when talking to me. Speaking to this point, she concluded, that means he is nervous. Ji-hoon could not help but feel a little confused. What is it? So he is not lying. Irasa turned to him again. Her voice was low but clear. In terms of probability, that bastard is the type who does not show surprise or bewilderment even when being teased. He values hierarchy extremely much. But did you see his expression just now? The man tilted his head, frowning slightly as if turning over every detail in his head. His voice was low but sharp, even so, acting based on intuition alone. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon was even more certain. He is definitely hesitating because he is afraid that there might be a mistake when carrying out the work. There is no time to hesitate anymore. He turned around abruptly, his eyes determined as if he had made a decision. We need to request support from Kangwon-do. If he is released because there is not enough evidence, he will go and destroy the evidence immediately. Ji-hoon did not forget to promise, I will take all responsibility. He listened and revealed a bewildered expression. You are going to take responsibility yourself, how? Ji-hoon did not hesitate, he resolutely said, I will support all the costs for the search operation. As soon as the words were spoken, Kam Jang frowned. His voice was half reproachful and half sarcastic. This guy dares to do that financially when he is the magnate. He loudly declared, I do not know anything about money matters, but I am the best report writer. A rare moment of silence passed. Ji-hoon's heart was tinged with nostalgia. It has been a long time since I have been with such trustworthy friends. I also miss my friends in prison. After a moment of silence, the man threw the board hard on the table, briefly concluding, first, that is okay, then we withdraw from this case. He turned his back and walked away, saying without looking back, I will transfer it to the Criminal Investigation Department. You know what to do yourself. Ji-hoon immediately stood at attention and replied concisely, I know, sir. The atmosphere had just become less tense. Young-woo suddenly shouted, I had to watch The Office and now I have to go find evidence at night, and in Kangwon-do too. It seemed that no one cared about him, Kam Jang said indifferently. After searching, let us go eat potato pancakes and drink makgeolli. Someone nodded in agreement. That is good. On this side, Young-woo tried to call after them, wait, stop. Seeing the group of people gradually disappear, Young-woo angrily screamed a shocking sound, hey you bastards. After a while, the car door slammed shut. As soon as he got inside, Young-woo opened his mouth and sighed, what is so hard about it? Mong-do lowered his voice, but it is dark so I probably won't be able to see clearly. Kam Jang's face darkened, he said with a stern voice, try to request support from nearby military bases and do your best. At this moment, a scream came from outside, wait a minute. Immediately afterward, the car door quickly opened, the light immediately shone straight inside. As soon as he saw Isara, Kam Jang flinched slightly, even Ms. Isara is coming along. As soon as she saw him, she changed to a grinning attitude. Of course, I could not do anything in the interrogation room just now, it was so frustratingly stuffy. I was going to go dig up dirt to relieve my mood. Hearing this, Kam Jang was a little scared, his voice trembled noticeably. I am a little surprised, it is the first time I have seen Ms. Isara panicking in front of a suspect like that. She dejectedly added, when I turned off the mic as requested, he cursed with all kinds of vulgar words. On this side, Ji-hoon stared at the face of the clock. He was secretly calculating in his mind, if I want to find the body in time, I need to know the exact location. I remember the photo taken at the scene of the discovery of the body, a place with 2 trees and 2 large rocks close together. Thinking to this point, Ji-hoon swallowed dryly, his heart beat unconsciously strongly. Still, to be honest, there are more places like that than I thought. Immediately afterward, Ji-hoon leaned over to Young-woo, Captain. First ask the military bases that are searching to focus on the area under the large rocks, that Chuo-myung confessed during the final interrogation that he had difficulty burying it under the rock. Seeing that, he replied quickly without thinking, okay, because of one crazy guy, the promotion ceremony was held properly. The scene shifts to a dark area. A man's voice rang out somewhat tremulously, it is here. He hesitated and asked the question, Swan Police Station Violent Crimes Unit 2, right? Sung-hyuk quickly stepped forward. He politely greeted, I am Young Sung-hyuk, Investigation Chief of the Kangwon Police Station. Seeing that, Young-woo reflexively leaned closer. I am Hwang Young-woo, Team Leader of the Violent Crimes Unit 2. I look forward to your help. The man standing in the darkness of the mountains said in a low but clear voice, the current search situation is still quite slow because it is night after all. Because there is not much time left, we will participate immediately. We will thank you and repay you after the sun rises. At this moment, the group of people bowed their heads, their eyes fixed on the ground below. At the same time, the search dogs were also released to find the body. At this moment, metal accidentally collided with something. A clanging sound rang out. Someone shouted, ODKM. Back to Ji-hoon's side, Kam Jang made a dissatisfied face. Hey Magne, are we being played by Chuo-myung? He immediately denied. There is definitely no mistake. It can only be around the stones. He worriedly looked up at the distant mountaintop. It is already 5 of the clock, it is almost dawn. Will it be okay? Ji-hoon lowered his voice while trying to persuade. Please believe in me and try a little harder. At that moment, a shout rang out in the quiet space. Here, everyone come dig. Kam Jang immediately reacted. Magne, let us go. Only footsteps followed each other. The sound of footsteps became more and more hurried. Ji-hoon quickly went to the group of patrol police. As soon as he saw what was in the hole, someone could not help but open his mouth and vomit. Someone unconsciously screamed, "Oh my God." Meanwhile, the faces of Ji-hoon and Kam Jang were almost pale, as seen in the previous article. In between 2 large rocks lying close together, between the trees there. Only 2 huge boulders were placed proudly on the ground. Ji-hoon's eyes quickly swept over each body. He muttered in his heart, 6 dismembered bodies lying next to each other. Before the too horrifying scene, Ji-hoon's voice trembled unconsciously. This situation. Isara hugged her mouth tightly, trying to hold back her nausea. She burst out a curse, that madman. The act of seeking pleasure by controlling the life and death of others, especially torturing and starving them. In another development, Oh Mi-young made a perverted face. He frantically poured the water bottle upside down on the ground. That is how Oh Mi-young tortured others. Witnessing the scene of the body gradually decomposing, Kam Jang turned around and sighed. Potato pancakes and makgeolli for later, too unlucky. At the same time, Young-woo quickly picked up the phone. Yeah, it is me, I found the body that the bastard Oh Mi-young killed. The other end of the line immediately gave the order. Arrest that bastard immediately. The scene shifts to the interrogation room of the Investigation Bureau. Ji-hoon hurriedly stepped inside. He did not forget to report, the entire Violent Crimes Unit 2 has returned. As soon as he saw Ji-hoon, the person opposite him quickly replied. You came back just in time. Oh Mi-young has given additional testimony. There are more victims who are dying in some secret place that he is hiding. Then the opponent sighed dejectedly, but then that bastard fell silent, so it is very difficult. He continued to add, Ji-hoon, he said if it was not you, he would not say anything. He quickly took off his outer coat, his body turned towards the door opposite. Oh Mi-young, is he in the interrogation room now? Yes, but he is scheduled to see you after 10 of the clock, he said he is eating. Ji-hoon put force into rotating his wrist. Let me take the statement. Will the victim still be alive? If so, where is he? Immediately afterward, the prison door immediately opened. The sound rang out creaking and very eerie. At this moment, Oh Mi-young appeared with both hands handcuffed tightly. He let out a sigh. Ji-hoon smirked. I was being scolded while waiting. Oh smiled faintly. You do not have to say that. In that moment, vague thoughts began to form in his mind. In a situation where the victim could die at any moment, every second is very precious. I can't let him lead me around here forever. Ji-hoon tapped the document file lightly on the table. He slowly spoke up. Start writing the suspect's statement. He could not help but exclaim, but you are also super really. Ji-hoon did not react to the tease. He sternly ordered, check if the personal information written here is correct. Oh Mi-young stared at him and said sarcastically, I thought you would not be able to find it. Seeing that, Ji-hoon was silent again. He secretly thought, he is starting again. He is starting to lead me according to his will again. Ji-hoon frowned slightly. He said with a stern voice, I will assume that it has been confirmed above. At this moment, Oh Mi-young suddenly changed his attitude. He pointed directly at Ji-hoon's face. No way, those things are not important. Are you going to kill the victim? Didn't you come here just to ask that? Let us talk comfortably a little. Oh Mi-young continued to manipulate his fingertips just like a provocative movement. He continued to add, you know, being bored is not good, right? Contrary to expectations, Ji-hoon was not angry at all. He just chuckled softly. Then suddenly Oh Mi-young tapped hard on the table. The objects immediately shook. He gently lit the lighter and brought it close to the cigarette. As soon as he took a puff, Oh Mi-young's eyes lit up. He grinned. You're using a flint lighter, huh, police officer, even though the salary is meager. Ji-hoon frowned slightly. Continue the story you were telling, huh? Oh Mi-young asked back with a teasing tone. Okay, but what were we talking about? He lowered his voice. That victim, is she definitely still alive? He replied indifferently. Ah, that is right, that kid. Oh Mi-young once again looked straight into Ji-hoon's eyes, anyway. He suppressed the anger that was urging in his heart, then hissed through his teeth, you bastard. Before his bewildered look, Ji-hoon pressed the record button on the table. After finishing, he raised his head and looked straight into Oh Mi-young's eyes with fiery eyes. From now on, we probably have to talk without a recording device. Where is that victim, you sick bastard? Young-woo quickly realized. His head tilted towards the glass door. What is it? He turned off the microphone again. He could not help but feel a little worried. He probably did not cause any trouble, right? Meanwhile, Irasa swallowed dryly. Looking at the current situation, it seems that the emotions of police officer Go Ji-hoon are becoming tense. In that situation, he must have been manipulated by Chu Oh-myung. Back to Oh-myung's side, he casually said, his voice as light as air. That is really interesting. You are a talented police officer. Wait, give me another cigarette. Well, now what is next? Do it quickly. It is better to do it quickly. Oh-myung did not tremble at all. He brazenly provoked, before that kid dies, police officer Go Ji-hoon. In that moment, Ji-hoon jumped up from his chair. He frantically screamed, "You madman." Ji-hoon angrily grabbed Oh-myung's collar. Speak quickly. Where's that victim now? Do not play those tricks anymore. Tell me the location of that victim. Seeing his angry appearance, he was very excited. His mouth smiled madly. Before Oh-myung's horrifying expression, Ji-hoon was almost stunned. This was the first time I witnessed his terrifying nature. He continued to laugh madly and crazily. It was hard to do this, the way you begged to know. Ji-hoon put force into tightening Oh-myung's collar, seeing that he bluntly said sarcastically, "Incompetent and useless. That is how the people call you police officers. The people they consider to be vermin. I thought you would be the one who would make me happy after so long. But what is this? It is really pitifully incompetent." Not stopping there, Oh-myung coldly added, "Sorry, but the victory belongs to me. Police officer Go Ji-hoon, that kid will die soon." He confirmed firmly, "She will definitely die after exactly 5 minutes. It can't be changed. No matter what you do, you can't stop it." Ji-hoon was silent for a moment and asked again, "What are you talking about, huh?" Oh-myung grinned, "Why what? The Wa-nak-dong redevelopment area." He stared at his trembling eyes while shouting, "I hid that kid there, at 11 a.m. today. If the construction starts, that kid will die, because of the incompetence of you people." Oh-myung did not forget to remind, "You killed that kid, Go Ji-hoon, you lost." After a moment of silence, he immediately replied, "No, it is not over yet." He stopped. "What?" Oh-myung hurriedly asked and replied, "Are you denying reality now? So pathetic. There are only 3 minutes left. How are you going to stop it?" On this side, Ji-hoon worriedly looked at the clock. He was right. There were only 3 minutes left. Think, there must be a way. Dismantling Wanak-dong at 11 a.m. Redevelopment. Neighborhood scale. Large construction company. Wait, large construction company. I got it. A way to save the victim. Ji-hoon turned towards the glass panel opposite. He urgently reported, "Emergency. Go to the Wa-nak-dong redevelopment area now. The victim is trapped at that construction site." Kam Jang leaned closer to the microphone. He could not help but feel a little confused. The Wanak-dong redevelopment area. Ji-hoon once again confirmed, "Yes, I will block that construction site, so please set off immediately." Oh-myung sighed dejectedly. "In the end, you are still resisting uselessly. Admit defeat, police officer Go Ji-hoon." He opened his mouth almost whispering, "Defeat, you are still misunderstanding to the end, Chu Oh-myung." Ji-hoon raised his head. His eyes were as cold as a knife. The corners of his mouth curled up in a challenge as he said slowly, "I am not just a normal police officer Go Ji-hoon. I am also the son of a wealthy chaebol chairman, police officer Go Ji-hoon." Kam Jang turned and walked out quickly. "Mong-do, set off to Wanak-dong now." He quickly replied, "Damn it, I will go there by motorcycle." After finishing, Kam Jang turned to report, "Magne, Mong-do has arrived there first. Should not we also quickly stop the dismantling of Wanak-dong?" Ji-hoon quickly replied, his voice firm, "Wait a little longer. First, we need to stop the dismantling." He leaned over and looked at Oh-myung. His heart was calculating every second. Very good. Now is the speed race. If it is dismantling a construction site like the Wanak-dong area, there is a high probability that it will be carried out by a large construction company. If it is Gagwang Group, I probably know the big companies. Kim's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Whenever you need anything, just call me, young master." Ji-hoon almost woke up. "If it is Chief Kim," the other end of the line rang out a respectful voice, slightly stunned. "Yes, what is it, young master?" He raised his voice urgently, his voice serious and rare. "Chief Kim, emergency situation. Find out about the dismantling company in the Wanak-dong area immediately for me." He replied immediately, without hesitation, "Yes, I know, young master." A mocking laugh rang out from Oh-myung. "In the end, you're still resisting uselessly. Admit defeat, police officer Go Ji-hoon." Kim quickly reported, his voice urgent, "I found out that the company in charge of dismantling Wanak-dong is Gunbeak Construction. They are already working." A familiar name rang in Ji-hoon's head, Gunbeak Construction. He continued to ask, "Chief Kim, Do you still have the business card you received from Nam Se Ha at the boat party? He was silent for a beat and replied, if it is that, then probably. Kim quickly replied, found it, I will call this number for you right away. A calm man's voice rang out, yes, this is Se Ha. He switched to a standard diplomatic tone, I am Go Ji-hoon from Gagwang. Do you remember me, he continued, his voice gentle, last time at the boat party, long time no see. Ji-hoon went straight to the point, without beating around the bush, I am being a little rude, but I want to ask you to stop the dismantling of Wonok-dong. I heard news that a missing person is being held there. Se-ha was a little surprised, a missing person, I heard that you have become a police officer, but is that news accurate? He emphasized each word with a stern voice, I am sure. He paused for a beat and said, I understand, I will handle it right away. Hearing that, Ji-hoon did not forget to express his gratitude, it is an emergency situation, so please handle it quickly, I will come to greet you later. Se-ha continued, his tone serious, in that case, Ji-hoon, you owe me one. The Wonok-dong project is a project that takes a lot of effort, so the cost of proceeding is not small. So next time, you also have to help me with something. Ji-hoon secretly assessed, different from the image, even in this situation he can still negotiate, truly a promising candidate for the chairman of Gunbeak. He nodded in agreement. I understand, I will contact you next time. He unconsciously nodded in response, I will be waiting for you. At the same time, Oh-myung began to growl, full of unwillingness, don't play those tricks anymore, what are you that just by making a phone call, you can tell them to stop and they stop. Only Ji-hoon slowly stood up, he stared blankly following his movements. Ji-hoon opened his mouth and replied, I failed, do you think you know everything, Chu Oh-myung? He emphasized each word, his voice full of pressure, I am not just a normal police officer Go Ji-hoon, I am also the son of a wealthy chaebol chairman, police officer Go Ji-hoon. After speaking, Ji-hoon suddenly launched a kick into Oh-myung's face. Seeing his body trembling, he said contemptuously, if you want to play with me, you have to be on the same level first. Ji-hoon turned his back, his voice rang out like a sentencing, because my world is different from yours. On this side, the sound of police sirens rang loudly throughout the road. Only 3 or 4 cars sped quickly on the highway. After a while, the scene stopped in front of an abandoned building. At this time, a figure slowly moved. Ji-hoon's group quickly arrived at the scene, everyone's face was serious. Just as he was still absent-minded, a shout rang out over here it is. Mong-do waved his hand strongly forward, Ji-hoon turned to look at him, as expected, he had arrived first. Kam-jang stepped forward quickly, his eyes sharpened when he saw Mong-do standing relatively calmly. Mong-do, we are in an emergency situation right now, are not you being too relaxed? Ji-hoon could not help but feel a little worried, I understand, I do not know how many days the victim has been hungry and thirsty, it would not be strange if the victim died at any time. Mong-do frowned and retorted, while pointing into the distance and speaking quickly, no way, I was the first to arrive and then went to ask for the address from the manager here. Is it too much to say that, he replied lightly, I thought you were joking as usual. After speaking, Mong-do turned to the person next to him, here, the manager has notified the police about the places to search. The man hesitated and spoke up, thanks to you, our work today has been cancelled. He hesitated for a moment and then proactively suggested, do you police officers need more manpower to help search? Wonok-dong is very large, so with that many people you probably have to spend the whole night searching. The man lowered his voice, clearly with a bargaining tone, a lot of people are off today, so if you want to use them, I will give you a discount, that is right. No one here knows this place better than us. Ji-hoon thought for a few seconds, then replied decisively, okay. He looked straight at the man, his voice serious, I will hire all the staff here today, please work carefully. He laughed with satisfaction while raising his arm to signal, this young police officer is really enthusiastic, okay, quickly find that missing person. The man began to urge, hurry up and help me, we do not have much time. Witnessing that scene, Kam-jang could not help but exclaim, Magne is really different. Mong-do chuckled, Magne is working hard alone, so let us go help too. He nodded slightly, okay, let us go. Ji-hoon stood in the middle of the vast Wonok, his eyes swept over each row of dilapidated houses. Wonok-dong, anyway, I can't search the entire vast area. Chu Oh-myung, that bastard probably also has weaknesses, if I were him, where would I lock up the victim? In a fleeting moment, he unconsciously remembered Irace's words, that bastard has a very special smell. She confirmed firmly, because I am a psychologist, I am very good at finding the characteristics of each person. Isara recalled the interrogation room, her eyes darkened. During the interrogation process, I smelled something very strange on that person, not a normal body odor, according to my analysis then. She analyzed slowly. The clothes are completely opposite to the carefully groomed appearance, but to say that he has done strenuous work, his hands are clean, without a single callus. Isara continued to reason, her voice even more certain. There is too little information to find clues from external factors. There is only one point, that is the characteristic musty smell of abandoned houses. She spoke slowly, each word clear. The smell is like the smell of mildew and mold. Ji-hoon repeated as if consolidating his thoughts. That is right, the smell of mildew and mold. Without thinking, he turned to Young-woo, Captain. Ji-hoon asked quickly, his voice extremely urgent, is there anywhere here with a musty smell or a smell like the smell of stagnant water and mold? He repeated with a confused face. The smell of stagnant water and mold. Young-woo pondered, he muttered in his throat, the smell of stagnant water, mold, maybe the basement areas or the old buildings in the back. He immediately gave the order, his voice decisive, notify the other police officers and go to the construction company. Ji-hoon turned and ran. He did not forget to remind, search for old buildings or basements. Young-woo's voice rang out through the walkie-talkie, attention all teams. He loudly ordered, search mainly in the basement, semi-basement and old buildings. Young-woo's stern voice rang out again, repeat. He sternly emphasized each word, search mainly in the basement, semi-basement and old buildings. After a while, Ji-hoon leaned back against a tree. He opened his mouth and gasped. Ji-hoon fell to the ground. He could not help but lament, oh my God, it never ends, it is already dark. Ji-hoon was still gasping. He began to worry, how long has it been? I can't delay any longer right now, the victim is still trying her best to endure. In that moment, the image of the woman appeared faintly in Ji-hoon's mind. He forced himself, think, Bae Min-soo. Ji-hoon kept muttering, his eyes focused, the smell of stagnant water, the smell of mildew and mold. A light flashed in his eyes, enclosed space, oh that is right. Ji-hoon turned to look at the water tank on the roof. The door of the building suddenly opened. In front of Ji-hoon appeared an old building. He glanced around, the vast and old abandoned house, with no signs of use. Ji-hoon quickly concluded, this is the ideal condition for that bastard to use as a crime scene. He frantically rushed forward, ignoring the fact that his face had turned pale. Later, Ji-hoon's footsteps stopped completely in front of the water tank. He swallowed dryly, his heart was beating strongly. Ji-hoon quickly climbed up to the water tank. He frantically prayed, I do not want anything else, please be alive. Ji-hoon poked his head in and looked inside, is anyone in there? As expected, the woman appeared with her body tied tightly. As soon as he saw her, he worriedly asked, are you okay, madam? Please wake up if you are alive, move to let me know. Before the loud noise, the woman trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes turned towards Ji-hoon. When he felt her weak breath, he choked up, his voice softened, I am a police officer, are you awake? Below, the woman with her mouth taped shut could only make a mumbling sound. Later, Ji-hoon carefully removed the tape on her face. The woman tried to utter a voice. Her dry lips trembled slightly, she cried desperately, save me, save me. At this moment, he quickly draped his coat over the woman's body. Ji-hoon leaned closer, shielding her with his body, his voice reassuringly certain, don't worry, there are only police here, everything is over so you can rest assured. The woman burst into tears, all the pent-up emotions poured out like heavy rain. That was when she began to pour out all her emotions like a heavy rain. He then took out the walkie-talkie, his lips close to it. Ji-hoon shouted, I found the victim. As soon as the words were spoken, the group of police officers quickly dispersed. The scene returns to the familiar police station. Ji-hoon stopped in front of the iron bars. He glared at him, Chu Oh-myung. Hearing this, Oh-myung did not react. Ji-hoon spoke slowly like a final verdict, it is all over. He continued to add, from today, you will have to go to court in prison, no need to look, it is clear that you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. He only replied with a teasing tone, I am so hungry, that urban thing forget it, can you give me some grace before I go? Ji-hoon trembled slightly, these are the public measures that I can take, from now on. He tilted his head to look at Oh-myung, his eyes darkened, I will do everything in my own way. He was silent again, the corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. Oh-myung laughed out loud, his eyes flashed crazily, own way, police officers who eat the government salary really work hard, so what can you do from now on, police officer Go Ji-hun? Ji-hoon suddenly changed his tone. I will stop your self-destructive plan. He lowered his voice, each word like a shackle. Why, do you think I do not know anything at all? Ji-hoon continued with a cold voice. Even if you want to die, you can't die 24 hours, 365 days. Everyone around you, in every space you go through and breathe, will monitor so you can't die. He turned to leave, while not forgetting to remind, wait and see what hell is waiting for you, Chuo-myung. He laughed with interest, his eyes full of sick excitement. You are really an interesting person to the point that I feel it is a pity to say goodbye like this. Oh-myung leaned forward, his voice drawn out. It is really worth looking forward to. I do not know how you will make me happy. That is right. I won't die and endure to the end. We will play happily again, okay? His voice rang out throughout the prison cell. See you again, Go Ji-hoo. Reaching the outside, Irasa called out, Go Ji-hoon SSI. He looked over blankly, psychologist Isara. She spoke hesitantly, I have something to say, can you spare me some time? In that moment, an idea flashed in Ji-hoon's head, damn it, it is finally here. He gently opened his mouth so. Ji-hoon bluntly asked, do you have something you want to ask me? I will take a half day off today. She replied with a serious face, there is one thing I can't understand at all. Isara turned to look at Ji-hoon, she said clearly, Go Ji-hoon, 27 years old, the third son of the Gogwang group, high school graduate, right? He immediately nodded yes. Isara continued to ask and answer, then have you ever studied psychology privately? Chuo-myung scored 36 points in PCLR. Ji-hoon pretended to be surprised, wow, 36 points, that bastard is good, so scary. She frowned slightly, that is right, but I do not understand how you can control such a person. Isara thought deeply, as expected, you are sensitive, a name that even a psychologist can't exploit, yet a forgotten detective can handle it, I must be very curious. I am just a person who can see the future in a special way, different from others. Ji-hoon lowered his head, muttering, the way to do it then. He secretly thought, there is probably only that way then, right? After a moment of hesitation, Ji-hoon quickly made an excuse, that is, this is a business secret. After speaking, he laughed awkwardly, that is it. Then Ji-hoon quickly stood up. He immediately turned around, his voice casual as if closing the subject. It is not worth exchanging for a cup of coffee. If we become closer, I will tell you later. On this side, Isara silently watched Ji-hoon's back. She repeated that sentence, if we become closer. Turning back to Ji-hoon's side, he quickly picked up the phone, yes, Chief Kim. He spoke in a respectful voice as usual, yes, young master, have you finished preparing? Ji-hoon replied concisely but clearly, yes, I am ready. He breathed out softly, his voice lowered in a rare moment, Dad's birthday. Only Ji-hoon's hand tightened on the steering wheel. Then he slowly stepped outside. Kim bowed to greet when Ji-hoon entered, his voice respectful, welcome young master, I have prepared the food, the chairman and madam are also waiting. He grinned, so the Chuo-myung case has also been resolved smoothly. Ji-hoon nodded slightly, fortunately, I came here right away without eating anything. Kim did not forget to add, you have worked hard, I have prepared the dishes you like so it will probably suit your taste. He paused slightly, today even I am. Dayman's voice rang out low and short, you have arrived. He looked coldly towards Ji-hoon, come in. He stood straight, bowing properly, happy birthday Dad. Ji-hoon placed the gift bag on the table, his voice softened, I wish I could rest comfortably, although not much, I brought a little fruit on the way here. Dayman glanced at it, you bought a lot, huh? Madam turned to Ji-hoon, you must be tired from the road. Let us eat first, how's work, is it very tiring? He could not help but feel a little confused. What is it, what is wrong, I do not know. In Ji-hoon's heart, a strange feeling stirred, suddenly she changed her attitude, I am not used to it at all. He hesitated and replied, oh well, although it is busy, I can still do it, it is all thanks to the efforts of everyone. She was silent for a moment and then replied, is that so, that is good. Madam paused for a beat, her eyes became sharper, but I do not know. Do you know Assemblyman Jang Man-chun? Ji-hoon slightly smirked, secretly understanding the problem. Aha, so this is the main issue. He quickly replied, I know, who in the Republic of Korea does not know Jang Man-chun? She continued to add, Assemblyman Jang Man-chun is a college friend of your maternal grandfather. Madam continued, her voice heavier, he has a granddaughter. His granddaughter has been missing without a trace for a few days. She spoke slowly, as if weighing each word. The kid was originally free and comfortable, so I thought she would come back soon, but she completely disappeared, literally evaporated. She frankly raised the issue, He heard that you rescued the victim of the serial kidnapping case, so he contacted us. I do not know if you can help. Then suddenly Madam changed her tone. However, if this matter becomes serious, not intervening will cause us a lot of trouble. This is also a good opportunity to build a relationship with the assemblyman, so I hope you will carefully consider and focus on this matter. The phone vibrated. Ji-hoon paused slightly. Wait a moment, I will answer the phone and come back. She had no choice but to compromise. Okay, answer the phone and come back. The door slowly opened. It only opened slightly. He stepped into the empty hallway, frowning slightly. Strange number, what exactly is it? Hello. The other end of the line rang out a slightly hoarse man's voice. Is this police officer Go Ji-hoon's phone number? I am Park Han-dong, about the Hae-soo case. I asked the warden to borrow the phone to call. Hearing this, he immediately asked with concern, You are doing great. Is there anything inconvenient in your daily life? He replied hurriedly. No, thanks to you, I am living very comfortably. Han-dong hesitated for a moment and then continued, Actually, there is something else I wanted to ask you. His voice became noticeably worried. The problem is, I can't contact my sister. Ji-hoon pondered. If it is his sister, then she is the victim of the Balbari case. Park Saebom. She glared at him, looking at me like that. Are you a police officer? Is there anything related to me that you police officer need? Ji-hoon then urged. Please tell me more clearly. Han-dong sighed. Usually my sister would come to visit every Wednesday, but suddenly since last week, she has not come anymore. Ji-hoon's heart could not help but feel uneasy. It seems that she has also mysteriously disappeared, or... He unconsciously remembered Madam's request along with Saebom's disappearance. Ji-hoon was silent for a second, then secretly thought, 2 disappearances in a row like this are not simple at all. He said decisively, I will investigate. Give me your sister's phone number and address. Han-dong hurriedly replied, yes. An idea flashed in Ji-hoon. Of course, the address might be in Dongsu-dong. Because I saw it directly when chasing Balbari. Han-dong was grateful. Thank you, my SM. Please help her. He replied quickly, It is nothing much. If anything happens, I will contact you. At the same time, a gust of wind blew lightly through Ji-hoon's hair. He sighed in his heart, I probably won't get a break in this life. Turning back to Dae-man's side, his face suddenly darkened. Dae-man stared at Ji-hoon. Is it urgent? He tried to avoid his eyes. I am sorry, even though today is a special day. Dae-man suddenly spoke up. Go. He continued, his eyes rarely carrying pride. Ji-hoon, you are now a grown police officer. Is not it your job to protect others? I have seen the grown-up face of my son, so I am satisfied. Dae-man's voice softened. Quickly return to your colleagues. Ji-hoon pursed his lips. A complex emotion rose in his heart. Of course, he is not my biological father. He said clearly, then I will go now. Happy birthday, Dad. Ji-hoon could not help but feel a little confused. Why does my heart feel so painful? He suddenly stopped. Before I go, as I said before. Ji-hoon turned to Madam, Assemblyman Jang Man-chun, if you want me to find his granddaughter, then please convey to him that this issue must be made public, with the current level of investigation. It is definitely impossible to find her. She frowned slightly. Just now I said that he is worried that this matter will become serious. If it is just a simple runaway, then the situation of the assemblyman will become very difficult. Ji-hoon lowered his voice. Then you have to choose. He coldly reminded, either feel ashamed because his granddaughter ran away from home, or he may never find his granddaughter. Ji-hoon did not forget to add, please convey to him that no matter which direction he chooses, I hope he makes a decision so he does not have to regret it. After speaking, he quickly went outside while starting the car. Ji-hoon leaned back. He opened his mouth and sighed. He secretly thought, Assemblyman Jang Man-chun will definitely choose to make the issue public, so there is no need to worry about that side. Ji-hoon stared at the name on the screen. The remaining problem is on this side. He probably won't answer. Then he suddenly flinched. His face immediately changed. Ji-hoon stared blankly at the phone screen. Someone's voice rang out. DKM, if never mind. He fixed his eyes on the screen. A man's voice. In that moment, Ji-hoon's heart almost stopped beating. He stared at the phone screen. Because I was worried, I called. Only the voice of a strange man rang out at the other end of the line. After a moment of silence, Ji-hoon reacted to the sound. At the same time Kam Jang's voice rang out. He worriedly asked, Magne, what is wrong? He did not explain but only gestured, Hyung, now I will read the address to you. Please help me locate it quickly. Kam Jang was slightly confused. Locate it. Ji-hoon pressed the phone to his ear. He said with a serious tone, the younger sister of a friend of mine is missing, but when I tried calling, It seems that the perpetrator accidentally answered. Speaking to this point, Ji-hoon once again reminded, "Please record my name as the reporter." He quickly replied, "Okay, after reporting the situation, I will text you." He replied with satisfaction, "Yes, thank you." As soon as the words were spoken, Ji-hoon suddenly accelerated. The car immediately sped forward. After a while, the wheel stopped completely on a road. The car door quickly opened. An invisible killing intent surged out. He glanced around, then stopped in front of an old building. "Is it this place?" Ji-hoon swiped his fingertips quickly on the phone screen. "Thanks to him, I found this place." On the other side of the screen displayed a text message from Kam Jang. "It seems to be the building on the right if you take the bakery at the Dongsu intersection as a landmark." He quickly typed the words, "Thank you." After finishing, Ji-hoon did not forget to tell himself, "I have to treat him to a meal later." Before stepping inside, Ji-hoon's face straightened. He warmed up his bones while looking around. Looking at it, it seems that there are few people passing by. Even if I cause a little noise, it probably won't affect much. On this side, a large money-counting machine appeared on the table. On top were thick stacks of money. The manager raised his head to look at the group of people and sternly asked, "How much did you earn today?" Chun-bong grabbed the stack of money as if to feel it. "Only half of last week." Hearing that, he almost went crazy and shouted, "Tell the pimps to bring in more goods." The manager angrily cursed, "These days, the students are really bored with life, lacking spiritually. We need to have that to work effectively." Suddenly the sound of the door opening echoed. He turned around and shouted, "What is it? Damn it, closed for business." Hearing the continuous knocking on the door, the manager became even more furious. "Damn it, Def, I told you we are closed for business." A subordinate quickly went outside. "Hey, you bastard, did not you hear? If you do not get lost right now." Before he could react, Ji-hoon coldly launched a kick. Before the sudden scene, the manager angrily roared, What is it?" He frantically ordered, "Catch that guy." Hearing this, Chun-bong quickly rushed over, his hand clenched into a fist. He only let out a curse, "Damn it." Immediately afterward, the sound of fighting echoed loudly. Ji-hoon's eyes turned to the nameplate, "Director on Chun-bong." Meanwhile, the sound of screaming rang out intensely, "You damn bastard, Chun-bong." After a while, the group of people were completely defeated. Ji-hoon calmly walked closer to the manager. He rubbed his throbbing head, constantly moaning, "Why do you have to hit the head?" He held the phone screen in front of his face. "Okay, the guy who answered the call just now, it was you, right?" Before the questioning, the manager immediately denied, "I do not know." At that moment, the phone suddenly vibrated. He turned around in fear. "Why is it?" Ji-hoon turned to look at the manager with bullet-like eyes. "Then why is that phone ringing?" His voice trembled. "I do not know either, but I will tell you everything, I will tell you everything." The manager explained while typing on the keyboard, that mobile phone was received through a direct transaction. Ji-hoon leaned closer. He asked with a skeptical tone, "You guys also collect this kind of phone?" He hesitantly replied, "Yes, well, because the economic situation is too bad. The person who brought the machine here was a student, said it was mixed in with a pile of clothes." Hearing this, Ji-hoon turned away with dissatisfaction. His hand tightened on the nameplate. "You bastards, do not buy anything carelessly." The manager quickly raised both hands to block his face. He trembled. "No, there is no other way either." Seeing that, he changed the question. "Okay, then there is no record of the person who sold this to you." He hesitated to answer. "Yes, about that there is not." Ji-hoon secretly thought, "It seems that there is nothing useful here." He reached out and touched the phone on the table. "I will take this." The manager was stunned on the spot. "Yes." Ji-hoon coldly turned around while not forgetting to teach. "Anyway, you received it illegally. Do not regret it. I will use it for the common good. I am leaving." Seeing his back leaving, the people here showed angry faces in turn. The manager quickly concluded, that guy is definitely a police officer." The remaining people answered in unison, "Definitely 110%. Back to Ji-hoon's side, he was constantly thinking. At the scene, there were only clothes and a mobile phone of Tsun lying around. Then Ji-hoon looked down at Sae Bomb's silent phone. An idea flashed in his head. "I suddenly remembered a case." Ji-hoon looked up at the moonlight. He secretly prayed, "Please do not be like the case I am thinking of." The scene changes to the next morning. Sunlight begins to shine through the window frame. At the same time, Ji-hoon slowly moved on the road. He approached Kam Jang's desk. "Hello." He worriedly asked, "It is Magne, was yesterday's matter resolved?" Ji-hoon hesitated slightly. "Well." Hearing this, Mongdu curiously approached. "What is it? What happened yesterday?" Kam Jang teased. that Magne took a half-day off but still got involved in a case. At this moment, a voice rang out from afar, "Come on, everyone pay attention." Moon Gap looked around and asked, "Has everyone seen the news? There has been a report about Assemblyman Jiang Man-chun's granddaughter going missing." The news clearly showed, Assemblyman Jiang Man-chun's granddaughter, in a missing state, has held a press conference. He loudly reminded, "Although it is not in our territory, pay attention a little." Jung-woo opened his mouth and breathed out, "So busy, what is it to me if it is an assemblyman's granddaughter?" Hearing this, Moon Gap turned to question, "Hey, Huang Jung-woo, what did you say?" He quickly denied nothing. Ji-hoon could not help but feel a little confused. Who called so early? He immediately picked up the phone. "Yes, I received the call." DK politely greeted, "Inspector. It is DK here, I saw the news. It seems that you guys have done something big." As soon as he picked up the phone, Ji-hoon teased, "Long time no see, you seem busy these days, huh?" He laughed awkwardly. "Yes, it is also for a living." DK suddenly lowered his voice. "The thing is, today I have something I want to say to you." He glanced in one direction and slowly added, "The thing you requested last time, I found new information." After a moment of hesitation, DK suddenly brought news. "There is information related to Hae-soo." The scene of the past suddenly reappeared. At that moment Ji-hoon was Min-soo. He appeared in a flustered manner. The different causes from the beginning were linked together by invisible links. Before Min-soo was the cold body of Hae-soo, only her white skirt was stained with fresh blood. In an instant, I became the murderer who killed the national actress Hae-soo. Unbelievable because of that bastard. Returning to reality, DK repeated the sentence from before, news related to actress Hae-soo. The other end of the line suddenly fell silent. He called back in confusion, "Hello, Ji-hoon." At this time, Ji-hoon reacted, "Yes, please speak." He secretly thought, thinking about it, I did not expect that the incident back then could cause such a shock. Ji-hoon rubbed his throbbing head lightly. I thought everything would be better now. On this side, DK continued to report. His wording was very coherent. Hae-soo's sponsor is Myung-bo-hoon, the CEO of a company specializing in relationship management. According to what I found, that CEO has now established another company. Where was it? He paused for a beat and continued, "Wait, the Exodus artists in the drug use case have been arrested, right? I mean their management company, World on Entertainment. That company was established by Myung-bo-hoon." Hearing this, Ji-hoon almost woke up. World on Entertainment. DK's face unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. His voice began to tremble. The entertainment company also. "This matter, because I feel suffocated in my heart. I will tell you, but you also know Exodus is involved with the Kamapo organization, right? That is an organization specializing in trafficking in drugs, assuming the children were taken to that place. That shows that it seems like the name Myung-bo-hoon has a close relationship with the organization." DK became hesitant and tried to speak out. "According to rumors, it is involved with China too." He frowned slightly, his heart beating rapidly. "Drugs and human trafficking. If it is related to China." After speaking, he returned to his usual tone. "I only investigated that much." Seeing that, Ji-hoon replied softly, "You have worked hard. Thanks to you, I have obtained a lot of important information." DK worriedly asked quickly, "You did not tell the director, right? It will be like that in the future too." "I understand, thanks to you." He smirked. "I understand. I am hanging up." As soon as he picked up the phone, Ji-hoon hurriedly thought, World on Entertainment, Myung-bo-hoon. These are unexpected clues in this disappearance case. That is not right. Now it is not just a disappearance case, but a kidnapping and human trafficking case. The scene shifts to World on Entertainment. It was an extremely luxurious building. From inside the office came a piercing scream. "Hey Yun-ji, I am preparing to go on a business trip. If anyone comes to look for me, tell them I am not here." The man hesitated and looked at the person opposite him. Director, the situation is a bit complicated right now." Bo-hoon stopped. He loudly questioned, "What do you mean?"
Dimans buis atramlat. Kakeuk.
Myung-bo-hoon, director of World on Entertainment. He turned to look at the person next to him. This guy has been in Korea for a while, but why is his pronunciation still so bad? Bo-hoon kept grumbling. He is already a director, but he still does not understand. At this moment, Ji-hoon suddenly appeared. He said casually, "Hey you, there is a guest here and you do not even bother to welcome them." Hearing this, he turned around abruptly. "What?" Ji-hoon quickly took the photo in Bo-hoon's hand. "Let us see, what is this?" Seeing that, he angrily shouted, "Who are you? Hey Yun-ji, why do not you hurry up and kick this kid out? Ji-hoon looked at the picture carefully, he sighed dejectedly. What is it? Just an advertising flyer. Ji-hoon was not afraid at all. He brazenly asked and answered as if he were interrogating. Let us see, do you know who I am? Ji-hoon secretly thought, his heart chuckled. Although you do not know me, I know you are a piece of trash. After a while, he suddenly changed his tone. His voice rang out coldly like the first snow. I am in the process of carrying out my duties, so I hope you will cooperate with us. Director of World on Entertainment, no. Ji-hoon suddenly pressed close to Bo-hoon. His eyes devoured him. You should call me. Don't even think about kicking me out, or there will be bloodshed. Bo-hoon unconsciously trembled. He pretended not to understand. What do you mean? As long as Bo-hoon tried to avoid Ji-hoon's eyes, he laughed it off. You're joking too much. He did not hesitate to grab Bo-hoon's shoulder. Is that so? Then how about this? Ji-hoon stepped closer, his hand held tightly on his hair. His voice rang out sometimes high and sometimes low. You have cooperated with Kamappa, carried out drug transactions. Are a member of the brokerage group. Fully called the Chinese Brokerage Transaction. A huge organization from China specializing in drug trafficking and human trafficking. Before the accusation, Bo-hoon was almost stunned. How did he know about the existence of the organization? Who exactly is this kid? Ji-hoon did not hesitate to lay all his cards on the table. I know everything already, so do not even try to pull any tricks. He once again used his body to press close to Bo-hoon. Where is the broker? Hearing that, he hurriedly denied. Tell me quickly, I really do not know anything. How could a lowly errand boy like me know? At this moment, Ji-hoon suddenly took out the familiar handcuffs. He coldly held it out in front of Bo-hoon while continuing, I will ask one last time, where is the broker? Tell me quickly. Then suddenly he bent over. One leg knelt straight on the ground. Ji-hoon was stunned on the spot. What? Then Bo-hoon burst into tears. He frantically denied, I really do not know anything. I am only in charge of bringing people. Then someone from the organization will come and handle it. After speaking, Bo-hoon rushed over. His hands tightly hugged his legs. His mouth constantly begged, Police officer, please forgive me this time. I will listen to whatever you say. Before that scene, Ji-hoon was still calm. He seriously asked again, really, is it true that you will listen to whatever I say? Bo-hoon did not think and replied immediately. Of course, I swear to you, I am very good at working. He then compromised, okay, that is fine then. After speaking, Ji-hoon handcuffed Bo-hoon straightforwardly. He could not help but feel a little confused why he suddenly urged, don't jump anymore, open your mouth. Bo-hoon opened his mouth while asking quickly, what the hell are you doing? Ji-hoon slowly put the object into his mouth while not forgetting to explain, a locator, a useful item. After listening, Bo-hoon screamed, wait a minute, no. Ji-hoon did not waver at all. He said casually, what do you mean no, those Chinese brokers? After a while, Bo-hoon turned to look at Ji-hoon with hesitation. You told me to find the location of those Chinese people, right? That is easy. He replied casually. That is right. Do not make me say it again and again, hurry up. Ji-hoon suddenly raised his voice. Wait a minute, I heard you used to be the director of actress Hae-soo. He was silent for a beat and then admitted, yes, that is right. He then asked the question, then among Hae-soo's sponsors, is there anyone suspicious? Bo-hoon hesitated slightly and replied, Hae-soo, it has been a while, I am not very clear. I remember now, Gunbeck Construction. He continued to add, but I am also not very clear. Each time there was a person like a stylishly dressed secretary who came to lead her away. Ji-hoon's heart almost screamed. Unbelievable, I did not expect it to be related to Gunbeck. He spoke while waving his hand, I know, now go inside, keep calm and try your best. Bo-hoon swallowed dryly, yes then. Ji-hoon added again, don't think nonsense. Do not forget that the locator is still on you. He replied loudly, yes. Ji-hoon frowned slightly, while thinking and quickly turning over the scene photos in his head. If I remember correctly, the previous kidnappings were probably caused by the Chinese human trafficking gang. Finding their shelter might lead to finding the missing people. At that moment, Kam Jang's voice came from the other end of the line. Hey Magne, emergency, come to Incheon quickly. He stopped. Emergency, in Incheon. His voice became low, each word heavy like a stone falling on a calm surface. The clothes of Assemblyman Jang Man-chung's granddaughter were discovered in the Incheon area. The investigation results show that the brokers have taken action, so the police have ambushed the route from Incheon port to China. Information indicates that the abandoned hospital in the Incheon area is their lair. Come here quickly to help. A feeling of unease quickly rose in Ji-hoon's heart. It is strange, as soon as they appeared, there was information about the brokers. He could not help but feel a little skeptical. That information, who did you hear it from? Kam Jang replied decisively, but that certainty made the atmosphere even heavier, from Police Officer Wang Onggu of the anti-drug team. Receiving the answer, Ji-hoon became even more vigilant. From that person, something's not right. He hurriedly asked again, currently, the police manpower is investigating that abandoned hospital. Right, the answer from Kam Jang rang out quickly. Not yet, we just received the news. We are in the process of mobilizing. In Ji-hoon's head rang out vague and dangerous thoughts. Anyway, I find this matter very strange. The organization smuggling drugs and women to China. He repeated, as if confirming his suspicion. The news came from Police Officer Wang Onggu. Information about the abandoned hospital was suddenly leaked, as if it had been arranged. Ji-hoon suddenly stopped. His heart lit up as if he had grasped something. Wait, smuggling from China. Every last piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He quickly concluded, the commercial trade zone with China in Incheon, it can only be there. Without thinking, Ji-hoon almost shouted, turn the car around quickly. Kam Jang could not help but feel a little confused. He worriedly asked again, hey Magne, what do you mean? The other teams have already started investigating the scene. He said decisively, his eyes as cold as ice, that is a trap. The children are being taken to China. That is a trick they are using to deceive our police. Turn the car around and go to Incheon Port right away. Ji-hoon quickly concluded, not leaving any room for opposition. Hesitating means we can't find the missing people. Kam Jang showed interest. He did not forget to remind, hey kid, we trust you. At the same time, Mong-do was completely silent. His face was slightly wrinkled. Seeing that, Kam Jang confusedly turned to the side. His mouth made a broken sound. Hey, seriously? Young-woo smirked. Writing a report is my forte. Hearing this, Mong-do could only close his eyes tightly. Kam Jang grinned. Na-won Cham, I won't be able to help you if the chief finds out. Turning back to Ji-hoon's side, he quickly turned off the phone. Ji-hoon looked up at the distant sky. He breathed out. Well then, it is time to work. The scene quickly went to Incheon Port, the international passenger terminal. At the same time, Ji-hoon stopped his steps. Kam Jang quickly approached. He kept questioning, hey Ji-hoon, you have to turn off your phone during the mission. He stared at the phone screen and then said, found it. He was slightly stunned. What? Ji-hoon slowly moved. He squinted and looked ahead. The huge thing in front of us, New Flower Lake. Then Ji-hoon stopped. He became vigilant. What was that sound just now? At that moment, a man appeared. He shouted a sound that shook the whole space. Who are you? Why are you hiding here? The man stared at Ji-hoon and questioned. Could it be people of the rebel army? Are there rebels here? As soon as the words were spoken, Kam Jang suddenly swung his fist straight into his face. He coldly flicked his hand. The man's body immediately fell straight to the ground. Seeing that, Mong-do quickly stepped forward, his hand supporting his body. Witnessing that scene, Kam Jang could not help but feel very Mong-do, just finish him off. He breathed out, gosh, suddenly came out and scared me. Kam Jang turned to Ji-hoon with a doubtful look. But hey, are you sure that is the boat? He resolutely affirmed. Yes, I am sure that information is accurate. After speaking, Ji-hoon turned to look at the phone again. He hurriedly reminded, hey Ji-hoon, turn off your phone while you are on duty. On the inside, the screen displayed a text message from World on Myung-bo-hoon. This police officer, although it is not from the main base, we have information. Today they will take people to China at Incheon Port. The name of the boat is New Flower. He breathed a sigh of relief. Found it. Ji-hoon recalled Bo-hoon's appearance. He was even more certain. That is right, there is no information source that can be more certain. I am also not someone brave enough to risk my life. At the same time, Kam Jang quickly turned his toe. Okay then. He slowly took a step forward. Let us go. The group's eyes quickly swept through each area, only to see the crowd gathered. Mong-do frowned slightly, but like this, it is troublesome. Ji-hoon confusedly asked back, what is the problem? He lowered his voice. Pay close attention to the surrounding sounds. Meanwhile, the man hurriedly called, I will be right there. The woman spoke in a gentle voice. Really, that is funny. Ji-hoon quickly realized the problem. So that is it. He immediately reacted. Everyone around is speaking Chinese. Mong-do slipped to one side. He seriously reported. Because they are going to Lushuan Port, there are too many Chinese people gathered. It is difficult to distinguish civilians from human traffickers. Ji-hoon secretly thought, detecting the human traffickers is almost impossible. He curiously asked quickly, then how many minutes until it leaves port? He quickly replied, about 20 minutes. Ji-hoon sighed dejectedly in his heart, troublesome. If I search this place without support, I will be in big trouble. They are an organization that traffics in drugs and people, which are both serious crimes in China. They certainly will not fear death and will resist to the end. Then Ji-hoon turned to suggest, Captain, please disguise yourself as a tourist and monitor the surroundings around the captain's cabin. Young-woo could not help but feel a little confused. Just me, he then explained, that will be safer for you, we will go find the missing people. Hearing this, Young-woo nodded slightly, well okay, if anything happens, I will contact you right away. Ji-hoon's voice was low but decisive, like a life or death order that did not allow for delay even for a second. If you see any suspicious movements, please send a message immediately. After a while, Kam Jang was skeptical, but hey, do you have any idea where they are hiding the missing people? He replied immediately, without hesitation, yes, I have a prediction. Ji-hoon's voice rang out firmly, each word falling like a nail hammered in, not allowing for any denial. They must have hidden the missing people there. He softly exclaimed, looking at the rows of stacked containers in front of him with a feeling of overwhelming awe and pressure, there are so many. He continued, his voice lowered, as if reminding himself of the cruelty of the mission. But the real problem is that there are only 5 minutes left before the ship departs. Which means we have to find the missing people and leave in that time without any help. I can't ask the Coast Guard for help when I do not have any evidence. Contrary to expectations, Kam Jang smirked. He chuckled softly, while patting Ji-hoon's shoulder as if to dispel the tension that was enveloping him. This kid, the Magne, is too good. Throughout his time as a police officer, he rarely met anyone with good intuition like him. Kam Jang squinted at him, his voice half joking and half serious. Looking closely, you look just like someone around the age of the Director General. Ji-hoon could not help but exclaim in his heart. As expected, he is a hyung with good intuition. Too bad it is not very useful. At this moment, Mong-do suddenly chimed in, look at this quickly. The whole team turned their heads at the same time. What is it? He smirked, what is this? Mong-do immediately held it out. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. A light flashed in his eyes with certainty. I just found a device that is quite necessary in this case. Immediately afterward, he took out a red object. Mong-do lowered his voice, unconsciously shuddering as the atmosphere around him became thick. This feeling is cold and heavy. He hesitantly turned to the group of people. It seems like it will be needed, huh? Only Kam Jang turned around. He urged with a stern voice, hey, let us go quickly. I am so busy I could die. Mong-do hurriedly called after him, wait. It is really necessary. He said quickly, his tone echoed throughout the night sky, wait for me. Ji-hoon quickly made a decision, well then, let us decide to start searching from the beginning. Kam Jang turned to ask and answer Mong-do, do you have any idea where? He muttered. His eyes swept quickly across the cargo hold. Let us see, should I start from some corner? No, it won't be enough time to search each one. Is there a way to distinguish it clearly? Kam Jang turned to Ji-hoon, completely placing his trust in his judgment. Hey Magne, what do you think? Ji-hoon was silent for a moment, rearranging all the data in my head. A way to distinguish clearly. They are in a hurry and are transporting goods because of the large-scale investigation. The way they do it is to put people inside wooden boxes like coffins. That is right, when I was in temporary detention, I read an article. That terrible form shocked the whole world. The press also reported extensively. If it is them, how would they transfer the missing people? He tried to analyze. Wooden coffin-shaped boxes, for the purpose of quick transportation. Wait, that is. Ji-hoon said loudly, without taking his eyes off him, Mong-do, this might be a strange question. He spoke slowly, each word like a knife. On a cargo ship, transporting the entire yellow goods in containers is a bit unusual, right? Ji-hoon continued to add, when arriving at the port, most of the goods will be transferred by crane. If you have to transport the entire car, then it can only be because. He continued, his tone becoming more and more urgent, you need to distinguish it from other goods, and you have to transport it immediately when you arrive. Kam Jang immediately understood. He quickly continued, if you need to transport quickly from the intermediary ship. At this moment, Mong-do suddenly swung the iron bar high in his hand. Kam Jang confusedly called, Mong-do. A loud noise rang out immediately afterward. He raised the iron bar and then smiled, I told you, I said I would need this, see. Kam Jang turned around abruptly. He hurriedly urged, our Mong-do is the best. Okay, let us quickly check it out. Mong-do excitedly replied, yes, then let me open the door. Immediately afterward, Mong-do opened the cargo hold wide. He was stunned for a moment. This is Inside were old wooden boxes. Kam Jang swallowed dryly. Kid, is not this? At this time, Ji-hoon stomped hard on one of the wooden boxes. Kam Jang and Ji-hoon worked hard to pry open the hard boxes using leverage. The scene inside quickly appeared. The two were almost stunned. Ji-hoon hurriedly announced from the walkie-talkie, "Captain." He stared at the two women and continued, "We found her, the assemblyman's granddaughter and the missing people." Kam Jang approached to reassure, "Don't worry, we are the police. We will rescue everyone immediately." After a moment of silence, Ji-hoon reacted. He painfully called, "Bomb, right?" In that moment, the figure of Han Dong appeared. He reached out towards Bomb. "Son, I am here to pick you up." Returning to reality, Ji-hoon softly reassured, "Let us go home, Sebom." Hearing that, tears fell unconsciously in her eyes. Burst into tears. Her eyes still did not leave him. Then suddenly Young-woo's voice rang out, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. "Everyone, there's a big problem. Those guys suddenly started moving very urgently." He hurriedly reported, "They are moving in groups towards the containers. You guys also quickly take the victims out." A man's voice rang out. This matter seems strange. The sound of footsteps rang out urgently. The group of people gradually approached Ji-hoon. "We clearly defeated those cops already." Yun-gil squinted at the group of people. There are still a few surviving mice. He introduced himself brazenly. "Very nice to meet you. I am Yun-gil, the person in charge of handling everything here." Yun-gil chuckled faintly. "It seems we are all busy, huh?" He glanced around as if taking stock. His attitude was so relaxed that it made the other person's skin crawl. "I will immediately end this matter. Please go carefully." At the same time, the cargo ship was still speeding on the river. At this time, Mong-du showed a tense face. Sweat poured out like a bath. Kam Jang pursed his lips. He glanced at Ji-hoon. Kam Jang quickly realized the situation. The ship has left the dock. The order rang out from Yun-gil, cold and without hesitation, "Kill him." "What?" The sound of hurried footsteps rang out from many directions. Ji-hoon immediately bent down. "They are here." The group of people quickly swung their knives forward. He hurriedly dodged. Ji-hoon straightforwardly used the iron rod to deliver a painful blow. The rough shout echoed in the metal compartment. "Surround him tightly, this bastard." Then suddenly Mong-du rushed up from behind. He decisively swung his fist. Kam Jang's joking voice rang out close to his ear. "Hey kid, have you gotten weaker from not exercising for a few days?" He unconsciously laughed. "Indeed." He loudly reminded, "Just a slight carelessness on the battlefield and you will get a hole in you." Mong-du smirked. "I have experienced it before so I know, getting stabbed with a knife is no joke." Ji-hoon quietly observed the two of them. The combination of these two is very trustworthy. He quickly assessed the terrain. His mind was urgent but very alert. "Good first, we can't let the victims be caught in the battle. Fortunately the space is narrow. So it is difficult for the enemies to approach them." Ji-hoon secretly thought, that means. He took a step forward while giving the order. "Then, you two be careful with the knives. I will also try my best." Ji-hoon's voice rang out decisively, like a declaration of war. "I will stand guard at the door. One at a time is fine. Good, come on in." Immediately afterward, a fierce battle began. Ji-hoon turned and dodged a slash. Then he suddenly counterattacked. The bald man was almost stunned. His body fell backward. Fresh blood kept pouring out. At that moment, Yun-gil suddenly attacked from behind. He chuckled as the knife grazed Ji-hoon's body by a hair's breadth. "You are quite agile for someone who looks like that. Good, let us see if you can dodge this." Yun-gil tilted his head, showing a malicious smile. "If not, then on your handsome face, there won't just be a small scratch." He replied immediately, while retreating and observing the opponent's breathing. "Why Yun-gil, that is right, I have to be careful, looking at your ugly face, if there is a wound then." Ji-hoon quickly rushed forward while not forgetting to tease. "It would probably be very offensive to the eyes, right?" As soon as the words were spoken, he decisively swung the rod. Yun-gil laughed crazily. "You are good at talking." He had appeared behind Ji-hoon at some point. His voice echoed in his ear, "But if you keep jumping around like that, your face might get hurt, and it will make your body hurt a lot more." The knife quickly stabbed straight into Ji-hoon's body. He moaned in pain. Ji-hoon opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. Immediately, he swung the rod. Yun-gil hurriedly leaned back. He taunted again. "You are just a beginner with no experience." Yun-gil's voice was full of arrogance from someone who had survived countless purges. "No matter how you jump around." He frantically slashed at Ji-hoon, accompanied by provocative words. "You also do not have a chance to compare with me." Yun-gil emphasized sternly, as if glorifying his bloody past, someone who has experienced many ups and downs. He said slowly, his eyes glanced at him, "Thanks for working hard, but the goods will be transported according to plan now. Die." Ji-hoon faintly smirked, "Someone like you wants to have a chance to win against me." Young-gil's face immediately changed. Only he stabbed the knife straight into his leg. Young-gil quickly retreated. He angrily cursed, "This madman, really." Ji-hoon lowered his voice, "Honestly, I really hate people like you, acting like you have something very important." He could not help but feel a little confused. What is wrong? I have already killed them all. Young-gil's heart began to panic. Yet why? Ji-hoon coldly said, "Because of that, during the time I was in prison, someone like you was beaten black and blue by me. It has been 20 years, you bastard." As soon as the words were spoken, his body suddenly disappeared. He hurriedly swung the knife into the air. "This guy is, I must deal with him here today." He angrily roared, "Die, you damn bastard." At that moment Ji-hoon suddenly swung the handcuffs into Young-gil's face. He painfully held his face, screaming madly, "You brat." Young-gil kept roaring, "I have to beat people like you." Hearing that, he once again punched him straight in the face. Ji-hoon held Young-gil's head with one hand, the other hand slowly swung up. "I have a determination." He clenched his fist, his eyes trembled in a rare moment revealing deep pain. If I really have a chance, so I can live again." Ji-hoon resolutely punched hard. "I will definitely become a police officer." He punched down hard while emphasizing each word sternly, "Then catch all the people like you." After a while, Ji-hoon coldly handcuffed Young-gil. He lowered his voice. The sentence fell heavily, like a verdict for everyone, those who dare to commit crimes and still be shameless. In that moment, the cargo ship was still drifting on the cold water. The matter has temporarily ended. The reporters, I do not know how they found out. They rushed to Incheon port and were busy pressing the camera. The intermediary group was arrested by the police when they received a notice from the captain. Young-gil, in critical condition, was urgently transferred to the hospital. As for Park Esebom, her voice rang out from behind. Esebom spoke hesitantly, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Ji-hoon immediately reacted, "Saebom." She said with a trembling voice, "Thank you for helping me, thank you for saving Suin too." Receiving the thank you, he unconsciously smiled. Ji-hoon replied softly, "If you feel grateful, please treat me to a meal next time, also please send my regards to Handong." At this moment, a mysterious person secretly observed everything from above. He took a light drag of his cigarette into his throat. The mysterious person muttered, "We meet often, this is really annoying." The scene shifts to the next morning. The news is broadcast quickly. The next news, about the case of the brokerage organization. China has expressed its views. The brokerage organization is an organization specializing in human trafficking and organ trafficking, and has been returned to China. At the same time, Jung-woo did not forget to remind, "The above has contacted us. The deployment of Korean police has been postponed." Ji-hoon curiously asked quickly, "Postponed until when?" He replied hesitantly, "1 week or more, I do not know." Mong-do sighed, not hiding his helplessness. "Then the case is completely suppressed. It seems that they were afraid of losing face internationally, so they quickly suppressed the matter." As Mong-do said, "If it is only 1 week, then not only will it not be possible to investigate the Young-gil case, but there also won't be enough time to investigate the other external forces and organizations involved. The most difficult thing at this time is." On the new flower ship, evidence of human trafficking was found, but no clues about organ trafficking were discovered. Ji-hoon stared at the piece of paper in his hand with a thoughtful look. According to the report from the National Science Institute, more than half of the DNA taken from a hospital and the list of missing people have matching results. That means they were not taken abroad, but were trafficked domestically. He hurriedly turned to Jung-woo, team leader. "Please contact China one more time." He looked worried. "I can contact them, but what should I say?" Ji-hoon spoke slowly. "Would you like to take this opportunity to arrest the Heavenly Dragon Society?" Jung-woo repeated, his voice unable to hide his surprise. "The Heavenly Dragon Society." He quickly confirmed, "Yes, it seems that the Heavenly Dragon Society is behind the brokers. The largest organization in China, the Heavenly Dragon Society is involved in drugs and human trafficking, so they must be interested." Ji-hoon continued, his hand emphasized a point on the piece of paper. "The so-called one arrow hits 2 targets. China can handle the Heavenly Dragon Society, while we can completely destroy the brokers." Mong-do showed an excited face. "That is a good idea." Kam Jang chimed in and added, I also agree with Magne's opinion, but is there any feasible plan? Ji-hoon admitted frankly, not the best but... His eyes flashed. I have thought of a method that can be tried. Ji-hoon secretly calculated in his head, I have Myung-bo-hoon, if the brokers have traded with each other, then they must have contact with the Heavenly Dragon Society. But the real problem is ensuring we have organ trafficking records and distribution books. Without clear transaction records, it will be difficult to destroy them all at once. And we also do not have enough evidence to prove that Wang Ong-gu has been protecting the brokers. Time is limited. How can we catch everyone at the same time, Ho-un? Receiving a phone call, Ji-hoon quickly went outside. He quickly picked up the phone. Ho-un, what is wrong? He went straight to the point. The other day you asked me to investigate Wang Ong-gu. Ho-un said coldly, if you are busy, I will report later. Ji-hoon replied immediately, it is okay, you can tell me now. Ho-un's voice was serious. Actually, there is something strange. Is not the police salary very meager? But he has 3 children and his wife is studying abroad in France. He was slightly confused. What? He continued to add, therefore, I investigated and found out that his entire family has ordinary circumstances. Ji-hoon paused. Could it be that the withdrawn money was transferred to foreign accounts through his family? Finally the pieces started to fit together. He lowered his voice. Thank you. Ji-hoon's voice lowered, carrying the familiar name, Ho-un. After speaking, he suddenly turned around abruptly. His face darkened. Ji-hoon stared at the back opposite him, Wang Ong-gu. He quickly reasoned, looking at his expression, it seems that this matter has become more difficult, right? Ji-hoon's heart became hesitant. Should I try it? He hesitated and spoke up, hello, Police Officer Wang Ong-gu. Ji-hoon continued, while speaking and observing the opponent, the place where unconscious reflexes often reveal more than words. I have heard about you. I heard you found information about the abandoned hospital. Ong-gu stopped for a very short moment. What? He quickly regained his tough tone, trying to pretend not to be affected. So what? Ji-hoon's voice was even without emphasizing, but it made the surrounding air tense. How come? I met him on the deck. He secretly thought, as expected, he is easily irritated. Ji-hoon continued to add, he asked why the police did not come to the abandoned hospital. He mumbled that the police must have been led somewhere. Ong-gu snapped, his voice higher than usual. His impatience was obvious. What are you talking about? I am also having trouble with my source. I am looking for him, so do not come here and make trouble. He did not back down. His voice was still calm. But Police Officer Wang, did not you ask who Ju-saw is? The atmosphere suddenly froze. Ong-gu's heart began to waver. Ju-saw, that is Wai Yun-gil's name in the organization. He is also called the guide in the organization. Ji-hoon wondered, but his eyes did not leave him. How will Wang Ong-gu handle this? He suddenly retorted, hey, Magne of the Violent Crimes Unit 2, do not cross the line. Ong-gu snapped quietly, clearly losing his temper. Just now I said that I am having trouble with a source. Do you think I am stupid? I also have information about that. He turned halfway. I am busy now, so let us talk privately later. Is this how Chief Huang teaches his subordinates? He secretly thought, his eyes fixed on Ong-gu. Indeed, if it was someone else, they would have been perfectly deceived. But it is all just sophistry. Ji-hoon remembered very clearly. Every time point, Ju-saw is information that the police involved in this case do not even know yet. In the past, information about Ju-saw has also not been revealed. With this, I am sure you can't deceive me, Wang Ong-gu. The phone vibrated lightly in his hand. Ji-hoon quickly reacted. Ho-un sent a message. His expression immediately changed. His face turned green. Ji-hoon was almost stunned. He quickly sent a message. Hyung, I forgot to send you, that Wang Ong-gu is also doing charity. After a while, his footsteps stopped in front of a building. Only a group of children were playing on the lawn. A childish voice rang out immediately afterward. Wait for me. He looked around. Everything was too peaceful. His heart could not help but feel a little skeptical. It seems that this is not a place where there is anything strange. Why is Wang Ong-gu doing charity here? At this moment, a small hand pulled hard on Ji-hoon's clothes. Hyun-ji looked at him curiously. Who are you? Ji-hoon quickly corrected. Not who, but it is on. A little boy approached Hyun-ji. Who is that who? As soon as the words were spoken, his body completely petrified. Small hands pulled on Ji-hoon's hair. Ajushi, me too, me too. Children's laughter rang out. Let us go, Ajushi, me too, me too. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon's face was pale. His heart almost screamed, help me. The atmosphere suddenly changed in an instant. Ji-hoon looked down in confusion, screaming. Fresh blood suddenly shot straight up on his face. Before Ji-hoon's eyes, a small body was seriously injured. He stood still, all his senses tensed. What is this? What is going on? An adult's voice rang out, trying to stay calm. This is really difficult. The voice carried pretense. It is really difficult to let outsiders see this scene. Won coldly said, I have to deal with it immediately. She kept grumbling, it is really annoying, I have to deal with it immediately. Ji-hoon's instinct screamed a warning. As I thought, something is happening here. He watched Hwa-an's footsteps in horror. It is here. She worriedly bent down. Be careful not to get hurt. Yeji said with remorse, I spilled all the juice, I am sorry. Hwa-an turned to Ji-hoon. I am sorry, what should I do? I will take care of the laundry for you immediately. He quickly waved his hand to refuse. It is okay, the children look so energetic. It is great. Someone shouted, oh dear, Yeji spilled the tomato juice. Ji-hoon secretly thought, am I too sensitive? After a while, she politely greeted, welcome to the Aryu orphanage. The children are so innocent and pure, right? Ji-hoon laughed awkwardly, looking at the lively children. It is really fun. She showed satisfaction. Oh, that is fortunate. Hwa-an introduced herself. I am Jin Hwa-an, the director here. I do not know why you came here. Ji-hoon secretly told himself, don't be deceived by the appearance, you have to be alert. He quickly made an excuse, I came to donate a little. Hwa-an showed emotion. Oh my god, if you came for that reason, then you have come to the right place. The children will definitely be very happy. She said softly, here, we value each child's life. Ji-hoon stared at the file on the table. His eyes lingered longer than necessary. Is this the child's personal information? But why is it so detailed? Hwa-an's voice was still gentle. Do you have any other questions? He nodded slightly, pretending to think simply. Well then, I want to visit the welfare facility a little. Meanwhile, the children happily took out each tray of food. She spoke up last. So you have visited the entire facility of the orphanage. What do you think after seeing it yourself? Ji-hoon could not help but exclaim, everything is better managed than I thought. Although I am still suspicious, this facility is managed very neatly. It is hard to think that this place is involved in crime, but this is the facility that Wang Onggu is donating to. A person with a low salary, sending his whole family abroad, how could he donate? This is definitely not a normal facility. I have to find more clues. There will definitely be something useful. A child's voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Ms. Director. Won worriedly asked, Dong-hee, what is wrong? The boy looked up, his face both pitiful and innocent. I did not get sausage. Another child called out, Ms. Me too, the serving is too little. Ji-hoon spoke up, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere. I am okay, just do your work, I will also watch the children. She hurriedly turned around, thank you, then I will go for a while. Come on children, line up, have you all washed your hands? Come on, let us go with director. He quickly observed, noting the lower than normal number of personnel. Besides Jin Hwa-an, are there any other teachers? Her voice was still gentle, come on, do not cut in line. The children replied in unison, yes. Ji-hoon turned to the young man standing nearby, you are, Choi Sang-byum. He replied, slightly hesitant, yes. Sang-byum nodded slightly, that is right, I am Choi Sang-byum, but who are you? He secretly thought, I guessed right, it seems he does not recognize me. Choi Sang-byum, the magne in the group of prison friends, his personality is enthusiastic and straightforward, so he easily makes friends with everyone. Everyone admires him because he is also very smart, but with his glib tongue, he deceived innocent people to live by exploiting them. He smirked, it is really easy. To be exact, he is a bad guy, in any form, criminals can't be forgiven. Returning to reality, Ji-hoon's eyes still could not leave Sang-byum. He looked blankly at him, sorry. Even you, if one day you have the opportunity to do it again like me. At the same time, Jin-hai approached, Sang-byum, who is this Appa? He hesitated slightly. Ji-hai actually. Ji-hoon turned to greet, it has been too long right, I am Ji-hoon. She quickly bowed, hello, I am Gom Ji-hai. He intentionally teased, Ji-hai, is that it, Sang-byum's girlfriend? He hurriedly denied, sure, it is not. Ji-hoon laughed softly, this guy, it is definitely like that. He is not the type of person to do charity here. He suddenly took out money, I am sorry, I misunderstood, I am sorry, then I will give you some pocket money. Ji-hoon held the stack of money in front of Sang-byum, I do not have much, but take it. He suddenly winked, it has been a long time since we met again, why do not we take a walk? Outside the Aryu Center, he could not help but feel a little confused, but who are you really? Ji-hoon replied indifferently, don't you remember, I am Sang-ho's friend. Sang-bium was stunned. He hurriedly asked, Sang-ho, you are my brother's friend. Do you still keep in touch with him? How is he now? Ji-hoon quickly replied, sorry, but I also do not keep in touch. He questioned himself, did I just lie? I remember the last time his brother went to the army and disappeared afterward, so I tried asking. Ji-hoon curiously turned to the side, but why are you here? You are not just here to do charity, are you? He tried to explain, I really came to do charity, can't you see? Ji-hoon teased again, I can tell at a glance, you came here to score points with that girl, right? He kept rambling, she is both beautiful and has a good personality, she also looks very smart. Oh my god, our Sang-bium, you will be led by her nose. Sang-bium clenched his fist, his voice trembled, that is right, although I do not want to admit it, but with this I will only be led by the nose. Sang-bium looked at Ji-hoon seriously, so please teach me, how to become a person who is able to speak skillfully like you, to control others as if you can read their minds. He asked blankly, do you think that is easy? Ji-hoon sighed in his heart, so he has gone down the path of fraud like this, but in this life, perhaps my path is to lead him out of it. Okay, maybe that is good, at least when he is with me, he won't become a scammer. Ji-hoon quickly asked and answered, how long have you and Ji-hai been volunteering here? Sang-bium honestly replied, I have only been here for 2 weeks, Ji-hai has been here for about a month. Hearing this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, okay, that is enough information. Ji-hoon then handed the piece of paper towards him, contact me after you are done. If you help me, I will teach you how to speak, or anything you want. He did not forget to remind, I will be waiting for you outside. Won hurriedly called, wait a minute. She hesitantly opened her mouth, sorry, I made you wait long, right? Are you planning to leave so early? Ji-hoon immediately reacted, I am too forgetful. Seeing that, Won immediately changed her expression. He quickly explained, I am busy so I often make mistakes like this. Ji-hoon handed out 3 banknotes, I will donate, a large sum, 3 large notes. After a while, the shop owner excitedly cheered, the tteokbokki for 2 is here. Sang-bium happily cheered, thank you for the meal. Ji-hoon saw that and urged, eat a lot. He worriedly turned to the side, Ji-hai does not like tteokbokki, he immediately denied, it is not like that Ji-hai, you like tteokbokki a lot, eat it. Ji-hai opened her mouth slightly, it is not true. She coldly reminded, don't casually receive things from strangers. Ji-hai said bluntly, suddenly appearing, giving pocket money and buying food for you, do not you find it strange? Ji-hoon paused, this girl. She then exposed, this on is very suspicious, who are you really? He could not help but feel a little interested, smarter than I thought. Ji-hai pointed her finger at Ji-hoon's face, suspicious, suddenly appearing buying food and giving money, and also, I saw everything just now. Standing before the accusation, he softly replied, when I am busy, I often make mistakes like this. I will donate, first 3 checks. That action of Ji-hoon almost stunned Ji-hai. She did not hide her suspicion, her voice carried the vigilance of someone accustomed to unusual things. Normally, how could someone like you donate such a large sum of money, right? Ji-hai coldly questioned, or are you some rich young master? Sang-bium hurriedly intervened, this Ji-hai, anyway it is impossible. Ji-hoon nodded very slightly, that is right, I am rich. She was stunned on the spot, what? He paused for a beat, intentionally drawing out the silence, also. Ji-hoon lowered his voice, just enough for 2 people to hear, I am a police officer, please cooperate with me. Sang-bium could not help but exclaim, that is great. He was staring at the business card, so among your friends there is a police officer, but why would the police come to an orphanage for? He replied immediately, not leaving room for suspicion to spread, just a simple investigation, just say what you think. Sang-bium hurriedly explained, but there is really nothing, just playing with the kids, completing volunteer time, and also getting snacks. Ji-hai repeated, as if convincing herself, that is right, there is nothing difficult, there is one thing. Ji-hoon immediately paid attention, what is it? Ji-hai began to tell, her voice carried a sadness that was hard to hide, because the orphanage is doing well. The children are often adopted, it is also sad to say goodbye. He unconsciously developed suspicion, often adopted, she continued to add, but since last week it seems to be less, so even though we order ingredients like every week. Because there are more children than usual, there is always not enough side dishes this week. He frowned slightly, is that so? So that time you guys were not given enough food. Wait, that means the number of children adopted has decreased since last week. The time when the number of children adopted decreased at the orphanage coincided with the time the brokers were arrested. The brokers and Wang Gonggu, the orphanage he sponsored. The stench is getting stronger. Ji-hoon asked again, his voice still calm. So what is the atmosphere usually like when the children are adopted? Ji-hai replied immediately, usually they are adopted abroad. So many foreigners come here, that is right. When they are adopted by their parents, they will have a small party and the director even takes them to the airport. A keyword made his heart tighten slightly. The airport, huh? So that is it, because there were no traces of the sea route. I was wrong from the beginning when I thought it was domestic. They had created many sophisticated routes long ago. But then it does not make sense. If they take a plane, then there will definitely be traces of departure, so there is only one way, take the organs domestically and then smuggle them abroad. So the key is not where they are going, but where they are taken from. Sang Byum chimed in and added, by the way, they also came yesterday, right? She nodded in confirmation. That is right, probably So Yun will be leaving this time. Ji-hoon immediately remembered, So Yun, if it is So Yun then, that is the child marked on the calendar and has detailed records in the director's office. Sang Byum suddenly spoke up, by the way, on Ji-hoon, you said earlier the world if I help you, then you will do anything for me. He leaned forward, his voice resounding loudly, well then I will do anything, please find my brother with me. Hearing this he reminded sternly, hey Choi Sang Byum, do not talk nonsense like that, what do you mean do anything, it has been 5 years besides my family, no one has gone to find him. Sang Byum slammed his hand on the table, his tone was extremely urgent, so I beg you on Ji-hoon, now there is no one else for me to ask for help besides you. The past flooded back into Ji-hoon's head. I remember now that boy Sang Byum, when I was in prison he would occasionally tell me, he was always looking for his lost brother. And then finally he did not find him and his life fell apart. The image of him blaming himself at that time is still clear. The reason he became a scammer was also because of the pain of losing his dearest brother. What a poor fool, he kept begging, if you do not help me, I will tell the director everything. After a moment of silence, Ji-hoon reacted, I said I would help, but before that you have to do well the work I asked you to do. Sang Byum stood up quickly, so that means. He asked suspiciously, you will help me right? He nodded to confirm, that is right, but first you have to solve the thing that I asked you to do well. Sang Byum excitedly replied immediately.
Thằng Diêu anh Ji-hoon.
He curiously asked and answered, okay, so when is your next volunteer session? He cheered excitedly, the day after tomorrow. Ji-hoon showed satisfaction, good. Then the day after tomorrow you guys should. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind, remember what I said, I will see you the day after tomorrow. Sang Byum quickly replied, yes of course see you again on. Reaching the outside, Ji-hoon hurriedly picked up the phone, yes Captain, it is Ji-hoon, I want to send a request related to the case. He said with a serious face, just one file, please help me. Ji-hoon secretly thought, good, everything is ready. The day after tomorrow will be the decisive battle. Until the morning of the next day, he happily looked at Kim, oh Chief Kim, you came on time. He replied quickly and respectfully, of course, this is my job. Ji-hoon then asked, the stuff, have you prepared it well? Kim crossed his arms confidently, who do you think I am, young master? He could not help but exclaim as soon as he looked into the trunk, as expected of Chief Kim, you prepared very thoroughly. I swept all the sweets and toys in the supermarket. He handed the card to Ji-hoon and reminded, also Assemblyman Jang Man-young said he wanted to meet you, he told me to arrange a schedule. After speaking, Kim could not help but feel a little curious. By the way, what did you go to the orphanage for? He smirked. Then Ji-hoon frankly admitted, I plan to donate a little. Oh ho, he was shocked after hearing it, suddenly donating, did something happen to you? He suddenly turned to remind, Chief Kim, from now on please be careful of your words, I am currently an undercover police officer, later in the director's office remember to cooperate with me in acting. Understand. At the same time, a child's voice rang out, is that the Chu who came last time? Ji-hoon continued to add, and then please endure a little, I will save you right away. Kim was stunned on the spot, his voice trembled, young master, what exactly is that? Immediately afterward, Kim screamed, young master. The little boy grabbed his hair and cheered, where did you come from? The children below crowded around, let you ride on my neck too. At that moment, Ji-hoon spoke up, come on kids, look here. Ha. He waved his hand to signal, I brought a lot of gifts for you guys, come take one each. As soon as the words were spoken, the children rushed out in unison. He happily took out a plush rabbit. On this side, Kim was still being pressed down with someone riding on his neck. In that moment, Sang Byum and Ji-hai secretly observed everything. The two unconsciously smiled as soon as they saw the children having fun. After a while, Ji-hoon sighed dejectedly, Chief Kim, you have worked hard. He chuckled. Giving gifts to children is really a meaningful thing, is not it? Kim said with a trembling voice, really too meaningful. At that moment, a sound rang out, attracting Ji-hoon's attention. Only So-yeon was playing on the swing alone. He slowly approached. Aren't you receiving a gift? After speaking, Ji-hoon quickly took out a lollipop. Come on here, it would be sad to be left out. I am giving it to you sincerely, take it. So-yeon lowered her head. The girl mumbled, I do not need it. He asked confusedly, why, this is delicious. So-yeon then explained, I am going to have parents soon, so because the friends can't eat much. Hearing this, Ji-hoon flinched, going to have parents soon, so this kid is about to be taken away. Won suddenly approached, So-yeon, what are you doing there? She happily greeted, oh, hello on Go Ji-hoon. He clenched his palm tightly, his heart beat rapidly. Instinct told him, those are suspicious eyes. Ji-hoon could not help but feel a little confused. What is it? I hid so carefully, yet she still knows I am a police officer, or is she just suspicious because I paid attention to the upcoming shipment? I have to avoid causing suspicion. Stay calm, Bae-min-soo. He forced a smile. This child is really shy. She looks like she wants to give the gift to her friends because she does not want anyone to be at a disadvantage. She is really a child with a kind heart. Ji-hoon secretly thought, I do not know how much she has realized, but I have to use this kind face to get out of this smoothly this time. Won chuckled, that is right, is not it? This child is really shy. She is about to leave but she is still thinking of her friends. He stopped this person. She could not help but exclaim, our children are really. Warren said coldly, have a beautiful heart, right? Ji-hoon carefully looked at her, she is testing me.